one that hit Kennedy in the back of the neck and went on to wound Governor John Connally. The third shot supposedly came from Hickey, the Secret Service agent, who slipped and lost his footing just as he was bringing up his gun to fire back at Oswald. Now, this is utterly ridiculous. Hundreds upon hundreds of witnesses in Dealey Plaza who were looking right at the presidential and vice presidential limos, no one saw this, even though we have a witness who actually saw Oswald firing at Kennedy and more than one who saw him at the window. How come we have no witnesses of this supposed accidental Secret Service shooting? Furthermore, Hickey himself testified to the following, quote, "At the end of the last report," meaning Oswald's third shot, not his second, "I reached to the bottom of the car and picked up the AR-15 rifle, cocked and loaded it, and turned to the rear. At this point, the cars were passing under the overpass, and as a result, we left the scene of the shooting," end quote. We also know that Menninger's accidental shooting theory could not have happened because Oswald is proven to have fired 3 shots, not 2. There were 3 shell casings found in the sniper's nest, and the vast majority of witnesses heard 3 shots from the direction of the schoolbook depository. So this theory is absolute crap. The second popular Secret Service shooting theory comes from a disgusting anti-Semitic book written in 1991 by arch conspiracy theorist Milton William Cooper, called Behold a Pale Horse. Cooper laid the groundwork for the totally unhinged conspiracy nuttery of the kind that Alex Jones, David Icke, and QAnon have come to champion. In Behold a Pale Horse, Cooper asserts that the driver of JFK's limo, William Greer, turned around and shot Kennedy to prevent him from exposing the truth about aliens. Yes, aliens. Cooper claims that this shooting of Kennedy is clearly visible in the Zapruder film. He even puts this assertion in capital letters, which you know must be extra persuasive. When this crackpot limo theory driver has been presented to me...
Hello.
Good morning, Chrono.
It's not morning anymore.
Debatable.
Also, what if you put down a giant cannon and shot a bunch of frickin' trolls? This is great.
What the heck?
I finally bought a cannon.
Trolls.
Look, they wanted me to kill 140 trolls, and I'm like, I don't want to kill 140 trolls. Is there a way to make this shorter? And yes, there is. Use me and my friends to kill 1 million trolls with my giant cannon dick. Oops. We need this. Let's let me pick up my multi-cannon. Stop hitting me. Busy here. Pick up my cannon. Alright, hold on. I'll be back. I'll be back, trolls. Don't get too comfy.
This guy just abandons his friends.
Yeah, they suck. I want to grab my bone crusher because this kills trolls way too fast. Actually, this is like insane. I didn't think it was going to be a problem, and I guess to some degree it's not a problem. It's a solution. The troll solution. Okay. Let's grab my bone crusher. Grab a little more food. Alright. Wait a minute. Is there an altar on this island? It would be really convenient if there was. There is not. Okay, I'll just drink some prayer pot.
The claim that it's visible in the Zapruder film is usually attached, thus demonstrating that whoever is proffering this theory is a fan of William Cooper and Behold a Pale Horse. Other fans of William Cooper and Behold a Pale Horse included charming folks like Timothy McVeigh, who blew up the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in 1995, and also Q, the anonymous provocateur who launched the whole QAnon conspiracy cult. That's how extreme this book is. In any event, the Zapruder film shows nothing of the kind, not even close. And as we know, the autopsy and all the other evidence, including the bullet fragments found in the limo, clearly indicate that Kennedy was shot from the rear, not the front. None of the hundreds of witnesses to the event saw Greer shooting Kennedy. The bullet fragments matched Oswald's rifle, not a Secret Service-issued firearm. And why am I even talking about this? Because it's so nuts. Know who else was nuts? Milton William Cooper, who was a far right-wing libertarian who refused to pay his taxes and was killed in a shootout with police in 2001. The Secret Service shooting theories, whether accidental or deliberate, are just absolute ridiculous nonsense. I can't even believe that I had to put this in my video, but if I didn't, somebody would bring it up in the comments. The Secret Service did not shoot Kennedy. Lee Harvey Oswald shot Kennedy, and he did it alone. Now we get into the subject of Jim Garrison, Clay Shaw, and David Ferrie, which also brings us to the subject of Oliver Stone and the 1991 film JFK. Now this is a gigantic subject, and I'm only going to scratch the surface here. Before I start, I'll direct you to a terrific source on this subject. More than 20 years ago, in 2001, a young man named David Reitzes, an independent researcher of the assassination, wrote a long, extremely detailed, and very, very well-sourced critique of the JFK movie. It's called the JFK 100, and it lists the top 100 distortions, lies, and inaccuracies in the film. More than 20 years later, this site is still online, and it's still a fantastic step-by-step analysis of why the JFK movie is fiction, and it explains the egregious violence that it does to the historical and factual record. In 1966, New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison took it upon himself to launch an investigation into the assassination of President Kennedy. There was a slight nexus with New Orleans in the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald had spent part of the summer of 1963 in New Orleans before moving back to Dallas, but honestly that was about it for the connection to New Orleans. In reality, Jim Garrison was a kooky conspiracy theorist who believed almost every theory he heard, and he decided to use his platform as New Orleans DA to launch a broadside attack against the Warren Commission. Not only did he chase ridiculous leads that were completely illusory. For example, he thought that if someone had once lived on the same street as Lee Harvey Oswald, even years apart, that this was proof that the person knew him. But he
Cat
also
humping is banned.
egregiously abused his prosecutorial office to gain
What about
publicity for
what about
himself
bear
and
catting?
his community. Ultimately, Garrison scapegoated a well-known New Orleans businessman, Clay Shaw, and in March 1967 charged him with conspiracy to assassinate.
No, wait, it was hump catting. Sorry.
It took quite a while and a great deal of indecision for him to finally settle.
At least now I understand what you were going for.
Mainly because the person that Garrison had originally wanted to
Bear blast, I think was the other.
Bear blast.
Yeah.
Had inconveniently
In the video.
died just before he was about to be charged.
I
This
don't
was in the
remember
midst
this
of
video.
a frenzy of media
Power
coverage
thirst.
of the investigation. Ferrie, who's played by Joe Pesci in Oliver Stone's film, is shown in the movie as being murdered under mysterious circumstances. In reality, it's very clear that he died of natural causes, but the effect of his various illnesses was apparently exacerbated by the badgering that the Garrison investigation was doing of him right up until his death. Members of Garrison's DA office, who were extremely uncomfortable at his unethical tactics, heaved a sigh of relief when Ferrie died because they thought the investigation would fizzle out. Instead, Garrison just took the spotlight and shifted it to Clay Shaw, who was indicted basically out of spite because Ferry had slipped through Garrison's fingers. Basically, it didn't matter who the defendant was. Garrison wanted a trial where he could parade kooky witnesses on the stand to talk crap about the Warren Commission. He may not even have really believed that Clay Shaw had anything to do with the assassination. He presented absolutely no evidence that Shaw did. Garrison's entire case was built around one extremely unreliable witness, a Baton Rouge insurance salesman named Harry Russo, who told Garrison that while he was visiting David Sherry's apartment in
Talk to
New
that
Orleans
genie right now.
September
I did.
1963,
Why wouldn't I
Clay
talk to
Shaw
that
and
genie?
Lee Harvey
I'll take free
Oswald
stuff.
were there and discussed killing Kennedy. The problem was that Russo told this story for the first time only
He just
in
gives you a lamp to use later.
1967, and only after being
Yeah.
hypnotized, shot
The
up
heck?
with
Supposed to
sodium
make you play a mini game.
by
Nope.
members of Garrison's prosecutorial team. In 1971, Russo in fact recanted the story about the September 1963 meeting and told lawyers for Clay Shaw, who was suing Jim Garrison for his malicious prosecution, that he was drugged and that his testimony was false. Garrison had threatened to charge him with perjury if he changed his story. Russo's story, which we now know is false, was the whole basis of Garrison's case. There was absolutely no evidence that Shaw or Ferry knew Oswald or even knew each other. The trial of Clay Shaw was such a farce that the jury took one
My cannon
vote
is still
to
fire.
less-
Go, sweet cannon! it's murdering them all! I had to bank. Give me too much nice stuff. Use this lamp. Oh, I can't deposit the lamp. I have to use it. Okay, I need to grab some food. Hello, why am I still getting prayer XP? I guess the guards are finishing off the ones that I didn't. I love these guys. Kill for me. Alright, I need to go back for my thing.
than an hour with a verdict of not guilty. One of Garrison's own prosecutors, Milton Brenner, said, quote, "Of course, Shaw was innocent. The entire case against him was a figment of Garrison's imagination. He pulled it completely out of thin air," end quote. Garrison got on Oliver Stone's radar screen in 1988 when he, Garrison, published a highly false and misleading account of his own investigation, On the Trail of the Assassins, which was a major basis for the movie. Up until then, Garrison in fact had been shunned by most JFK conspiracy theorists for having made a mockery of their entire movement. None of the serious problems with the Garrison investigation seemed to bother Oliver Stone, who played so fast and loose with the facts that what emerged on screen was basically an entirely fictional story. However, the testimony of Harry Russo, which, as you recall, was induced by drugs and hypnosis, and in any event recanted by him sometime later, this proved so problematic that Stone didn't even make Russo a character in the movie, instead giving most of his lines to an entirely fictional character, Willie O'Keefe, played in rather homophobic fashion by Kevin Bacon. Proof positive that the film JFK is a fabrication. Stone does not even mention the overwhelmingly conclusive evidence that Lee Harvey Oswald did it. The 3 shots fired, Stone claims there were 6, the fingerprint evidence, the curtain rod story, the ballistics evidence, all of that, which we've been through. He deliberately lies about the 5.6 seconds thing. I demonstrated that earlier. He lies about Ferry's death. He lies egregiously about the testimony of Julie Ann Mercer and Beverly Oliver. He repeats the lie about the bullet doing an S-turn in midair. All of these are proven falsehoods. For my money, though, the worst and most misleading lie told by the JFK picture comes right before the closing credits. Text on the screen informs us that, quote, in 1979, Richard Helms, director of covert operations in 1963, admitted under oath that Clay Shaw had worked for the CIA, end quote. Now that seems to validate Stone's basic thesis, that Shaw was guilty and that the whole thing was a CIA plot, right? Except it's totally fake. Clay Shaw did not work for the CIA. As a prominent businessman who traveled extensively in Latin America, the CIA
can't tell if their drop rate is high or if I'm just killing things that fast.
Where people who traveled abroad described conditions that they observed in foreign countries. Shaw was one of thousands of ordinary people, including tourists and students, who at one time or another gave a statement to the CIA's Domestic Contact Service. Richard Helms, later director of the CIA, asserted in a deposition in a libel lawsuit that Clay Shaw's name was on a list of thousands of others who had done this exact same thing, and Shaw had contacted the Domestic Contact Service no later than 1956, 7 years before the assassination. He was not a CIA agent. He was not a CIA employee. He no more worked for the CIA than it could be said that an eyewitness to a car accident worked for the police department by giving them a description of what happened. The JFK movie is actually, as a piece of cinema, well made, and I enjoy it. It might surprise you to learn that. Here, in fact, is my DVD copy of it, which I've had for years. But it's fiction, it is not history, and it's not accurate. Jim Garrison ruthlessly and recklessly prosecuted an innocent man who had literally nothing to do with the Kennedy assassination. Neither did David Ferrie. And none of the fiction depicted in this film changes the very real and very conclusive evidence of Oswald's guilt, his sole guilt, because he acted alone in assassinating John F. Kennedy. One of the strangest and most persistent myths about the Kennedy assassination is that all sorts of people with secret and damning information about the assassination suffered mysterious or unexplained deaths, the implication being that they were systematically rubbed out to prevent what they knew from becoming public. This is widely believed, but it's actually one of the flimsiest and in fact silliest myths about the whole event. This myth is problematic because you can't really define its parameters. What is a material witness? Someone who was standing in Dealey Plaza on November 22nd, 1963 and witnessed the assassination? Hundreds of people did that.
I'm dying.
It's been 59 years since the event, so a lot of them are now dead. What counts as a mysterious death? A heart attack? A car accident? Slipping on the soap in the shower?
I'm dying.
Example. A woman named
Trolls
Arlene
kill this
Roberts
man.
managed the rooming house.
Slayer task completed!
Staying at the time of the assassination, and she gave testimony to the Warren Commission. She died sometime between 1963 and 1977.
Why aren't you praying melee anyway?
Because they're flinging garbage at me, and I'm using my hot new Barrows armor, the armor I got. I'm so swole. The fact that I could sit there taking melee shots that whole time and like barely got close to dying once is a pretty good sign of how powerful it is. Alright, that did use a lot of cannonballs. So it's good to know what we're dealing with. Now I have the insight onto like, because I won't be able to do that much unless I can really like fund my obsession with freaking steel, cold steel. Alright, let me grab some tuna real quick and go raid the battlefield for those handful of items I didn't grab.
I couldn't pin down the exact date, but she was 61 at the time of her death. She had pneumonia and she died of heart failure. Was she a material witness?
The trolls will be waiting for you.
Yeah, they will be. But that's fine.
This is the kind of whack-a-mole game that you play when you start going down this topic. There's really only two quote-unquote mysterious deaths that you can pin down with any specificity. In November 1965, a reporter and minor teen...
That was fun. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that quite a lot. It was just freaking chaos. I didn't know there would be guys there too to help me out, so it's almost like I had like 3 cannons set up. Just everybody's killing my guys. Thanks.
TV personality named Dorothy Kilgallen died in her New York City townhouse.
Alright, Neve, I accomplished by myself the Slayer task you set out. What's my next task? 137 Spiritual Creatures. Why aren't they even listed here? Spiritual creatures, very bad task. Iron Man needs dragon boots. But I don't think I can even get the dragon boots, right? They're from spiritual mages. And these need Slayer level 83. Yeah, I can't do that. I'm gonna skip that task. One, it'll take forever. Dust Devils! Dust Devils! Woohoo! Best skip of my life.
One conspiracy theorist, only one, Penn Jones Jr., made a statement, completely unsourced, that Kilgallen had
This guy's a
supposedly
skipper.
told a friend that she was going
Aye,
to
aye,
New Orleans
skipper.
in a few days to talk about an interview she'd had with Jack Ruby during his 1964 trial that would supposedly break the case wide open. Now, there are 5 major problems with this. First, we have no identifiable source for the statement that Kilgallen supposedly made. Second, several officials connected with Ruby's trial in Dallas, which found him guilty of murdering Lee Harvey Oswald, by the way, verified that members of the press were not allowed to speak to Ruby during the trial, which means that this alleged interview cannot have happened. Third, Kilgallen,
Is Rune Warhammer used in a clue? You have to tell me right now. Yes. Okay.
It's used in Blue's Clue.
Oh, but I already have that clue put away, so no. Yes, but actually, no. Granite Shield. How good is the Granite Shield? Isn't it good? Yes, it's good. I will keep it. Keep one. Alright, which means these rune kite shields get to go now. I need to do more Giant's Foundry to get rid of all this garbage. These are probably just worth alking. Okay. What do I do with Arctic pine logs? Arctic pine logs. Do I just drop those? Oh, I see. You need it for the forestry gear. I guess I'll keep it then. I guess I'll keep it then. I wanted to alk these anyway. Okay. So I had to pay 750k for the cannon. Let's see how much I get back from this first task I used it on. I'll give you a hint. It's a decent amount of it. We're up to 164, 189, 222. About 230k. Not bad for a day's work. Paid for a third of it. Nice. Alright, I'm about to... I have 203 tuna. I guess I'll use... No, I think it's Temperos time. I think it's time for a bit of Temperos. So I need more frickin' food.
The heavy alcoholic and drug addict was in poor health for months before her death. Fourth, her death was a result of alcohol and barbiturate overdose, whether deliberate or accidental, the coroner couldn't tell. And fifth, Kilgallen's death occurred in November 1965. Ruby's trial ended in March 1964. To believe that she was bumped off to keep whatever secret she supposedly learned from that interview, you have to believe that she waited more than a year and a half before she decided to tell anyone about it. And the conspirators also waited a year and a half to whack her, and that they happened to get lucky because she waited longer to talk than they did to have her killed. I mean, does that make any sense at all? The only other mysterious death allegation worth discussing, because trust me, all the others are just like the ones I've already mentioned, the only other one is George de Mohrenschildt, a Russian emigre who had lived in Dallas and was one of the few people who was ever actually friends with Levi Roswell. De Mohrenschildt, who was elderly and suffering from dementia at the time, killed himself with a shotgun on March 29, 1977 in Palm Beach. Although he had
What do I still have to do for Temperos? I'll kill by myself, basically. Meh.
suffered from mental illness for quite some time. Ironically, one of the stresses that may have driven de Mohrenschildt to suicide was the incessant hounding by conspiracy theorists. who insisted that he knew something nefarious about the assassination. As one of the very few people who knew Oswald well, de Mohrenschildt was about to be re-interviewed by the House Select Committee on Assassinations. However, there's not a single hint of foul play connected with his death. In fact, in a strange twist, his suicide was actually caught on an audio tape that was taping a television program in the hotel suite where it happened. There's absolutely no indication of anything other than what it appeared to be, which was an old man suffering from dementia and depression who unfortunately ended his life.
I'm gonna see how to do it solo, I guess. And I have the cooking gauntlets equipped? Don't know. I am wearing the complete angler outfit, am I not?
You are a fake angler.
I'm missing the boots, or I'm not equipped with the boots. Okay, I'm gonna forfeit this match then.
This guy forgot his boots.
I did forget my boots, I guess. Yeah, there they are, right there. Alright. Well, let's try this again. Oh, I still need a hammer. Fish. You've completed a hard combat task. Why cook? And a medium combat task. The lone angler.
Hmm. You don't appear to be doing any combat, though.
He's the boss. I beat him up.
Hmm.
All right. So that was stressful, but it was good. I did it solo. Nice. Temporost. So now I think that was everything except something that's going to be easier to do in a group, which is touch both ships. That's kind of fun. Okay. Now let's grab my hammer and a bucket. I don't think. I feel like that wasn't any faster than doing a mass world, honestly. I mean, maybe it is, but I don't know. There it is. Oh, go. Brace yourself. I'm going. Going to the other ship. Abandoned ship. And then I'm going back. And I'm going back. I'm a crazed man.
How many times do you need to do this?
I just need to use both cannons. For my last Temperos combat achievement.
Wins pet.
Never, probably. Double fish. I'm gonna go grow some fish.
You're gonna grow some fish.
Yep.
That's illegal.
Oh no, I misread the combat achievement. I have to load both cannons on both ships. I'm running across again. How ridiculous. Alright, well, time to load the other cannon on this ship and then run across again. Okay. Got a few more fish. I was waiting for this to tether pole. Alright. Run, run, run! How do you do, fellow other ship people? I'm one of you. I've always have been. Got emoji.
Call the other ship, but not for me.
There we go. Fire in the hole. Achievement complete. Alright, this is going to be a pretty pathetic point scoring thing, but you know, it's almost like I had to go between two different ships twice because I'm an idiot and didn't read. It's almost like I'm an idiot. But that couldn't be.
Impossible.
Now I'm curious what the Winter Todd combat achievements are. They suck. And by they suck, I mean I have all of them? Most of them? Probably? Where is the toad? 7 out of 8.
You have none of them.
I'm missing one. I'm only missing Y Fletch.
Why, Fletch?
Oh, I see. You have to get. That's the. That's pretty much the solo achievement. You have to get a certain amount of points, which is probably not possible in a mass world. I could probably do the solo. Keep your eyes on the waves, boys. He zapped me. What are you sighing about?
Terrible rock models flying in the sky.
They're meatballs. Know the law. This guy hates meatballs.
That is not what a meatball looks like.
Big meaty balls. I wish I could hear fishy fishy. I'll never get an infernal pickaxe or infernal whatever it's called. Harpoon. Tempura still has like the best music. Makes me think of a pizza pie. Plus there's meatballs. Okay, maybe I start cooking until the double XP weekend. Where's the double XP thingy? Come on, show up. There it is. See, I think around 40 is when I need to go back up there. What the heck? I thought I had another bucket of water. Guess I didn't. Maybe I didn't fill both buckets of water?
So that's mysterious? I mean, what's supposed to have happened here? Somebody broke into his hotel room and killed him and made it look like suicide? Where's the evidence of that? There's absolutely none. In any event, de Mohrenschildt knew Oswald in 1963, and anything additional that he knew about him which he hadn't already told the Warren Commission in 1963, he had an additional 14 years to tell the world about, and he didn't. These conspirators aren't too competent, are they, if they wait 14 years to whack somebody to prevent information from coming out that the victim otherwise had all the time in the world to tell. So, material witnesses did not die of unnatural causes. It's just an urban legend. It didn't happen.
Why cook?
Whenever anyone talks about the JFK
Why Fletch?
assassination, believers in a conspiracy invariably bring up a handful of kooky so-called witnesses who have told wild stories about what they think they saw on the day of the assassination. These witnesses' stories all suffer from the same defects. They were first told years after the assassination, they've changed radically over time, and they're all from what you might call unreliable narrators. I'm just going to go ahead and call them clown witnesses. One of these is a man named Virgil Hoffman, who suffered from a birth condition that made him unable to hear or speak. In 1967, 4 years after the assassination, Hoffman approached the FBI with a story that he had seen 2 men running away from the rear entrance of the Texas School Book Depository right after the assassination. However, just 2 hours after giving this statement, Hoffman returned to the FBI to amend it. He said that in that 2 hours he'd been back to Dealey Plaza and he realized that there was a fence obscuring the view of the book depository from where he'd been standing. So he didn't really see this after all. 10 years later, in 1977, Hoffman contacted the FBI again to amend his statement. This time he said he saw the 2 men running away from the grassy knoll and that they had guns in their hands. 11 years after that, in 1988, when Hoffman was interviewed for the ludicrously false British TV special The Men Who Killed Kennedy, Hoffman changed his story yet again, adding that the FBI tried to bribe him to keep him quiet. Hoffman's own father told the FBI, quote, "Virgil Hoffman has been a deaf mute his entire life and has in the past distorted facts of events observed by him." The father stated that he did not believe his son had seen anything of value, end quote. Virgil Hoffman is just not reliable. In any event, we know that no shots could have come from the grassy knoll anyway, so clearly he could not have seen gunmen running away from there. Clown witness. Another clown witness is Jean Hill, who called herself the Lady in Red because she was caught in photos of Dealey Plaza wearing a red raincoat.
just about that time, we heard the sirens and everything began to pick up, and everyone was so excited. And as they came down, the motorcade came down the slope, we all got caught up in the thrill of we're going to see a president. And
she was one of the few witnesses at the time, 1964, who thought they heard shots coming from in front of Kennedy.
Why is the other ship on fire? What are they doing over there?
This was a
Guys, your ship's dying.
She also said that she saw a man running between the book depository and Elm Street, which she said, quote, "I am fully aware that his whereabouts have been known at all times, and that it seems that I am merely using a figure and converting it to my story, but the person I saw looked a lot like, I would say, the same general build as I think Jack Ruby would from that position," end quote. The grammatical errors in that were endemic to the quote. In 1986, 22 years later, Hill embellished her initial sketchy and uncertain statement by saying that the man she originally described as having the general build of Jack Ruby, even though she knew it could not have been Jack Ruby because his whereabouts were confirmed to be elsewhere at the time, now she says that it definitely was Jack Ruby, even though that's impossible. Then in 1989, 26 years after the assassination, she changed her story again, adding that she saw a muzzle flash, a puff of smoke, and the actual figure of a man holding a rifle on the grassy knoll. Hill admitted that her own husband didn't believe she'd seen any of this and in fact was sick of hearing about it. So again, shifting stories told for the first time years after the assassination, unreliable witnesses, and in any event, we know these events could not have happened because we know from all the physical evidence that no shots came at Kennedy from the front. So Jean Hill is a clown witness. Last one that I'll deal with, a woman named Julia Ann Mercer, who was depicted in Oliver Stone's movie JFK. She gave a statement to police on the day of the assassination, November 22nd, that she was driving on Elm Street in Dallas and saw a green Ford pickup stalled partially up on the curb of Elm Street. She saw two men get out, and one of them had what appeared to be the size and shape of a gun case, though she never actually saw a gun. This was about an hour and a half before the assassination. Sounds suspicious, right? Well, until you see the testimony of a Secret Service agent, Forrest Sorrells, who testified that the Secret Service knew all about this truck that had stalled on the street, and in fact they were trying to clear it to get it off the motorcade route, so it in fact belonged to a construction company. Well, in 1983, 20 years after the assassination, Julia Ann Mercer changed her story. While talking to an assassination author, she claimed that the two men in the Ford truck were Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby, even though the whereabouts of both of them at that time were proven to be elsewhere. These are all clown witnesses. They can't have seen what they said they saw. What they said they saw changed over many years, and what they said they saw can't have been real because we know that the facts indicate otherwise. Remember the bank robbery analogy. The statements of the clown witnesses are like the claims that somebody saw Jake at the bar the moment that we know for sure he was robbing the bank. For whatever reason, a lot of reasons, it's clear that these witnesses and statements are entitled to no credibility because the totality of the rest of the evidence indicates that they cannot be correct. The next major issue to deal with, we are getting toward the end here, thank God, is the House Select Committee on Assassinations. This was a panel set up by Congress in the 1970s to reinvestigate the assassinations of John F. Kennedy in 1963 and Dr. Martin Luther King in 1968. You may have noticed I've cited a lot of HSCA documents in these videos. With regard to some subjects, the HSCA was more thorough than the original Warren Commission. Now, at first glance, it might seem highly problematic for my conclusion that Oswald acted alone to note that the HSCA final report on the Kennedy assassination, dated January 2nd, 1979, concluded the following, quote, "The committee believes, on the basis of the evidence available to it, that President John F. Kennedy was probably assassinated as the result of the conspiracy. The committee is unable to identify the other gunmen or the extent of the conspiracy, end quote. However, this is not the full story. The HSCA, which was established at the end of 1976, mostly as a result of renewed public interest in the assassination, thanks to the televising of the Zapruder film in 1975. Anyway, this commission was time and budget limited. As their investigation was running out of both time and money at the very end of 1978, they were finishing up their final report, which concluded that there was no conspiracy in the Kennedy assassination and that the Warren Commission had gotten it right the first time. That was what the original draft report, dated December 23, 1978, found. At the last minute, right as the investigation was finishing up, new evidence was brought to the HSCA regarding a tape recording, which was said to be a dictabelt recording from one of the police motorcycles in the presidential motorcade during the assassination. Two acoustics experts, Mark Weiss and Ernest Ashkenazi, testified that they had analyzed this tape and found a, quote, statistical probability that certain sound waves captured on the tape corresponded to gunshots, and that there were 4 of them, not 3. Based on this testimony alone, a slight majority of the panel altered their conclusion to what appeared in the final report, and several members of the panel dissented because they didn't buy the acoustic argument. That is literally all they had to go on. I should add that the sound waves on the tape that experts said corresponded to gunshots were not really recognizable to the human ear as the sound of gunshots, so it's not exactly accurate to say that the tape recorded the sounds of 4 gunshots. There were a lot of other extraneous sounds on the tapes, crackles of static and pops. After all, this was a crude dictabelt recording from the early 1960s. Now, the story of this acoustics evidence is very, very long and also super interesting. It's not printed in the main body of Bugliosi's book, and I think it should have been. Instead, it's in the endnotes, which in the book were originally published in 2007. They came on a CD-ROM that was attached inside the back cover, and you can see that I already lost mine. Fortunately, I saved the file on my computer, and I believe it's also available online. Here's the story on that tape. It was believed that one of the radio microphones on a policeman's motorcycle in the motorcade had become stuck in the open position and inadvertently recorded several minutes of audio, including the time span of the assassination. The tape was believed to be genuine, and the HSCA counsel that was most behind the tape evidence thought he knew exactly which policeman in the motorcade had done it. To make a very long story short, the HSCA conducted a fascinating audio reconstruction of the assassination in Dealey Plaza with various microphones and a test shooter in the school book depository and another one on the grassy knoll. The purpose of this reconstruction was to provide a baseline to figure out which sounds on the tape were extraneous, crackles, static, or backfires from auto engines or whatever, so that the experts could more easily isolate what might have been gunshots. The results were very confusing, to say the least, but the acoustical experts testified at the last minute, at the end of 1978, that there was a 95% probability that there were 4 shots, one of which came from the grassy knoll area. But because no one in the limo had been hit by shots from the front, that 4th shot had to have missed completely. So just as the committee was going out of business in January 1979, they hastily changed their final report, which otherwise identified not a single shred of evidence of a conspiracy, to claim that there probably was a conspiracy because a majority of the members were persuaded that 95% probability analysis of the tape meant that there had to have been a 4th shot. This seems like kind of a half-assed conclusion, but they simply had no time to investigate further, and in any event, they were out of money. In 1980, while there was already a lot of second guessing and controversy about this acoustics issue, a rock band drummer from Shelby, Ohio, named Steve Barber, listened
Bernie
to
had
a
questions for you
cardboard
about tools.
record of the Dictabelt
Back.
recording, which was included in a special 1979 issue of Gallery magazine, a softcore porn magazine, which included in that issue a spread on the assassination. Now, listening to this very crude dupe of the tape, Barber picked up several voice transmissions in the background that could only have been picked up after the assassination had occurred, specifically cops on other channels reacting to what had happened in Dealey Plaza. But the key thing was, these faint voices, which amazingly hadn't been noticed by anyone before, came on the tape before the section where the acoustics experts told the HSCA the shots were. There were other clues too that the tape came from a different motorcycle than the one the HSCA council thought it was. Specifically, it seemed more likely that it was a three-wheeled police motorcycle stationed around the trademark, which was Kennedy's destination, rather than a two-wheeled motorcycle in the actual presidential motorcade. A new acoustical analysis was done on this infamous tape by 12 scientists working for the National Research Council. This time they focused on the question of whether Steve Barber was really hearing police crosstalk in the background or whether that was some sort of audio illusion. They concluded that Steve Barber was absolutely right. So in a follow-up report released in 1982, the National Research Council concluded that the tape was not made at the time of the assassination, but a minute or so after, that it was not in Dealey Plaza, but somewhere else, and that whatever those sound waves were that the acoustics experts thought were gunshots in 1978 were in fact something else. Now remember, but for that acoustic stuff that slid in at the last second as the HSCA was out of time and money, the draft HSCA report, the one dated December 23rd, 1978, would have been the final one, and it concluded that the Warren report's conclusions, were correct, and that there was no evidence of a conspiracy. The acoustic evidence was the sole basis on which they changed the conclusion at the last minute. Once that acoustics evidence was discredited, that means that the rest of the HSCA's investigation, which did not find a single shred of evidence for conspiracy other than the discredited acoustics issue, that means that they got it right. There was no conspiracy, no fourth shot, and Oswald acted alone. So there you have it. what the House Select Committee on Assassinations got wrong, which was the hasty final conclusion based on the bogus acoustics evidence, and what they got right, which was everything else, and which completely agrees with the Warren Commission, and in fact even expands our certainty that they originally got it right back in 1964. I don't see how anyone can argue with this, but somebody out there will probably find a way. Although it's a bit passé now, one major piece of media that influenced a lot of people that there was a conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy was a truly terrible 1988 British-made TV documentary series called The Men Who Killed Kennedy. This little piece of trash was especially corrosive on my as-yet undeveloped brain. I used to believe that there was a conspiracy in the JFK case, and it was this show that convinced me. It was broadcast in the US on where else? The History Channel, poorly named. But anyway, this was before Oliver Stone's movie came out in 1991. The Men Who Killed Kennedy is an awful, awful show. It was so bad, and its conclusions so libelous and false, that the British government, through its independent broadcasting authority, required the company that produced it to tape another show debunking it less than a month after its original airing. And the producer of the show, Nigel Turner, was publicly censured by the British Parliament. Now, that is pretty extreme. A show so completely false that the government requires you to make another show debunking it. And lest you think that that's just censorship, there's a good reason why this was done, which I'll explain. The central claim of The Men Who Killed Kennedy is that the US Mafia, wanting to whack Kennedy, hired 3 French hitmen to start blasting away at him in Dealey Plaza. The man who the show claims fired the fatal shot, from the grassy knoll naturally, was named Lucien Sarti, who conveniently died in 1972 and wasn't around to refute the show. As for the other 2, the French government, outraged at the show, within 2 days of its airing in October 1988, produced records to prove that one of the alleged French hitmen was in prison and the other was serving in the military at the time. And Sarti, the grassy knoll gunman, supposedly, was also in prison on November 22, 1963. This incredible fish story was cooked up by a Hollywood screenwriter, Stephen J. Revell, who later turned up in the 90s after his reputation had been shredded by the disastrous Men Who Killed Kennedy. Anyway, he later turned up in the 90s as a screenwriter for Oliver Stone's film Nixon, which also traffics in conspiracy theories, although not as overtly as his JFK movie. Revell disavowed most of his own theory once the refutations came out. He said, quote, "I believe Sarti was involved, but apparently I was wrong on the..."
Grab streaming some Splatfest, apparently.
Yep.
I'll watch him. Commercial break in progress. Thanks, Twitch. You're making me regret this. I literally can't get past the pre-roll.
Oof.
I mean, it just like keep freezing.
This all new Aria?
Okay, there we go. At least I got an ad this time.
Yeah.
Just give me the ad.
389 horsepower.
all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast
It's electric.
with an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
Grab's winning some Yachi, boy. Yachi. Why aren't you splatting fast, Alan? Don't you love money?
I don't know.
Money. How's the energy already so low? Just go back and finish this one. Bam, 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 bam. Wait. I think that's how it sounds, right?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, they're basically King Zorus.
True.
Yeah, I wouldn't lie to you. I wouldn't lie to you about the 800 scorpions.
You might, just, as a laugh.
I wouldn't laugh about scorpions.
Haha, there's definitely not 800 scorpions in that box I'm giving you. I think you do that.
Look. Look. Don't worry about it.
What if I don't want a box with 800 scorpions in it?
You're not given a choice.
Hmm.
Local man just wants 10x's, but the game won't give him any. Krabs and a Hotlantis assistant manager. Where's Hotlantis? Why is it so hot?
Hotlantis is the shop that gives you the battle pass and locker goods.
Why is it so hot?
Because it's the stuff that is hot beats. Yeah, I wonder if that's a contributing factor of why I don't play that much Splatoon anymore.
What?
They should really fix that. He just got someone DC'd.
Oh, and then the match just ends?
Yeah. It's just annoying one way or another, and sometimes it happens to you for no good reason.
Happens to you because no one wants to play with dumb old Stinky Talon.
What the heck?
I'll tell you the truth even if no one else will.
Joke's on you, already know I'm bad.
I didn't say you're bad. I said you're dumb and stinky. You have not refuted a single thing I said. Dumb Stinky Talon.
Maybe you're dumb and stinky.
Maybe, but that doesn't make you not dumb and stinky.
You're mean. Mean!
Look, somebody's gotta bully you. Think of what the world would be like if no one bullied Talon.
Gonna go hang out with Pat, he's not mean to me, he's just drunk.
He's mean and drunk.
He's mean to you, maybe.
too late? No, I'm never too good at this game. More fish! More fish! More fish! Whoops. I should need more fish. I forgot. These bastards. Bow now! Bow now! Bow now! Oh, why am I talking to the guy? Climb. Climb. Send me back in, coach. Where's my double XP weekend? There it is. Click on the double XP weekend.
The heck double XP weekend are you getting?
Double fish spot weekend. In Tempera, sometimes there's double fish spot. And by sometimes I mean at regular intervals. It's not random.
Hmm.
It's random if you actually will get double fish. Other side, your arena's on fire. You guys might want to fix that.
Eh.
Okay. Double XP fish spin! I don't even know what I just said.
It's bubbling. If you were bubbling.
Why is the Athena singer singing this
No.
song?
Is she?
Yeah, there's a part where it goes, "Ah!" It's freaking yodeler Athena the singer. Listen.
Will the world tremble?
Yes. Oh, maybe it doesn't repeat. No, it makes sense if it doesn't repeat. Seems how the song would work.
Yeah, I think it like starts at the last 30 seconds or whatever.
Minute.
Minute.
Doesn't know how to count. No wonder he's bad at
You think I was
Splatoon.
paying that much attention?
Crab's getting wrecked.
That's what happens when you do it for money.
What would you do it for? Love? Pathetic.
I am making the joke.
That's a bleeding art. I mean, I know you ain't doing it for fame. You're not that cringe. You have to wake up pretty cringy in the morning to do it for fame.
This is true.
Why is Crab using a toilet?
It's the bucket.
That is clearly a toilet. Got the drain in the bottom. It's like a urinal. It's weird. So it's weird. That's all I'm saying. It's weird. This was a good Temperos match. I'm gonna get like 5,000 points nearly. For a quick mass world, that's solid. Oh, I am gonna get 5,000 points. I didn't think I was actually gonna get there. It's free if I can get there. Crab shooting balls. So I'm guessing the pink is love? I'm not sure what else it would be.
I think that's a safe assumption.
I don't know why money isn't green. Maybe fame is green with envy.
Fame was looking a little greenish, yeah, on the whatever.
Oh, I guess it's supposed to be gold. That's probably why he's.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I'm guessing not everyone's money is green, so.
Everyone's money is green. How dare you? Because the United States is everyone!
It's a shame their ink isn't, like, actually gold. That'd be a lot better.
Yeah, it seems like they should have that. They should have the technology to make it metallic looking. But then you'd have metallic silver and that would just look like cum. They would never make ink look like cum.
I mean, they could go with, like, a yellow, though. If they didn't want to have to do, like, metallic colors. Like, the shade of orange just isn't right, honestly.
And I ain't right.
Okay, I'm not sure he... Oh, no, he did lose that one. God dang.
Skill issue. I like that menacing pose of that second inkling.
The one that was dabbing?
No, the one that
Or I
had
guess
its
the one
hands
before
out.
that.
I didn't see if it. I mean, maybe it dabbed beforehand. I didn't really see.
The one of them was dabbing at the end, but that was like that might have been like third. It depends on which direction you're going from.
I read left to right.
Well, the second. Okay, but they appeared right from left. So the second one that showed up is the.
Oh yeah, it was third. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, fine. I got confused by the superior Japanese way of numbering inklings. The ancient Japanese way of inkling characterization.
To be fair, that is goofy. They appear in one order, and then you look at them at the screen, left to right. Friggin'. Absolutely, Japan did this. Also, yeah, Team Fame does not seem particularly popular.
Well, who would choose fame over love or money? And somebody's like, no, I need to be famous. Frickin'
There
girl attitude.
Those people are out there, but yeah, I can't imagine it's not many of them.
Yeah, there's no
Fame
way.
is usually an avenue to the other two.
I would think so, right?
You would think, yeah.
Crab splatted a peninsula. Cockhead Shrine. Why cook, though?
Why Fletch?
Because no one wants to level fletching the normal way. It's the real reason that I found out. I've resorted to using my kingdom to get me maple logs that I can fletch so I do not have to get them myself.
Maybe Fletching should stop sucking.
Fletching is literally... I mean, it's up there with construction that's money sink the skill, but fletching is money sink the skill that isn't good like construction, because construction at least
Construction
gives you
things, yeah.
Yeah. Like, fletching gives you things, but all the stuff you actually want is really high levels. And, like, I don't want to use my, I don't want to use my limited, like, weekly XP things on fletching, so I have to make sure it isn't my lowest skill. It's a burden. 3, 2, 1. Okay, fish cooked. Let's go Fletch. I mean, drop them off.
Crab does not seem to be going past halfway on the map.
He's playing D. He's nuts. He's a defensive crab. It's a crab in a bucket. Literally, or he's a crab with a bucket, I guess. Did they win?
I would say yes.
Looks like it. Pretty decisively.
One of the enemy team at least tried for a late game, get some late game victory going, but the rest of his team was not doing so hot.
Completed a quest, Troll Romance.
So I will say money does have best character attached, so.
Which one? Brown?
Blue.
Alright, Talon, are you ready to not get any spaghetti? But get some good, good cooking XP? Probably, hopefully, maybe?
This guy's fishing up his fish rewards.
Yeah, I thought I would get 50 and see how much good stuff we get from that. 9 soaked pages. Wow, I love soaked pages for the water tome I don't have.
You tried having a water tome.
No. 323
Curious.
steel nails.
You can build a house with those.
I might have to go more. I'm not getting as much food as I thought. So I had like a few hundred tuna, 100 or 200 lobsters. Some nice casual food. Okay. I'm like so unlucky with these uniques, I think. Yeah, I think I'm screwed, basically.
This guy's used up all his RuneScape luck getting that ring. It's time to stop, it seems.
Fish barrels 1 out of 400, which I don't have. Tackle boxes 1 out of 400, which I do have. Tome of Waters, I guess that's 1 out of 1600. Dragon harpoons 1 out of 8,000. Okay. Well, maybe I'm not as unlucky as I thought I was. See what's in
Nope,
these
your
baskets.
RuneScape luck is dried up. It's time to stop.
True.
Ooh, nice double kill.
Yeah, I think we'll do 50 more points, maybe. Oops, I punched a seagull. As one
Oh,
does.
the seagull probably deserved it.
It definitely did, 100%. Alright, let's, collection log. I've claimed 592 permits, and I've gotten 1 out of 400 uniques. I guess that's not the worst. Luck? It's not good luck. Because I think the fish barrel is better than the tackle box. The tackle box stores a lot more stuff than I would have thought, actually. the heck? I'm fishing too many things. Yo, crab fish bumped. But I haven't revealed my reason for needing all these fish, because it's time for the grand snake potting. Because I have enough levels to make an altar in my house to let me switch spellbooks, but it needs a scepter. Or rather, I can make any altar to switch to the different spellbooks, but the only one that's like really useful is the one to switch to the thing that you have to go to the freaking pyramid for. It's 8 million miles away. Everything else is pretty close by a teleport. So I really want that in my house. And they gave me a Dust Devil task, which means I need to switch spellbooks. But what if I didn't until I built the thing that lets me switch spellbooks at my house? I'm a genius. Almost 75 fishing pushes salmon out of the set and starts getting like sharks.
So it's time to do temper us until 75 and then pick up all your rewards.
Yeah, the only problem is I'm level 71. I'm almost 72, but it's a lot of temperos. God dang.
I take it there's no better way to level fishing at this point either?
There are a few ways. Plus, I would be getting more Temperos XP if I stopped cooking fish. I need to I need to compare. Like two ticking tuna and swordfish is not actually that hard. It would probably be quite a bit faster.
Ring system.
Let me see how many reward permits I get by just going max fishing. Care about that. That was a lot fewer permits. Well, we won't worry about it now. Let's just get 50 permits doing the normal way, and then not cash them in, because we got enough to do quite a bit of pyramid plunder without it. And maybe we'll just get our scepters right away. Wouldn't that be swell? What's my cooking level anyway? Oh, just 70, wow.
I'm friggin' muted this whole time.
What?
I was gonna ask why Crab has Squid Sisters in his thing, but I'm guessing he's got the other town or whatever.
Wait, why is he watching? What's he doing?
He took care of... I guess maybe he's gonna stop, I don't know. He checked his mystery, or his hot Battle Pass rewards. He started watching this.
Maybe he's AFK or something?
I think you have to hold the button down for this, though.
Maybe he's just having fun.
Also, their outfits light up.
They do. Light up leggings. You probably get very hot. Hotlantis.
I guess we're back to,
Look, he just wanted to see
Actually
his
playing.
ladies, okay? He just wanted to see his gals.
apparently.
Those girls are roommates.
This is true-ish? They definitely were. I don't know if they still are. I don't keep up on the Splatoon lore personally.
No, roommates.
No, that's the Splatoon 2 girls.
I doesn't think the Splatoon 1 girls are roommates.
They're cousins actually, so.
I don't know what that means.
Don't you though?
How can he have Callie and Mary doing the Splatfest when there's 3 teams? Who was Team 3?
I think the normal people still run the Splatfest. I'm guessing he just
Who was
goes
Team
to
3?
other town because, you know, why not?
Who was Team 3? You're not answering my question.
Team 3 is not them. It's not them.
It's not him.
I'm gonna use that much fuel just hopping around a few times there.
This guy doesn't have good economy. Good fuel economy.
My fuel economy's fine, but I think I used up a bunch of extra by catching where that mission was at a bad time. Oh well. Derelict ships. Yeah, nothing here. What if you were the desert world Big Ping?
I'd be small.
Wrong.
Yo guys, what's going on? I hope you're doing fantastic. I know I'm doing great. And today we're going to go over the quickest, easiest way to start 2-tick harpoon fishing in Piscarilia. And right before we get started guys, almost 70% of my viewers are not subscribed. You can help me out extremely by just smashing that sub button. I'm out here grinding content for you.
Oh,
Just
what we
wanna
got
say quick
here?
thanks for 100 subs. I'm just getting started and it really
Another
means a lot.
mortar
And at
station.
1,000 subs, the giveaways are going to start. Let's get into the video. Alright, for those of you that care, 2-tick harpoon fishing is actually going to be the fastest XP we can get to 99 fishing, but I recommend waiting until 71 to start and doing barb fishing beforehand, and it's also the fastest way to get yourself the heron pet, which is absolutely sick. For the gear and inventory, extremely simple. Let's bring the angler's outfit if you have it, and your best in slot harpoon, preferably the crystal harpoon. In addition, we're going to want to bring runes for any low-level curse spell. And we're going to want to be wielding a bow, but with no ammunition. Lastly, and optionally, you can bring any 1-tick item. We are going to be fishing in Piscarilia, like I said earlier. The fastest way to get here is going to be the Fisher's Flute teleport on Corette's Memories. Make sure you complete the Queen of Thieves. And if you don't have this unlocked, you can always take a boat to the port. You can come from the city, come from the castle. There's a bunch of different ways to get here. Before we get into it, let's go over to menu entry swapper in our plugins. Go to object swaps and make sure that we have harpoon checked on. And if you'd like, you can head over to the plugin hub section of the plugins. We can search for drop and install left click dropper. Once it's installed, we can then find it, open the settings, and type in raw swordfish and raw tuna. Thanks to the plugin, we can drop these items with one click and without shift. Alright, I think we're ready to get into 2-tick harpoon fishing. Now that we're here, I'm actually going to go to the rats and click tag all because we need 2 of them to start doing our fishing. And this is what we brought our runes for. We don't want to kill them, they have 2 HP. We're just going to cast a spell and get their attention. Once both rats are aggroed on us, we're going to want to walk them over to the fishing spot. It's kind of hard to describe what we have to do, but you kind of just mess around and walk around with it a little bit. Here's how I set it up, and the goal here is we want them in a line 1 tile away from our fishing spot. And then once you have this set up, we're going to wait for a hit splat to appear on our character and then walk under that rat. And this should set it up perfectly. You'll know it's set up correctly when you have a hit, a gap in between, a hit, a gap in between. If your hits at any point are stacking up on your character, it is set up in the wrong way. We're not ready to 2-tick harpoon fish, but if you're new to tick manipulation or just want some help, you can always turn on the metronome plugin in the plugins. Simply put, to start 2-tick harpoon fishing, we're going to click once per game tick, once on the fishing spot, and once to cancel it. Personally, I think the easiest way is to click the water next to the fishing spot, but you also could do any 1-tick action you prefer. This is an example of me fletching darts in between game ticks that I'm fishing. And in this clip, my 1-tick action is dropping the fish, and I'm also using a metronome here. That is about it. We have made it to the end of that is all there is to it. Thank you so much if you made it this far. Be sure to leave a like if you enjoyed. Hit subscribe if you want to see more content like this. I'm uploading daily. And you can smash that naughty bell if you're a beast. I appreciate you. Thanks for 100 subs. And I'm out of here. Later.
Where's my double XP spot? Where are you? Show up. There it is. Crab's a money ruler. He rules money. Fishing 72.
Does that make you the fish ruler?
No.
Send help.
Who are we sending help to?
That person's name was Send Help.
Oh. Let me get to hit this thing. Yes. Oh no, he splatted KK Slider. Animal Crossing will never be the same. Cross the run crab. Crushed. When's Crab getting a 10x or 100x or billion x?
Not soon enough.
Oh, that time he had a Power Ranger squid. Stupid.
We're back.
Oh, whoops. Trick, underbuild. Oh well, could have been worse. Couldn't have been much worse, but worse. What if you had to eat Freef? Thank you for unmuting to do that.
You're welcome.
If I had to eat Freef alone, I don't know what I would do. enough. Grab is making it rain. Explain the rain in Spain.
No.
But
Don't wanna.
fine. Keep your secrets.
I will.
What if you e-freefed? Hypothetically.
I think we answered this question already. I thought.
Yeah, but what if it happened again?
Ah, I can't take it.
Too much freef.
Too free.
Such lust for freef. What would you do if you were a spirit angler, though? Would you catch a squid or a kid?
I'd probably catch some weird fish and shoot it at a giant water elemental.
Yeah, do you think we could shoot the squids at those?
I think the squids would shoot it, actually.
So you're saying using them as ammunition might not be the best use of them?
Probably not.
Oh.
If you could use the dancing fisherman there as ammo, I don't think anyone would miss that.
We couldn't possibly.
Like, I don't know what he's dancing for.
We beat him! We beat Timberos! Woo! That's why.
You gonna tell me they aren't always sitting there dancing, though?
Yes. He's shouting instructions. Like, watch out for Mamma Mia meatballs. Mamma Mia! Meatballs! Got a haircut. Keep wondering where all my hair went. Where'd it go? Where is she? My hair.
Where's what?
My hair. Where did my hair go? It's gone.
It's on your head, you goofball.
No, I got cut.
Your US hair is right there, I don't see any problems.
He's not dancing. He's just chilling. More fish! Yelling at us.
He did, that's dancing right there, I saw it.
No, that's like throwing up your hands in the air,
It's a form of dance.
like you just don't care.
Every time your camera's hit on him, he starts dancing too.
He's just passionate. It's like Pat.
Look at that dancing. Didn't you decide not to cook? Why cook?
No, I decided I would try it, and it gave me like 2 permits instead of 5. And that's like, oh.
Yeah.
Well. My objective is to get more fish, and then it is not wise to get less permits. Look at that efficient double. Oh my god, the boat's on fire. Freaking somebody put that goddamn thing out. Okay.
What's the worst that could happen?
Somebody put the boat out, you loonies!
Just don't stand in the fire, it'll be fine.
The fire spreads. The fire rises, Bruce. But I don't want to get off the good spot. Okay, fine. Oh, BS. I got greedy. I paid for my greed. Oh, what the frick? Double spot. I haven't learned anything. I've paid nothing for my greed. Greedy to grin. Greed is good. That's what I've learned. Grab, drink a soda.
Delicious. That person has a quest point cape. What a god. Zombie Bob, the god. The zombie god. Wow, how did that work? Alright, one more match. Oh, we cook some fish while we eat IRL.
think. What are you laughing at?
Nothing important.
Says laughing at dancing fishymen. Splat Fiesta is about to end.
It's about that time.
What time does it end?
Something like that. Whenever the reset is, which is soonish.
Because like I would know what a reset is.
It resets on Japan time, so.
Man, remember when we had Japan time? Good times.
I remember when we had Japan time. Was it good time? I guess it depends on what Japan time you're talking about.
Smash Bros.
No, yes.
Every night's Japan time. Whether it's gonna be a screenshot of just the generic game or announcing Sanic, no one knows. Could be anything. Japan time was a magical time. Ooh, double fish, double McFish. Crabber out of egg, go no. Boat's on fire, guys. Boat's on fire, guys. Okay, thank you.
It's not on fire enough.
$52 permits. Tuna fish. Did you know you can't tuna piano, but you can tuna fish? It's true, the piano tuner told me his job was a lie. Wake up, sheeple. He actually tunes fish for a living. Bet you didn't know that. Man was not made to not tune fish. I think it's in the Bible, it says that. Oh! This batch of tuna finished cooking! Grab another batch and then go back to preparing my food in real life. This is multi-food drifting.
Hello?
Hello, it's me! I'm behind you with the knife! Oh no!
Oh no. Use this mirror to deflect the knife.
Ah!
That was actually so bad.
Yeah,
It's
that.
so bad.
I don't think that ever, like, any mechanic like that ever comes up again. Either.
Okay, good, because that was not fun.
No, it was like, the timing was bad too, from what
Yeah.
I remember. Like, it didn't make sense.
Yeah. 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 I've actually did a lot of the free-to-play stuff. I haven't. You can't finish one of the gang stuff because you gotta like split the receipt with someone.
What? No, you can do that.
Oh, it's solo? How?
Yeah. No. So Iron Man can do that part. Which gang did you pick?
The Phoenix gang?
Oh, okay. I'm the other one, so I can help you do that
Oh.
actually.
Sick.
Yeah, that's like the one exception because it's made to have 2 people. There's
well-
one later quest that also like uses the same gangs, so I can help you with that as well.
Oh, because it says you're supposed to trade the certificate with someone else.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you like use it on them instead. But yeah, it does involve another person still.
Oh. I just finished the Black Fortress.
Hello? No
that's
racial.
what I was
No
looking-
racial. No racial.
I just finished the
Colorless fortress.
yeah.
The multi-racial fortress. You
I
put
know.
you chucked a cabbage in the witch's
I did, yeah,
stew?
it's hilarious actually. They're like, oh, we're making the Giga Potion of Hell.
Did you? I remember that cutscene being really weird too. It's like the cabbage falling in slow mo or something.
Yeah, it falls in slow-mo into the pot, and then like, I think it's supposed to like show that it's exploding,
Yeah.
but it doesn't portray that really well. So
No,
it kind of grows
Yeah,
a little bit.
that's
and it's
that's
just weird.
definitely the charm of this game. Is like
These cutscenes are
yeah.
wild. Yeah, these cutscenes are wild. These in-game cutscenes.
And I think it's amusing that you noticed like, oh hey, this quest was better. It's like, yeah, they made it a couple years back instead.
Yeah. Some of the quests were like more, I don't know, more fantasy-like, but some of these are just like very silly or like.
No, I
really
think
weird.
most of those are from like RuneScape 1. Like,
Ah.
yeah, like before this game even existed. Because like it's weird, they apparently just like when they made the 3D engine that this is in, they like ported all of the content from the like 2D game they had before into it, which is like bizarre to me.
It's strange.
I don't even know. I can't even think of another example where anyone's ever done that. But
I don't
yeah.
know. I have like out of all the free-to-play quests I have left, I think it's like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, 5 after.
Dang, this guy's
5
fly.
after.
You're flying.
5 after I hand in this Black Knight stuff. Yeah.
It's flying. Yeah, I mean Dragon Slayer is definitely the capstone of free to play. That's when
Yeah.
I finished Dragon Slayer, then I was like, I'm rewarding myself with membership because that was
Membership, yeah.
fun enough.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the thing I like about it, and it's still the case, like even where I am, is like I like looking at the level up table for skills and seeing what the next cool thing is, and being like, oh, I could get that eventually.
Wait, what do you mean?
I don't know how much you've been using the wiki.
Zero basically.
Oh, okay, but like you can go just look at like the level up table. Here's like craftings
Level
and
up
see what you unlock at what levels, or like what you need for.
Oh, I see what you're
Quest.
saying. Like the next threshold to yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I get what
Like
you're
for a long time, level 80 was Dragonstone amulets, and I really wanted one of those because that's like a whole new tier of like teleports, because you can enchant them and like you can reuse it. So it's like, oh yeah. So I got to 76 and then used a boost to get to 80, and now that was done. But now I'm like, oh man, it sure would be nice if I got to freaking 89 for C9
true.
Reeks.
You're getting there, yeah.
Well, and right now, like, I was running out of food, so I was playing the fishing minigame to get more food. And then I was, like, looking at the rewards for the fishing minigame that I was playing, and I was like, oh, man, if I was at 76 fishing, I would stop getting the crappy rewards and only get good ones. So now I want
I
to
see- I
get
see what you're
4
saying.
more fishing levels.
I get what you're saying.
But I'm doing, yeah, and you get into, like, all these chains, because I wanted fish so I could have more food, so I could do thieving, because you get hurt a lot while you're trying to steal. And, like, I wanted to get something from thieving, but then I got distracted by fishing.
Yeah, I hear you. It kind of loops itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all connected in cool ways.
I found out the other day, Red works for Jagex, which is funny.
No way, really?
Yeah, Yahweh, yeah.
that's insane.
I don't know what he does, but it apparently works there. Yeah, it's funny.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I thought they were all British.
I don't know, man.
Small world.
I know he lives like maybe outside of New York, but there's like some sort of maybe there's like an office somewhere there.
Yeah, maybe, or they maybe do remote stuff now. Maybe it happened
Yeah.
during like COVID or something.
Pop.
Hmm?
Pop.
Pops. Shoot up. Do you want me to do the Shield of Rav thingy with you?
Oh yeah, I'll do that right now. I just gotta run over there. I'm in what's this town? Man, I fucking hate this world map shit. So bad. Some of the stuff is obviously so dated. Like some of the stuff is so dated.
What do you
I
mean?
don't like it.
Oh, just like how the world map works?
World map and then like I don't know how to do pins. Like I want to do like a pin and then it shows me on the minimap where to go or like the arrow towards it. Kind of like how the quest helper works.
Yeah.
But just for like my own marker. You
There
know
might
what
be
I
a
mean?
plugin. Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know.
In a sense, maybe like Zelda, right? You know how you put down the colored marker? Something like that. That would be nice. I just know, oh yeah, I want to run that way. Instead, I have to like click on
That's
this world
interesting.
map,
Yeah.
look, recenter myself so I'm going the right way. Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really done much. I think most of my basic skills are like 20. There was that one quest that gave me like giga smithing levels. That was weird.
Yeah. There's some quests that do crazy stuff with thing. Like when or if you actually pay, there's like a low-level quest called Tourist Trap, and literally everyone is like, it gives you 2 XP rewards at the end that you can put in a certain set of skills. If you do anything but agility, you're a moron, because it can take you from like 1 to 40.
Oh, holy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Alright, I finished cooking my tuna. Like, what do I need here? I need to... Shield of Wrath. Oh, frick. I cannot obtain it after completing the quest? Hold on, maybe I can get a half a certificate. I wonder if I destroyed it. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh! Let's see.
It's okay. I mean, what's even the reward for it?
I don't know, but it's a quest and it needs to be done.
You get 1 quest point and $600. It's literally it. I haven't done Demon Slayer. And then that's the last of my novice one.
Oh, I do have it. I kept it. Nice.
Oh no.
Alright, so...
Wait, so how did you do yours?
I got some rando to help.
Oh shit.
So
Man,
do you
I didn't
already
realize-
have half of the certificate?
I have 2 copies of one, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I gotta go get it though. I put it in my bank because I didn't want to carry it with.
Yeah, I can just teleport to Varrock in a second. Dude, my house just got... I did like 4 construction levels
You
yesterday.
have a house?
Yeah.
The fuck? I want a house.
I gotta pay. You gotta pay to
No,
win.
no.
Where the heck is my rune pouch?
What world should I go to?
Doesn't matter. You just tell me what world you're on.
I'm in 308.
Alright.
That's the second free-to-play one.
Yeah, you gotta switch to the PvP high-risk world. Meet me in the wilderness. I'll trim your armor. Oh, that's funny. I was in my house trying to switch worlds, and it's like, you can't do that while you're standing in your house. You can't go to a free-to-play one.
Oh.
Nah,
yeah,
but I'm in Varrock now.
Killing this imp.
Alright, so how do I do this?
You just drop it for me, I think, because we can't trade it. I think that's what the quest. Let me go back.
Where are you
Phoenix
at?
game-
At the bank?
I am. What is this? Like a courthouse, maybe?
Courthouse.
Yeah. I think so.
North of town or south of town? Wait, where are you? Like, relative.
I'm on the east side of town.
Okay.
Just straight east from the center. You'll see my rainbow boots.
Nice.
Maybe.
This guy got his money. Oh, there you are.
Oh, that's you, the green dot.
Yeah, I was just fishing, so I'm in my fishing gear.
Oh, I don't see you because I have people turned off.
I think I can use this on you? Yeah, drop my certificate for you to take.
Oh,
Did you get
sick.
it?
Yeah, I got it.
Now I think you just use them together. I am amazed I kept that. I really thought I would have gotten rid of it.
Oh, sick. See what?
Yeah, glad I could help.
I can't believe how convenient was that.
That
It
was
literally
really
just- yeah.
convenient.
Where am I going?
Museum, I
Sending
think,
me
right?
Into the castle, yeah.
Oh, the castle.
Oh, is this a museum right here?
Yeah, that's
Not-
the
Not a
museum.
courthouse. Yeah, it's a museum. I thought it was a
And
courthouse.
then the castle's over here. You can get in this side.
I sure wish I had more sprinting.
I've got a whopping 74 agility, baby! Oh yeah, and you do
Yeah.
have weight, so like, if you take off your armor, or like, put it, in the bank or whatever, you can run longer.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
The,
I'm very heavy.
The graceful gear, the like agility gear, is so good because it gives you like negative 40 weight.
Yo, that's kind of pay to win.
Yeah. Game's very pay to win. It's cringe.
We did it!
Nice!
34 quest points.
Let's look up this nerd stats.
Who, mine?
That's
Yeah,
26 mining, 31 smithing, sick.
Yeah, I haven't
14
really.
prayer?
Yeah, I haven't really done much.
Not quite a bit. Now only one rune crafting, cringe.
I have not. I have not touched. I have not touched magic or anything at all yet. I want to. I want to get those teleport skills.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I wanna
teleport
get the teleport
skills are
skills, yeah.
nice. But yeah, it's hard at the start because you don't want to pay for runes. It's understandable.
I read that you could like get free runes somewhere.
Yeah.
There's like a,
in
there's an NPC.
Lumbridge at the magic trainer.
Yeah, he just gives you some free ones like every hour or something.
Yeah, I think it's every half hour.
I don't know.
But yeah, you have to like if you have any in your bank, he gives you I think air and mind runes. But if you have any in your bank or on your person, he won't give them to you. So what you do is you drop them, right before you talk to him. You just drop them and then talk to him and then pick them back up. Cheat him.
Cheating.
Yeah, I did a little bit of that.
Okay, what? Demon Slayer. How hard is this? Defeat Delrith, level 27.
The worst part is that you have to walk by the druids. South of town. They're scarier than he is.
I think that's my last novice. I'll still have. I thought I finished this quest, but I want to go
Which one?
the Phoenix Gang one I just finished.
I don't think you must not have finished it. You probably have to go to the museum. Or no, wait. No, you receive your reward. It should be complete. Oh! Oh, you go back to the museum and talk to the historian and it'll give you a lamp. I think that's why.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you know what? I think I need to give them my fossils.
Is that a pay to win thing?
Yeah.
That's it.
There's like, the free to play is like 1/100th of the content in the game.
I was doing some mining. I finally finished that stupid below the ice mountain thing.
Mhm.
And I didn't realize the ore was on the fucking wall.
Oh yeah, in there, yeah.
Yeah. And then are those buffs like you buy them one time? Or is it like you burn the stuff on the Sacred Forge and then you can pay like 1,000 purple rocks.
Yeah, so it
Activate a
depends
buff.
on which buff. Some, like, the first ones, the cheap ones are temporary, and then, like, you can get rare item drops and stuff up in that area, and those are permanent. Yeah, that was actually the last thing I did in free to play. I got the Baronite Mace from there. I used it for quite a while actually, even after subbing, because it's like a rune. It's like a rune tier weapon.
Damn,
Just
so
pretty
you're
wild.
telling me I should go back?
I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but it didn't take me that long.
Yeah, I've been using that stupid bronze pickaxe forever. I just bought the
Yeah.
mithril.
Where's my fossils? Here they are. Oh. I'm not sure. I might not even be able to turn these in the in this world.
I don't know. Some of the stuff I don't know if I should be keeping. Like I have like all these weird hats. Like banana hat.
Where did you get the banana hat?
Where? I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, it must have been like one of those fucking NPCs that pop up behind you.
Oh,
Maybe
the
I did
random
one of his
events?
things. Yeah. Maybe I got it from him.
Could be.
Yeah. A camo top.
You bought it from Diego.
I bought it from Diego?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I did, yeah.
Yeah, the random event stuff, you don't really have to keep it. It doesn't do anything for you. Later you can put it away in your, like, house. All those, like, all the fun items you can just put away in your house.
Oh, okay.
When you, like, if you have one.
I have like... Okay, so the quest gave me like this weapon store key. Am I supposed to just toss it now? Or what? After I'm done. Like, I don't get it sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any reason you would need to keep the weapon store key.
I have like this regular key too. I don't know where I got that, but it was just in my inventory.
Yeah, most of the quest stuff I'll just drop, because you can usually get it back if you have to.
I see.
This is where, like, the wiki is helpful. Yeah, I mean, like, you can just get a new key by talking to Straven. I guess that's one of the quest NPCs, like, if you really needed it. But there's no reason to go back.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, my
Same
babe's
with,
a
like-
mess.
Same with like these talismans. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing with them.
Like,
Okay,
the Mind
air
Talisman? Yeah,
Yeah.
those are for rune crafting.
Oh, so I should keep them?
I would keep one of each, yeah.
One of each, okay. Yeah, I have something called a book.
Never
That
heard
was
of-
probably
never
a
heard of that.
quest.
Yeah, pretty much any book you can throw away.
I'm dropping this shit. Right, dude, some guy. This is why I hate. I was at the for one, I didn't know the fucking bank was in the castle on the highest floor. The map was telling me it was in this castle, and I just couldn't find it.
Oh,
At the beginning,
yeah.
Right,
hmm
and then
Yeah,
just
it
earlier
doesn't
when
it doesn't do good with floors.
and then earlier when I went, maybe like, it was like an hour ago, someone had dropped literally like 100 items, and it was just covering my screen. It was literally like, where's my loot filter? It was so bad.
That's
It's a-
RuneScape, baby.
It's actually so bad.
Oh yeah, and I guess it's relevant, and just in case you're worried about like other people taking your stuff. I mean, probably not right now, but like items that you drop are only able to be seen by you for like 2 or 3 minutes, and then they show up forever. Like your weapon store
Oh.
key just showed up on my screen.
Oh, gotcha. Cool.
So,
Interesting.
yeah, if you need to drop something for a little bit or like wait to pick it up, it's okay. Nobody can take it for, you know, some amount of time.
Right. Neat.
Because I was really worried about that when I started.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, like, your inventory gets so full so
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah.
Yo, I fucking Googled. I was like, is there any way to pick up or hold more ore? So I Googled it. I got sent to something called like an ore box. And I was like, how the fuck you get this ore box? Apparently it doesn't exist in this game. It exists in the other rooms.
Oh, yeah. You usually have to search OS, RS, old school
Yeah,
RuneScape.
fucking baited.
Yeah, the
They're
only
like, yeah, you can have a box that holds like 100. I'm like, yeah, I want that.
nah, the only thing you can do is get something to hold coal for you.
Cool.
But even that's you have to do a mini game for a little
I
while.
see.
The mini games are pretty good though. I think they're fun. I'm trying to think like which ones can you even do as free to play? I don't even know.
I don't know. I don't know what's considered a minigame in this game. Besides the random NPCs that fucking spawn behind you.
So you see that icon in the lower right that has like one person and then an arrow and then two people or whatever?
Grouping, yeah.
Yeah. The last tab on that when you open that is like I don't know if any of these are actually unlocked for you, but there's like teleports.
No,
Actually.
I
Oh,
see.
okay.
I see
you might
chat
have to-
channel, your clan, another clan, grouping.
Yeah, the grouping one. Is there
Oh, I
like a
see
drop down?
teleport. I click on it. Yeah, there is a drop down actually.
What is that? What actually shows up there for you?
Barbarian Assault, Blast Furnace, Castle Wars, Clan Wars.
Oh,
Are these
okay.
minigames?
It's showing all of them, but I know for a fact some of them you can't do as free to play, or at least most of
Oh,
them.
I see.
But
It
yeah,
doesn't say which one is and which one isn't.
yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you can't use the teleport, but like you might be able to teleport to Last Man Standing. That takes you to a place in the wilderness. It's great.
Yeah, I'll think about that.
Now the wilderness actually owns in sometimes. The place that Last Man Standing teleports you to. That's actually the teleport I got in my house yesterday. There's a thing in that little town. It's a town where nobody can attack you in the wilderness, and there's a pool there that restores your run energy, your HP, your prayer, all that stuff. So like I go there all the time,
Oh,
so I don't have
yeah,
to eat freaking food.
checks out. I think it's fishing time. I'm done with questing for now.
Heck yeah.
I did like 4 quests back to back. I am done with
Dude,
this shit.
fishing is the lifeblood of early game. Just need that food. Need them trouts.
I'm only level 5, so I think I can only do this net
Oh,
fishing at the
need
moment.
them shrimps.
Yeah, shrimp.
Shrimp.
I know there's a net here somewhere to give you one. Yeah. Net me up, baby.
Alright, well, how the heck does this stupid thing work? Fossils. RuneScape. Like, I just find myself just constantly Googling everything. That's like all I know how to do.
That's fair. Be right back.
Okay, I have enough mediums. Where am I trying to go? Oh, I have to go down another floor. Oh, I'll be right back as well.
You were disconnected from the server. No. Hey,
Hi, pretty.
what's up?
Oh, just about to dye my Power Ranger costume.
Oh, nice. What color? Purple. Green.
Purple.
Purple.
First time.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Did you watch any of the Pokemon this weekend?
Nope, I did not. I watched zero of it. I feel like I should though.
Should you though?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Having watched it, should you though?
you should definitely watch the Pokemon Go.
The Pokemon Go.
Okay,
Yeah.
do not do that at all.
Why? They had lightning fast reflexes.
Lightning fast phone rubbing action.
You know. I would say the Masters final was probably the best one. Sorry, not the Masters, the seniors. For VGC.
I don't even remember what happened for seniors.
That was the one where he literally read his opponent.
Oh, that's one of the ones that
entire-
went so fast because they just constantly read the opponent and
Yeah, it was crazy.
local opponent got owned.
Beep boop, I'm a robot.
No opponent. Wait, that was in the finals?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Who won it?
Japan. Japan won everything.
Oh yeah, good for them.
Well, they won
Japan won
the-
everything they participated
the
in.
video
They didn't participate
game.
in card
Everything in
games or Go.
VGC. Nobody listens to what I say.
You didn't say.
I said VGC.
Did you?
You might have
I did.
mumbled it. You might have mumbled it.
I didn't hear it.
Nar. Because someone started talking over me.
Sure.
Was it me?
I would never talk over you, Q. I respect you.
I would always talk over you.
I
too.
respect you and your tastes in things.
Same.
Wah.
And then MuEX won TCG.
Again.
Again.
What the fuck does Mew-X even do?
A
It
million
can
damage.
use attacks from Pokemon on the bench.
Oh, like the old Mew?
I guess.
Yeah, I think that like one of the old Mews did that. You just had to have the right energies for it.
I get the feeling that the Pokemon card game like cycles through its archetypes.
Yeah.
It kind of does, yeah. They reprint like the archetypes, but with just different Pokemon.
Well, like the next one is like Charizard, like old Charizard made good.
I can see that. Is that what they're doing with that dark?
Old Charizard
Charizard?
faithfully recreated.
Old Charizard faithfully recreated.
Thank you.
Oh baby.
The Masters TCG
Triple?
took
Yeah.
both games took like 40 minutes each.
Yeah,
And
it
then the
was
third
wild.
game was 7 minutes and then like sudden death. It was crazy. And did you see the new Terra type?
New Terra type? What does that mean?
There's a new Terra type. The thing they showed looks like it's every type.
Yeah, they showed something
What?
going Rainbow Terra type.
Yeah.
No, I did
But
not
you-
see. What the fuck?
They didn't show what it was, so it could just be a feature of the new legendary. Who knows?
They unveiled some new attacks. There's a damaging heal block move.
Cool.
There's priority fake out.
Ah, dang it.
Yeah.
So like if an opponent uses a priority move, then you can use fake out on them to go first and flinch them.
Alright, right back. I need to reset my
So you
computer.
can fake out the fake outers.
I mean,
see.
I think I would just describe it as an anti-priority move. Because it's not just for fake out, like it would apply to sucker punch.
Well, yeah, but it's fake out too.
Fake out 2.
Stupid. I'm stupid. I pushed the wrong button. Nar.
Fake out as well.
That's cool. I mean, priority moves are like kind of broken, honestly. With no.
Yeah, I think
And
the
then-
intention is to stop them.
Yeah.
And then Raging Bolt gets Electric Sucker Punch. Electric Special Sucker Punch.
Cool.
Oh, was it the juniors where the kid won using fissure?
No way. Really?
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, I think it was seniors.
Was it seniors?
Sick.
Yeah, clicked fissure and won.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was the day before. That was the night
No,
before. Maybe it wasn't.
no. It was in the finals. It was in the finals.
Gotta spin to win.
Planting more poison ivy, boss.
Oh, and Paradox Pokemon are coming to
They're
TCG.
coming. They're coming.
They're coming.
To
They're
TCG?
coming.
Yeah. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
There's ancient and future archetypes apparently.
Okay, when are they coming to Pokemon Unite though?
Dude, the next 3 Pokemon are gonna be Blaziken,
I
Mimikyu,
saw
and Meowscarada.
Coming.
Masquerada, yeah, 2 purples and 1 blue. I saw that one actually.
Blaziken might be fun. Instead of
Face.
instead of dunking the balls, it sky
Sure.
uppercut.
It's Shoryukens.
Yeah, which is funny.
I see.
I'm sure Mimikyu is somehow going to be Cancer. What did they even announce for Pokemon Go? Anything?
Pokemon go to the Pulse.
Yeah. I need 10 more.
10 more what?
10 more blue, special blue Aether Sand, and then I can upgrade my pickaxe.
Nice. I finally finished fucking crafting all the prerequisites for all the tools.
They're that annoying.
Yeah, it actually just takes forever.
Yeah, I definitely recommend doing one at a time.
No, I just made them over time. I just made them over time.
I see.
Because it's just white script blocked, right? And I don't want to craft white script items because I'm lazy as fuck.
Fair.
So every week I'll just make 1 tool because that's how much white script you're given.
You know, to sow corruption, you need a tool.
Oh wait.
Just in case you're curious. Royal Kakura Bean. So we got subbing for Dave. Is it red again?
Yeah, it's ready again.
Red again.
I think we're gonna clear tonight. Poor Dave.
Well, I mean, it's not like it.
Well, I guess we're not
matters,
real clearing. Yeah.
right?
It's funny because I actually messaged Dave earlier today. I asked him, "Hey, I know you're busy, but like, do you want to perhaps raid tomorrow if you can? Just like a short raid tomorrow, just so we have everyone together." And he says he might not be back till Wednesday.
Wow.
So I don't know what the fuck we're doing Tuesday.
T-Spin Tuesday.
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. So
Yeah, it'd be
might
especially
postpone-
awkward because it's like our last clear, right? Of 11.
It's our second last clear, I think. He doesn't need the clear. But
Well, I think everybody needs the books.
no. There's an extra twine that he could have.
Oh.
Yeah, so he doesn't technically like someone could miss. I'm not telling you to miss it, bitches, but someone
Oh,
could
I'm
possibly.
sick on Tuesday.
I'm getting COVID on Tuesday, so I won't be here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing Tuesday. I don't know if we're gonna try to postpone, maybe just do re-clears on Wednesday, and then do a full night on Thursday, maybe. Just swap things around a little bit. Hi DK. I'll message Dave again on Tuesday night. Let's see. Because he did not reply after I had said okay.
Please respond.
Yeah, these shrimps aren't gonna fry themselves.
You mean a shrimp fried this shrimp?
Yeah. I'm fishing level 8.
I can't believe you got infected with the RuneScape virus.
It was a mix of things.
Wasn't even my fault. Wasn't even my fault.
True, yeah, it actually wasn't Ivan's fault. Yeah.
Bernie's joined the cult.
Watch him move and play. He actually did make it like a little bit fun though.
Don't lie, was I ate your pie?
I think Poe dying. I think it's a good Poe replacement, personally.
It kind of feels like that at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like that.
So far, it hasn't stopped feeling like that for me. It's just like, well, you know, you can put it away for a month too, because like it's pretty darn cheap. Even like the membership, like $70 is a year, so put it away for 2 months. Who
we paid
cares?
literally like double that for fucking 14.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I hate right now, actually, in this game? I think I hear other people leveling, maybe?
Oh yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah.
And then I hear other people also, like, whatever activities they're doing. So if I'm mining, I'll hear them mine as well. Or if I'm at the anvil, I hear them at the anvil. I do not like that.
I think there's a way to mute other players.
Yeah, there might be, yeah. I just haven't bothered to look. But yeah, that... I went to the anvil, I'm just hearing ding 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 ding.
Yeah, rune light,
Non-stop.
settings, music. There should be a checkbox to mute other players' area sounds.
Rune light?
Yeah.
Settings? Where's that? Where's settings?
I mean, I'm guessing it's in the wrench icon on rune light. Like over on the right bar.
Wait, sorry, what did you say it was called?
Music? It says?
Music.
Yeah.
Music.
There should be a gear you can click. Spelling.
Ah, there you go. Sick, TY.
I like it because it gives me that 14, you know, the 14 time nodes things. Like forestry came out, so if you're
Oh.
chopping logs near other people, you can trigger random events. First of all, those are pretty nice because bonus XP. But also like you're
Yeah, like when you're gathering the time. Yeah, the
Yeah.
time nodes. Yeah.
because
Everyone
they changed it. It used to be if you were mining a tree, it would just like have a chance at any time anybody harvested anything out of the tree, it would have like a % chance to like fall over. But they changed it so that now they have a set time to fall over, so it doesn't like punish you for chopping where other people chop.
I see.
Oh no,
And,
that was just part one.
And you get a wood cutting level bonus, the more people that are chopping on a tree, up to like 5 or something, and the random events.
What's considered a random event? Like the NPC?
So like, I think there's 3 or 4 different ones. Sometimes a sapling will appear and different mulch piles will appear, and you have to figure out like which combo to use that is the best mulch. Sometimes bushes will appear and you have to like pollinate between different flowers.
Oh, I see.
Sometimes a leprechaun will just show up and he'll just like let you bank wherever you are for a little bit.
That sounds sick, actually.
Yeah.
That's what this game needs. It needs that.
Yeah.
Those wow portable banks.
Hey, if you get your house high enough level, you cannot put a bank in your house, but I have a teleport right to the Grand Exchange in my house.
Oh, that's sick.
So I can just walk through a door and there I am. Yeah, the progression game, it's quite strong. Plus, it's got chase rares. Chris Wilson.
Chase rare.
Gonna
Oh,
come.
I think that's one thing. Maybe I don't know if there's an add-on for it, but like checking out a monster's loot table in the game, is that a thing? Maybe not, huh? Like,
It
I know
might
you can
be.
like,
Yeah.
cause like, so this game has that thing where you can like right-click and then you choose whatever actions, right?
Yeah.
Like what if I right-clicked and I just want to see the loot table? know?
Let's see. Drop table plugin. Maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't checked it.
Yeah.
But there might be a drop table plugin. Yeah, I usually have them open on Wiki. But like I was
Yeah.
I was killing a boss because I was a baby and I got a task to kill that type of enemy, and so I found a way to save spot the boss. Like I just found a video that showed me, so I was killing him because he had a 1 out of 128 drop. That's like a crazy good melee ring. And Talon watched me kill him 256 times until it drops. No!
Oh my god.
Yeah, it actually wasn't that bad because it was mostly AFK, but like it had a really long respawn timer, which was annoying, like 1.5 minutes between kills.
Is that considered long?
Yeah, because even like after it dies, you have to wait 1.5 minutes just sitting there.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
it's
an
not.
alt-tab moment.
Yeah, it's not really that long, but like most things respawn after like 20-30 seconds after they die. Even bosses. But the reason it's part of like a triplet of bosses, like one for magic, one for ranged, one for melee. But I'm baby, so I wanted to fight the melee one because I could do it in a way that meant I didn't get hit. But the other two are scary. No thank you.
Who are we missing? Red, Maggie. Red, Maggie.
Yo,
James.
Roaring Moon EX, 2 darks and colorless. Knock out your opponent's active Pokemon. If your opponent's active Pokemon is knocked out in this way, this Pokemon does 200 damage to itself. So free kill.
Oh, we gotta move over to the
But it hurts itself.
FC. The FC.
Okay.
FC,
The
okay.
FC, because red's not in this.
Okay.
thingy.
Okay.
As well, just invite them at this point, actually. Like, honestly.
I feel like he was in here once and then he probably left after he joined.
Oh, maybe. Okay, I'm going to this see that.
Oh, okay, I guess we'll go to the FC then.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Beep, boop, beep, boop.
Chiz, what was that game you were playing last night called?
Stalker.
Stalker.
I've heard of that.
Oh, with like the dots in between, yeah?
Wait, say again?
Oh, sorry, with the periods like in between the letters?
Oh, yes, correct. Yeah.
That's the like Russian post-apocalypse Chernobyl something.
Yeah, there you go, pretty much. So I dabbled with the first game a little bit a while back, but I saw a video one day of a guy who was showing off this mod, and it's free to download. Like it's a It's completely free, and it's a mod that smashes all 3 of the maps, or all maps from all 3 Stalker games into one game.
Oh, that sounds
So
kinda
it
cool.
just makes it like a super big game, essentially.
The Giga Stalker
Oh,
game.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so it's like big, very big.
It's
And
just
then the mod that I'm playing with is like way more heavy on like the crafting, I guess, like survival mechanics. And it's like super realistic shooter where like you get pinged 3 times by something and you're just dead.
Dude.
I see.
So it's pretty crazy, but
It's just a single player game, yeah?
Yeah, it's just single
Yeah,
player.
okay.
You can have like NPCs follow you if you get your reputation
Right.
up high enough with the whatever faction you join. But,
I think that's why I wasn't sure of, because I saw the other guys following you.
yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't know if they were.
It'd be cool if it was multiplayer, but I'm not normally into games of this type, I guess, like survival games like this, but I have a bias towards like the setting, I guess. I find the Chernobyl disaster to be very interesting. And the fact that the whole game takes place like in the exclusion zone, and there's different, I guess, you know, like obviously there's embellishments, like they've added things, like there's these freak radiation storms that can happen where like all the NPCs rush into homes and anyone who's left outside just explodes from radiation.
Oh, Jesus.
And it's fucking wild. Or like there's these like anomalies that you can find around. They're like weird little puddles or like invisible like little holes in reality, I guess, that was caused by the disaster. And you have to keep an eye out for that stuff too, because if you run into those things, they'll do different things to you.
I see. And that stuff isn't in the base games?
No, that's in the base games.
Oh, those are okay.
Yeah, well, so the mod added a couple of new ones, is my understanding. Like, they took all the stuff from the base games and then they added like more stuff on top of it. So, but since I haven't played any of those other games besides the first one, it's like
New content.
I have no clue what anything is, and it's just terrifying. Like, I think yesterday I was in Red was watching me play a little bit, and I came across this new type of mutant that I've never seen before. It's like super fast zombie kind of thing, but it turns invisible. Like, that's its gimmick. Is just it turns invisible and all you can see is its eyes floating around. But it like chases you super quick. And I think it grabbed me one time and almost killed me in one hit. It was very scary.
Yeah, that sounds scary. Yeah, I just remember I remember it was like that thing just popped up out of nowhere and it scared you, and then it just made me laugh so much.
Yeah,
it just came out of nowhere.
Yes. That's exactly how that game is. It's
That
just
was
like
very-
jump scare central.
I don't like those kind of games. Those are a little bit too much for me, especially when it's first person too.
Yeah.
It's a little bit too much.
Pretty play Half-Life.
Oh, dude, Half-Life is so
Half-Life?
good. Half-Life's so good.
I played both of them, but yeah, it's like kind of like that too, right? It's just like sometimes it just spooks me out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely has its moments.
Yeah.
I watched my friend play Half-Life on the computer growing up. I'll never remember it.
You're cutting out, sir.
I watched my friend play Half-Life when I was a kid, and I'll never forget him screaming so loud when something jumped out at him.
Do you remember what it was?
I don't remember. It was just like he was screaming so loud for a long time.
There's a couple of parts I could think of that would do that.
I remember like I think it was like maybe early on after the lab. You're like going through, man, what is that building? I don't know.
Do you remember if it was in the first game or second game?
I think it was the first game, and then like it would like the ceiling would break, and then one of like the infected would just like fall out. I think that fucking spooked the shit out of me, because like the building, like half the lights aren't working, so it's just like half dark all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, I could not.
You'll have like head crabs fall from the ceiling.
Yeah.
It's like
I hate being chased.
chased.
The first time I played it, I hated the feeling of being chased by the head crab, like 5 head crabs. It was just like, ah! Yeah, those games. Not for me.
Okay, it could be worse. You could be playing something like Alien Isolation.
Yeah, no.
I can't play that.
I'll pass on those.
I've tried. I can't. I can't do it.
Any of those spooky games where you're like being chased or whatever. And no, thank you.
Yeah, it was like it was yesterday. I was just playing by myself, and I came across. So you can only save at campfires. You can't save. You can't like quick save like Save Scum or anything like that. You have to find a campfire somewhere out in the world, and if it's not already lit, then you have to use matches to light it. If you don't have matches, well then you can't save. So, but I found a campfire, and I was like going through my inventory a little bit, trying to sort some stuff out, and then I quick saved at the fire before I was about to leave, and I turned around and this giant thing just jumped at me. I didn't hear it at all. I heard nothing. It was just like I turned and it was there, and it jumped at me and it killed me. And I'm like, oh my, dude! I jumped out of my chair.
Right at the same spot. You would think you'd be safe too.
Yeah,
saved and everything. Yeah.
No, I should have known, because like there was other dead mutants like around the campfire. I don't know what killed them, but I didn't hear gunshots, so it was probably something else. Not like a person. So I looted those, and I didn't think anything of it. I was just like, oh yeah, it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently the gimmick of the thing that killed me is the fact that you can't really hear it. Like it's called a lurker, so it's super quiet.
It lurking.
But it's very dangerous. So it scared the shit out of me. Now I'm just like terrified. Anytime I go to that place, I'm just like, please don't look at me another. So I'm not gonna hear it. I'm not gonna know it's coming.
That's funny.
Hi Red, how are you doing?
What up?
What up?
Hello.
What up?
Do you like being the resident film man for all the groups?
Literally.
For all the groups.
For all the groups. People need someone. Hey Red, you free?
I honestly didn't want to ask, because you literally filled for like half the raids.
I mean, like I say, it gives me something to do in the game.
Yeah, that's fair.
No relic grinds.
We need to give him more.
I refuse relic grinds, because that's not worth it.
Did everyone get their Power Rangers?
Hell yeah.
Yas.
Yep.
I haven't done it yet.
I haven't done it either. I was gonna do it after raid.
It's not too long. It's pretty short cutscenes.
Yeah.
What is it, like 15 minutes?
Yeah,
Tops?
it's
Yeah, it's usually not
likely.
that bad.
Yeah.
The usual.
I assume it's in Limsa.
Yeah, starts Limsa, upper
Even
floors.
goes to Costa.
And then the
Always.
Costa. We chill on the beach.
It's the jump puzzle that's gonna kill me.
Always after Castle. Always.
I think for Dave's spot, his pairs is with Maggie, right?
Paired with Maggie, yes.
Yeah.
Generally northwest.
What's
relative.
his position for Super Chain Theory 2A?
2A. The partner spot?
The partner spot and the spread spot. Is the spread
It's
east far left?
northwest. It's northwest of the orb, the AoE orb. So we do it
Okay.
like relative facing the boss. and
Well,
we
yeah,
spread
yeah,
around the
because
orb, right?
you need to spread halfway.
Yeah.
So he's not north. He's adjusted.
He's northwest on
Or northeast.
the west side, but not northeast. He's
he's asking about the half. He's asking about the half.
Yeah, that's what Pretty's describing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm explaining.
Yeah.
We'll have to. We'll explore it when we get into the instance.
Yeah, basically the group whose half of the room is owned, like if they would normally be in that half room, they're like a little bit more north and south, and the other group kind of scoots over.
Oh, so you just don't mirror. I know what you guys do. Okay, you don't.
Yeah,
mirror.
it's not flipped. It's kind of shifted.
You just tell get out of the way. We're going in. I
Yeah,
get it.
yeah,
Okay.
basically.
Yeah. You're more left when you're
there's
on the safe
that.
side. More left on the safe side.
I see.
So if you're on the east side, you're like on the line.
I think the
shooting it
range
north.
does mirror though, don't they?
We
Yeah,
mirror it
but don't
because
confuse them.
Kay didn't want to shift. Yeah.
I mean, I would mirror it. It's.
Yeah. It's alright. We only got there a few times, so.
No, I get it.
But yeah, it's for the melees. It's just shifted over. You're more left every time. On either side.
Yeah. Okay. For the platform and tethers, who's a priority adjuster?
Yeah, you'll. So if Prenny's the other tether, you have to adjust, and if James is the other tether, I have to adjust.
Okay, so I'm
but-
just staring at Prinny. Okay.
Yeah, but your priority is west.
Yeah,
Like
I
normal
just, I just,
priority west.
yeah. I just need to know who my anchor priority.
Yeah,
or my
it's Prinny.
anchor slot is. Okay.
Yes. And then we do.
And you guys put X south or X north?
X south.
X south.
I was literally about to say that.
Yep.
X south plus north.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter which.
I
That's
think,
gonna
I
take
think,
a
I
second.
think it
That's
works out
gonna
the
take
same
us-
no matter what.
That's gonna take a second for me because that's opposite of what I did.
Yeah. That's okay. We're just here to clean up mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think we watched. I mean, I didn't watch the part 2 video, so if we
Neither
get
did
there,
I.
if we get
I
there,
did.
that's accomplishing the goal. So
I know all about the
We
classical
hit
concept.
what was it? Like a 6%, but that was with like
No,
a healer.
I saw you.
believe.
I
a
saw
million
you guys.
deaths.
Yeah,
I saw
okay.
you guys.
That was pretty
These guys don't
sloppy.
know about shapes
run.
and tethers, SMH.
Yeah, we're just trying to like
never
figure
seen
out
it.
what's the
Into
best way
square
to.
hole.
Two-way. So one thing I wanted to kind of tell you guys for 2A is the angels that are shooting from the north end. They're not aligned to the grid.
Yeah, they're shifted. Yeah,
That's 2B,
And-
right?
2B.
2B, sorry,
Yeah,
2B, yeah.
Yeah,
They're not
shifted.
aligned on the grid, and they can be either they're not fixed spots.
Isn't there like 2 patterns for them? I thought
There is 2 patterns.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're just not aligned to the grid, which makes
Yeah,
it really annoying.
Yeah,
Annoying,
we think
yeah.
we're gonna call like in or out, basically towards middle or towards the outside,
No
Yeah.
wall,
relative to like where we're starting.
Yeah, you just have to be really cognizant of where they're at, because it's killed us a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know that I like that call, but we'll see what happens.
I don't know. Because we're facing the boss, right? So we either walk in or walk out.
Back, yeah.
Yeah, back. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
I'm
we
not
always
sure
just
there's a
look
great
north.
way.
We did everything like absolute north. Like
Absolute,
you
yeah.
always just look north. Mainly because our other healer didn't turn the camera around during that whole mechanic.
We thought about just calling left and right, but
That,
I-
yeah, but it's not full left or it's not.
Exactly,
Yeah, exactly
yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, so it makes that call really hard.
I think once we see it a few more times, we'll get a feel for like where the 2 possible zones are of safety.
Yeah.
Did anything change that I missed?
No, we're just talking about.
Oh
Greg
yeah,
was just asking
we're
position.
just gonna make you call all the mechanics, okay?
Oh. Yeah. So
The kid
Muting.
laughing.
Everyone's a Power Ranger.
Oh no, I forgot.
So if just for the Super 2A,
Boop, booper.
if it was like west safe, you'd be like northwest. But then if you were,
Yeah, yeah.
East
And if
safe.
it was just east,
but
safe,
you,
that would
you'd be
north.
like north.
Yeah. I get your craziness too. There.
I didn't decide that.
Crazy.
But yeah, food up. Let's just do this.
Look, I said we could do it either way. I'm fine either way.
I'm
it's
fine.
okay. I'm just as long as everyone disagrees on whatever, then I don't care. Just do the mechanic.
Oh yeah, and I take the boss first so I can have actual
Okay.
like HP.
Okay. I don't think I would steal it because you have more gear than me.
Fair enough. Yeah,
This
I'll
means
just
you
throw it
really
on it.
can't let him steal it now. Like, really can't.
Oh, I want to say
Triple?
what we're doing. The party mechanics.
Swap
when
early.
it-
Swap. Stay.
And
When
then
we're
without
doing the
fighting.
party mechanics, the tanks, when it's tanks out, they always go to A.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Just want to.
With carrying
taking
an
a nap.
apple.
I took it off you just as a.
Dodge left. I'm missing someone.
Yeah, I think James is in my spot. Oh no, wait, maybe I
Touch left.
saw my color.
You may have, yeah. Because you were definitely my tower. That was light. I was.
Yeah, sorry.
what,
I
light
think I
color,
was.
yeah.
I think I was looking at the dark tethers since it'll been.
It's okay.
I've never done this fight before. Please excuse me.
Oh, I did this 8 months ago.
What is the parent Digimon 1 party?
Yeah, he's a Digimon 1 party, yeah.
Go back.
Okay.
Oh, you're putting that on me.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
Yeah, I think other than that, the fight kind of does itself, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the fight pretty much.
You cannot escape
Swap
my
side.
eternal gaze.
Purple.
Swap early.
Hey guys.
I
Oh, yep. I didn't swap sides. Sorry.
Concerning. Looking into this.
Yeah, I'm looking into this.
Alright, I'm voting.
Dodge right.
Right. Dodge right.
Holy.
Average spicy, would you say?
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't know when he does shake. So
Oh
I'm just
yeah,
like-
that's a good.
I'm figuring out where I put shake.
I see.
I DK.
Yeah, usually he gets that on the soul, and I get the super chain beams.
Okay.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
In box.
In box.
In box. Going to 2 next. It's a support spread.
in first.
Supports are spreading. What happened?
Oh, I fucked it up.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
That was. I forgot what color it was.
Let me grab a band-aid real quick. My finger started bleeding again.
Oh my.
I just have a small cut on my finger that had stopped bleeding earlier, but now it's like getting on my controller, and I don't like it.
Aiming too hard. ladies and
Holy.
gentlemen.
I don't like it. I don't want it there.
Stop gripping so hard.
Well, it's just in a place where like it's on like the side of the finger.
Where blood flows.
Real-time bandage action. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. I don't think Q is though.
Yeah, I don't think I am either. Anyway, I don't know what's going on.
He needs a band-aid.
I do need a bandit on my brain.
I don't have any brain aids, so
Brain
brain aids.
Band-aids.
I should try boring a hole in my brain. Maybe that'll help.
I don't think you have stance.
Oh, yep. I took it off. When, yeah.
962.
Thank you, Kay.
6824.
No.
No.
6824.
Me tomorrow doing, or me and 2 days doing research.
Left side. Purple. Stay. Swap blast.
Swap blast. Okay, buddy.
Oh. Jesus. I'm just testing all of you. I know.
You said it.
I don't know what's going on today. Dodge right.
Oh no, James.
Uh-oh.
I see where I gotta go. I see.
Okay.
Oh,
he walked
I
in.
see. Oh no. Oh, no. I see.
Is this
What
the
else
Phantom
happened?
1 party?
Digimon
Oh, boy.
party.
Yeah, that was a weird one. The darks were north and east,
Yes.
so you would have gone south.
You would have gone south?
James would have gone south, and I had to go north. It was the weird pattern.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because like I froze for a bit. Was like, where the fuck is my tether? It's behind me.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest. From nothing I mold life.
This is how you play warrior.
You cannot
Side.
escape my
Yeah.
Yellow. Stay.
Yellow, stay.
Don't move.
Stay.
Thank God. I can't fuck this one up.
Surely not.
I did it, everybody. This
Surely
is my first
not.
time clearing the mechanic.
Congrats.
I only took three pulls.
I'm a professional. Dodge
Dodge
left.
left.
Missing someone at 1.
Oh god, we got 2 people here.
Hey.
Oh, I almost made it.
What happened?
Is everyone okay?
I'm not sure.
I just got a little confused when all the tethers moved, that's all.
It's because I was slow to move, because I, am having brain problems.
It's fine, I should have paid more attention to where they were going.
We're progging Super Chain 2, I swear.
Surely. We hit Enrage the other night.
Well, we have video. We have video evidence.
I don't.
Oh.
I do.
I was making a 10-second macro because I got tired of typing it.
Oh, I just pressed up.
I got tired of typing it.
No.
My God.
Just press up again.
From nothing I mold life.
I know half the people weren't here. I spoke to Dave earlier today, and he might not be here on Tuesday.
Yellow.
Possibility.
Possible.
Stay. Swap last.
Swap last. So I don't know if.
Stay.
we
Swap.
might-
Last day, you man. Ooh, nice.
Everyone gets 3.
So I don't know if we'll postpone our Tuesday raid on until Wednesday. I think. Possibility. Just letting everyone know.
To Wednesday, you said?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay. No, I was just making sure I heard you. I might be a little bit late if it's
Right,
Wednesday.
dodge right.
It's okay. We'll probably
Yeah,
just,
right on the edge. Every time.
if anything, if we do postpone, we'll probably do the short on Wednesday and the regular on Thursday. I do care.
Oh my god, I forgot I had all the animations on.
Oh, big mistake.
In clock.
In clock from last night. 4. Support spread.
Oh, first.
Support
Ooh.
spread.
Stop hitting me.
You cannot escape my eternal
Yellow.
Yellow.
Stay. Swap last. Stay. Oh shit,
Oh.
it's tilted. Stay.
Oh, you said stay.
Swap.
Oh my god. Sorry. Party stuff.
Party out.
Party out.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh, I heard.
What cooldowns does he have there other than
I got him.
Nastin?
Okay.
I mean, I just use a long and a short for that. Like, it's a full tank buster, basically.
Well, like I said, like other than Nastin, because I'm using Rampart and Vengeance for the other one.
Oh. I don't know. I usually only use one.
Okay.
Big boy
Okay.
for the first.
Tigers and bears.
No, I can.
I don't know what
I was
he
dead,
does.
but I could probably pop something on you. Debuffs, guys. Debuffs.
Dark.
Dark towers.
Dark towers, yeah. So I'm in. Yep. Throw your tomahawks, tomahawk man.
I made a ball. What are you talking about? Alright, watch north.
This is but a glimpse of the god.
Do you want to keep it or do you want me to take it off?
I can keep it. That's
Okay. Dude, Primal Ren animation locking kinda
It-
sucks.
yeah. It's gotten Dave a lot in this fight.
First laser is fast.
Oh, it's all 4 in a row.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
I guess we got this. First laser.
First
Done.
Yep.
Second laser.
Third laser. Fourth.
7, 8.
Nice.
Hey.
This truly is a Digimon 1 party. Limit cut, no problem. Digimon 1,
Yeah.
hardest mechanic.
Like Digimon 1's too difficult.
Yeah.
Oh, and I usually get my reprisal on this, and you can get 2A.
Okay.
2B.
Such a singularly
Okay, guys.
soul.
Recenter yourselves.
I don't have a shake for this because I used it for the transition.
Yeah, we normally do, I think.
Okay.
You cannot escape.
South double, or C double back. Left side. Stay, swap early.
Swap early. It's a clock, guys. Clock.
Okay, it is party out. Party out.
Party out, party out.
Man, sometimes I forget that even exists.
Yeah.
Right there, yeah.
Alright,
Surprise party.
facing it at C, on the soul. Or, I don't have it actually. It's nice.
Miscalculations are inevitable.
It's pot if you haven't potted.
I have not bought it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's in kill range, that's why.
It's
Out,
north.
or A.
A.
First.
I am
And
Are you
then
going to B?
boy, yellow.
Shine brilliant for me.
Dodge the cleave. The cleave hits, it's clocks.
Clock.
And then
Oh,
we're
like
going
this relative, you meant. Okay.
out, 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 out.
Out where?
Oh, that's the
Oh.
clock's the
Clocks,
clock.
clocks.
It's out clock.
Oh, damn it!
Bring someone.
I don't have Swift.
See, that's why I don't
Fair.
like the call. Because I mean, I guess out was correct.
No,
but
yeah,
it was
when you
It's
said out,
towards-
I thought of pancake.
I mean,
and
we
I'm
could
like, where the
say
fuck is the pancake?
To me-
in or edge, in or edge.
like
That-
to me, out meant
Well,
to
in
like
is
stay along
still
the
kind of
edge.
rough because it shoots through like
The center,
it'll
this half
shoot
room.
like it'll shoot right here, right? Like if it's cleaving, it doesn't hit the line dead on.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
hit like this side of the line. So in is also kind of dangerous.
Let's just watch north.
That's why I've been saying dodge right or left. You just have to dodge like way
Okay.
right or way left. But
Okay.
well, I don't know.
What is that relative to north? You're saying?
To north,
Originally,
yeah,
originally,
yeah.
originally I
Okay.
had called dodging left or right of the this letter, the safe
Yeah.
letter.
Yeah.
That's what I
Okay.
originally suggested,
That's
but
fine.
I wasn't
Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
So like you would say like right of
That
A,
was-
like
that was
you need to
right.
be
Is
facing
is
north,
that
right?
always consistent? Like either right here or right here will be safe?
It'd be here or here.
I was safe out here.
But you could always do like here or
That's why I said out.
out of the
because I was
marker.
Oh, you
No,
do
even
not need to
standing
be
here,
that far.
It's yeah. even
So
here-
so one thing to note, like you also want to make sure that you're not too far from the second orb.
from the next orb, right? Yeah.
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 As
That's why
you're dodging the ads, you should be running towards the next orb set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vertically, at least.
Yeah, vertically.
Yeah.
I would say
that
so-
last orb is always clocks.
And it's always out.
Is it
right?
out clock, right?
Yeah, it's out clock,
always
yeah.
it's always going to be an out clock, and it
So-
will always shoot 8 lasers.
How about this? Everyone just looks north and just moves like vertically along the ad, right? And then you can move in for the orb. That seems like the most reasonable thing to do, honestly, at that point. Because you're not really doing much after the clocks or the partners at that, right? You do that,
Yeah.
and then you just run south or north along the ads. Well, I don't know. Let's just go again. It's one of those things that we've literally only seen it like a couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity.
That was kill range, like the 14%.
Oh yeah, we were higher in
Really?
week 1.
Oh wow.
Oh shit.
I forgot to pot.
Because you also have an LB3 too, right?
From nothing I
An LB3 will be like 2
It's 2, yeah.
or 4%. It'll be more than what we were doing.
Shot sides.
my eternal gaze.
Purple. Stay. Swap last. Stay.
Okay.
Swap. No damage downs, we did it, everybody.
Oh, good job.
Wow, we're getting pretty
Living
good
the
at that,
living
guys.
the
Pretty good
dream.
at that.
Dodge right.
Right.
Finally, a fucking tether. Alright.
Oh shit. Okay. Well,
Oh, that's close.
you
Dodging
adjusted.
right.
Thanks.
I don't really have a lot here.
So you can have that. Yeah,
Oh no.
Wait, did my Sheltron fall off? I made it popped it a GCD or two early. It's wild.
I don't know.
I
That was
usually,
crazy.
yeah, I usually pop it after the symbol goes out, but I got a little trigger happy.
Out clocks.
I thought it would last long enough though. Guess not.
Go into 3 next. To our left. Supports spread.
Glad.
Out first.
Out, then it.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Blue.
Swap early.
Early.
Stay. Swap. Stay.
Today, my
Party out.
theory shall be proven as fact.
Alright, Digimon 3. Tether, tower, debuffs.
Prodigious.
Balloons,
Cross
cherries,
south,
balls, tires.
T north.
Dark Towers.
Dark Tower.
I give voice.
I'm out.
Oh, I put that a little weird. I'm sorry.
Oh, what the? Wait. I took 2 hits.
Ah, turns out I used my Swift Gust already.
Yeah, I took 2 hits.
Were you too close to something?
I'll
Maybe.
slow resin.
Yeah. Yeah, I took 2 beams. I'm not sure where the.
Oh my god.
Well, I am also dead. Just wait for an auto.
Let's slow res this, yeah.
Rip Maggie.
Maggie's tanking.
It's fine, she's done autoing for now.
I got Ivan. Oh, no.
I already got it,
Yeah.
Just don't move.
Yeah, I'm not gonna move until this goes off. Alright.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna evoke it back now.
Okay, I'll show you. Don't think I had any threat anyway. You got all none of it.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
Me and Prinny always together.
Oh. Oh shit.
First laser.
Go in for me. First lasers are done. Second laser's
Second
done.
lasers.
Good recovery.
Oh!
Third laser. Fourth laser.
Oh. I took some
Uh-oh.
jump. Oh, because Maggie was dead, maybe?
Yeah,
Maggie was there, yeah, so I
Yeah.
haven't covered them.
Well, that was 8.
Oh, well, at least our
Prinny.
bodies aren't gonna fall, Prinny.
I got Penny.
Goodbye, Talon's body.
You guys just want to see? So,
Yeah.
The pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall
Wait, you can tank all of this?
I never thought
I
of
mean,
that.
it's extra mid.
Oh. Well, that works.
Eh.
Apparently, I just wait and rest.
resolute soul.
Hurt yourself.
Stupid thing.
So let's just practice.
C. Oh.
Hey,
A,
first.
A, A,
Straight.
actually. A.
Yeah, straight
sorry.
through.
Purple side. Don't swap sides.
It's straight all the way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then partners.
Partners.
Today,
Huh?
my theory shall be
Party
I,
out.
I think. I don't know what you guys did, but you may have overlapped each other or something by snapshot.
You guys too far in.
Well, my partner wasn't with me, so.
I was not with you, I don't think.
calculations are inevitable.
Sorry, I was I was in the being dead trying to figure out where the heck I was in my rotation hole.
Yeah, so if people are dead, you can just tank LB and still keep going.
Oh, there you go.
Did you have a summoner when you went red?
The reclears, yes.
Do you happen to remember if they held Searing for one bomb it was up? Or did they pop it on the 2?
So that 2 minutes was, we held it.
You held it? Yeah, okay. I thought that
you
might
hold
be-
it. Yeah, you hold it until after you complete the Super Chain Theory 2A, and then
Oh.
everyone does 2 minutes there. Like, yeah, everyone does 2 minutes together after the party in, party out mechanic.
Oh, okay, I got that.
After
Okay,
parry.
So that
apple?
that is going to be your last pot and your last 2 minute window, and you don't want to do it during the mechanic.
Yeah. Okay, so we're
Oh, so
waiting
then-
for the searing then, right?
Yeah.
We're going
Well,
to searing time in?
Alright, can you figure
Well-
out your new song time?
Well, then maybe I
I think
do
it's
this
more than 36 seconds. Sorry, when I think the last time I looked, Searing was at 36 seconds when. Sorry, I can't English. It's a longer delay than when Searing comes back up. It's like a purposeful delay until after that mechanic.
Yeah,
So
minutes
I'll
comes
be-
up like near the start of the mechanic.
Yeah. So it's just extra holding all of your stuff.
So then we're
Maybe.
all holding, which means I go back to the normal rotation.
Yeah, because
know.
you don't want to blast your 2 minutes during that movement, and your pot, because that's your last pot window too.
I'll have to
Okay.
see what it looks
So
like. at that point.
after the party stuff, after 2A party stuff, you blast.
Yes.
Okay.
The only people that probably will get screwed on that is just healers, because they have to heal in the party in, party out mechanic.
Yeah, catch
That's
me
it.
not healing.
Yeah, Prinny's gonna press the glare
No,
button.
no, I'm just kidding. Okay. That's
No,
fine.
yeah, but that's like the only.
yeah, that's good information.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna go back to normal rotation again.
He's getting practice. Fucking
Lamau.
stupid timing for like a week.
6-2.
No more
16,
6824?
No more.
No, we're back to 2:12-2.
That's too funny. Wait, 212 2? You cut the purple one?
Yeah.
Is that the new meta? I don't know. Or has that always been the Endwalker
It's
meta?
been it since I played.
Oh.
Spot phase. Yellow. Stay. Spot blast.
Oh, I don't want it.
Stay. Swap.
You baited me.
Yeah, got him.
I don't have both, so if you just drop the stance, I'll get it naturally.
Okay.
That was a dumb thing. Press both at the same time.
Dodge right. Dodge right.
I got him.
Oh boy.
Wait, what? I evoked.
You don't have stance.
Oh, did you not shirk me?
I shook you earlier because I stole it.
Oh.
That's why. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm off taking there, usually I don't turn on stance.
No, I get it.
Outclocks.
Going to 4. Support spread.
Out first.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Red.
Red side. Swap.
Swap. Swap and stay.
Swap and stay.
Swap. Stay.
Today,
Party in.
fury shall be proven as fucked.
I took a. I am taking it back now.
Powers. Tethers. Debuffs. Digimon 3. Dark Towers. Dark Towers. I'm out.
Oh my god, these enemies. What's that? Found it. This is gonna be a normal thing.
Okay.
Nothing crazy on this one.
Alright.
This is but a glimpse of a god's strength.
So late for first lasers, they're all in a row.
They're all in a row.
Hooray.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
First laser.
Second laser.
Laser.
Third laser.
Third
Stun.
laser.
Fourth.
Why do you guys gotta cover A with your dashes, man? What the hell?
Nice.
Oh no.
What?
Is your
I pushed the
your
other
all
song
up?
because
Yeah.
I'm used to it.
You got unused to it. Sorry about
That's
it.
okay, I'll just swap the song over. It's fine.
Oh, this is gonna be weird.
We're holding, right? Hold.
Yeah.
Hold.
Hold the
Well.
line. It is gonna be weird.
It's gonna be really weird.
You cannot escape my
A.
eternal gaze.
Straight.
Right side.
Purple.
Purple.
Swap early.
Oh.
Where's my partner?
Standing by.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Dead.
Swap early.
I was
Fuck myself.
Yeah. I was too far out this time. My bad.
Far out.
Well, far out and towards you.
Yeah, Q. I don't.
Sorry.
Do you need me
That-
to wear like the dunce cap or something?
No, it's I was unprogramming my brain to do the rotation the other way.
I literally just I stood in my spot. I'm just watching you hug them.
I was
I'm
like, what buttons am I pushing?
Where's my partner?
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
Man, we had LB too.
Sorry. To deprogram my brain.
This guy's going through deprogramming.
I am.
From nothing I
Yeah, I simply would have just did the bad rotation from the start,
Yellow.
which ended up being the right one anyway.
Yellow. Swap early.
Swap early.
Swap. Stay.
Can't tell me what to
My dad.
I'm winning, son.
Alright, taking it.
Dodge left.
Dodge left.
Dodge left.
I only have one.
Ugh. Heal.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
In clock.
In clock.
My choice and one.
2. 2. Support
And-
spread. Support spread.
In first.
In first.
I don't like that. I don't like that noise.
You cannot escape.
Oh,
Same.
you made it.
Yellow.
Yellow. Stay. Swamp blast. Stay. No, Dylan.
I got him.
Okay.
Party out.
Party out. Party out.
He like did like 3 double takes.
That's the ultimate hedge.
Here.
They're fine.
Oh my god, scary.
Yep, they good. You're good.
Call the ambulance, but not for me.
Check your debuffs. Light tower. Light tower. I am in. Light towers. Oh my god, it's over. Right?
Yeah.
I'll eat this tower.
What happened, Talon? Did you just... The
I
tether?
guess I wasn't far enough back. I saw the tether change. I don't know why I took 600k.
Yeah, that's...
You were across?
Food check.
Yes.
Yeah, you must just not have stretched it.
The thing changed though. I don't know why it did that.
Maybe
Did you dip in like last second?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think so, but maybe.
I couldn't see it.
Your peripheral vision is hampered by your Power Ranger hood.
Visor. There's no visor for that, right?
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, Rangers never visor. They'll see that they go up there. And definitely.
What if they're wearing a face mask underneath the helmet? Like just an eye mask or something, I don't know.
It's an eye mask. They're blindfolded.
What?
Oh, like the masquerade style.
Yeah.
Swap sides. Yellow.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Stay. Don't move.
Man, I could have fucking tanked this tier. Tanking's kind of easy.
Wow.
Tanking do be a little bit easy.
That's the secret. So they don't want tanks don't want you to know this.
True.
He doesn't know I'm the main tank though.
Dodge right.
Dodge right, guys.
Crouch right.
I will say one thing, that Primal Ren is very scary every time. But I take it.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
In partners.
In partners.
One next. Support spread.
Out first.
Out first.
I'm not gonna remember any of the other permutations this week.
Bullshit.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Blue. Swap early. Up and stay. Swap.
Swap and stay.
Stay.
Today, my theory
Party
shall
in.
be proven as fact.
I want you to know the tanks are rocking out.
Oh yeah.
But
Alright, check your debuff. Towers, feathers. Dark Tower. I am out.
I'm in.
I want to onslaught so bad right now.
This is but a glimpse of the god's strength.
Early first laser. And then late second set. Early first set, late second set.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
I'm missing like two.
He's coming.
First laser.
First laser.
Second.
Second
Done.
laser.
Second laser.
Third laser's done.
Ow.
Alright,
Where's my A? Where is it?
On fire.
I hate this wait.
Yeah,
it's
it's
annoying.
an awkward amount of time.
Maggie's sitting there building, like, no, wait longer.
I know.
It's free real estate.
I wish I could start charging sooner.
Dude, I'm so scared to onslaught there every time.
Oh, I do it. It takes you to
Oh,
the
I do it
edge, but
too.
it's okay.
I just don't look.
Yeah.
I close my eyes.
I just let my finger off of the control stick just in case.
It's a double back.
A, double back. Yellow.
Yellow side. Stay.
Stay same side.
Hard to half room.
Hard to have room first.
Oh, it's back. Oh, I'm an idiot. Sorry.
Dead.
Today, my
Party
theory shall be
in.
Party
proven
not
as
in.
fact.
guys
then
will be dead.
burst window.
Oh,
then?
LB.
I'm working on it, working on it.
Sorry, that was my fault. I'm an idiot.
Chain's coming in a little late.
It is blast time though.
Yeah. Oh no, that's actually good timing. Conveniently for.
Yeah, it's like it's 1 minute after the fight restarts, basically.
C in.
Cat, blue. And we're going to dog.
T, dog.
Yeah, you're always looking. Oh wait, we're going back to that.
Partners.
Okay, it's partners. Two partners.
In.
What is
Out,
that?
Outclock. Outclock.
Always outclock. Always outclock.
Always out.
And then B2 platform.
We need Mitt.
I got a reprisal for this.
We both have reprisals for that.
Oh, okay. Is there only
Meaning
one?
I overwrote. Meaning I overwrote yours.
Yeah. I can't. We can't exactly reprisal this, right? Oh no, that's another normal raid.
This is enraged. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
Good
it.
hit.
And now, but she doesn't. She does. Yeah, she just straight up like
A few
can't
autos.
be
Goes
touched.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
All right.
Sorry, I'm an idiot. I just ran straight.
Did we heal her LP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was a healer LB. So
So that
Yeah,
was
that
only 1%.
would have
right?
been it.
I'm gonna start
Yeah.
potting now.
yeah, we need to kill her early because at the end there I don't have any songs.
Shut up!
Shut up.
It's a personal
no one has
problem.
anything left.
All right. Yeah.
I double
do it.
potted, so
I did not.
Yeah,
I potted
I
for the
did
second
not.
one, but not the first one.
Yeah, I didn't pot either.
Okay.
I potted for the second one and then immediately died. So
Well, that's the winning strategy right there.
All right, let's just simply kill her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now
That
to
easy.
kill it.
Well, at least I get to use my brain less when she's leaving, so that I can actually call what lasers are doing.
Yeah, I just looked at the ad.
Yeah, it's not too hard. You have a lot of
Yeah,
time
they're
to
just
look.
signing up.
Yeah.
I just looked.
Now that I know, like, more confidently the order.
just gotta wait for the mechanic panic to wear off.
Yeah,
after you
exactly.
Yeah,
play
pretty
it a
much,
few
yeah.
times.
Swap sides. Yellow.
Perfect way to describe it.
Stay.
Cast and what?
No move.
It's primal red.
Yo, I know that.
Stay. Don't.
The most stressful part of this fight is trying to hit every mitigation button before that first auto. And not clip anything. Yeah.
All I have to do is just give you an acid, and I'm like, oh, my job's done.
Yeah, we found out if
That's right.
what the heck? Okay. It's the old south.
It's dodge right.
That's right.
Whatever.
Yeah, dodge left facing south.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Outclocks. Going to 3.
Supports are spread again.
Again. Think
Out
of
first.
out.
Well, that's garbage.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Red.
A.
Stay. Swap blast. Stay. Swap.
Today, my fury
Party in.
Party in.
the heck? Who's my health?
Oh, you heard that? Dude, I barely heard that. Oh.
Dark towers. Dark towers.
I give voice.
I'm out.
Oh man.
Which one of you are going in?
My chosen one. I don't have a lot of cooldowns here. I fucked up somewhere.
Uh-oh.
So I'm reprising this.
that's
so
fine.
my cooldown is a reprisal.
Yeah, that's a good strat.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else going down.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly. I was like,
Yeah.
what?
No, that's a good idea, actually.
You telling me you haven't been doing that?
No.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that this can be reprisal.
Yeah, usually Copium reprisal that, even though I think you said that
Yeah.
last time. If I believe hard enough that it
Lasers
affects
are
it.
fast? Question mark?
Yeah.
Such power as you will never wield.
No, still. Oh, okay, whatever. No, wait, pick one!
Well, I was just trying to get out of the way.
Laser one, laser one, laser one.
Laser
Laser
two,
two. Sorry, Kay.
Three. Laser 4.
Yeah, that was very fast.
What are you talking about? Easily done.
Yeah, not too bad.
You just mechanically again.
Literally, dude.
Easier than sticks.
Easier than sticks, facts.
Back checked.
Seven elves to the pinnacle of the heavens. The world shall
Who made her so mad?
You see how she loses their voice at the end of that.
such a singularly resolute soul.
Yeah,
Doesn't
well,
in Japanese.
when you're yelling it every other run.
Yeah. Facts.
It's a double back. A double back. Purple?
Purple.
Stay.
Stay
Don't
straight.
move.
Double back. Do the half room. And then partners again.
Partners.
It is.
Party out.
Party out.
Party out.
Don't have one to pop.
If you,
Yeah, I need
if
to
you
pre
have
it.
it.
I fucking potted.
I potted.
That's a good call. I potted. I had a few seconds for my burst.
You guys are fine.
The gear broken? No. Oh, I took so much damage.
Super chain 2B.
Alright, reorient yourself. Cat?
E.
C. We're moving to B.
B.
Yellow.
B's partners.
And then back to C. Dodge the half room. B is partners. The fuck?
It's out.
Oh shit. Out spread.
Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Sorry.
Two.
Fight back two. Back two. I'll do. You got first reprisal. I'll do a shake.
I have wings.
No, you don't have reprisal. You have wings.
Yeah,
see.
I was reprisaling super chain.
Kill, kill, kill! I don't have swift.
I think we're okay. I think we're
We got
good.
it. We got
Yeah.
it. We got it. You got it.
Let's go! Wait,
No!
is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Woo!
Go!
Nice.
You get to see the most beautiful eyes in the
Ew.
game.
Ew,
Although
ew,
I
ew.
wish so ardently.
She is. You can fix her.
I can't
I
fix
can't
it.
fix
She ripped her
it.
ribcage open.
The heart of Sabik.
That's funny.
They said
She takes that uniboob and makes the thing.
She ripped her ribcage open.
Yes, the flaws are not mine.
That's a tentacle.
See, the flaws aren't hers.
Why?
She's nothing.
Oh, it's
wrong.
their
Yeah,
time.
nothing's wrong.
Surely she wouldn't lie.
Everyone else is to blame.
Society.
Oh, nice rainbow.
See, look how pretty that is.
Because when her name is actually Karen.
Only that.
But those are like snakes in the background.
Yo, look at
not
those
just
eyes.
tentacles.
Yeah, world serpent thing.
Oh, those are pretty eyes. She got a crown too.
Wow.
Prettiest
I
eyes in
like
the
the
Yes.
tactic music.
Yes, queen.
Yes,
They're
queen.
using the
slay.
Yes.
tactic music.
Yes, queen.
It is a tactic music, yes.
Yeah, it's a remix of it. That's so
Do you guys want anything? I'm not gonna do anything, so we'll see how this goes.
I have no clue how this
Ultima.
Yeah, I did not. I did not read.
I watched
anything.
it. I watched
I was just
it.
gonna auto.
Don't spoil them on this one, then. Don't.
Okay.
Please don't spoil them here.
All right.
Well,
Well,
Vista?
did you do the tank first?
Oh,
okay.
Don't spoil them.
Okay.
Are you in bowling?
Why did you say
Oh
something?
god! Oh god! It hit again!
Ah!
Wait a
Wait,
second.
she
Wait, what?
said double.
We did a half room.
Oh,
Double half.
oh! I have to be on a different
Oh,
half
boy.
room than everybody else. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that's weird. Alright, I guess we'll take it
Oh,
to
this
the
one.
right.
Wait, I fell.
Oh, tiny. I'm like
Man, you're
very
a little-
small.
Oh, it's the zoom out!
It's a zoom out.
Oh,
Nice.
she's
I summoned thee.
she's
I'm not
summoning.
cheating, I swear.
Oh, these.
Oh, they're
these...
using the
Oh.
Ultima models.
I'm
Oh,
gonna.
you move really
It's
slow.
the Ultima models from Tactics.
Yeah. Yeah.
You get to start in the middle.
From Orba.
Those are the angels that are hitting you. Are those models?
Oh.
Yep.
All right, stat.
Out.
Cool.
I have no idea what that tether did, but it.
Found
So
the
Same.
everybody has to stay center, and then we're gonna run in either north or south, or we're gonna run into a direction to split the tethers. So we have to decide who's priority. But it's party. It's by
Do you want to
Right.
start, or do you want me to start? Because tanks get warriors can get home gang most of the
Oh,
Give me a second.
sure.
Okay, then you're starting if
Yeah,
that's
go
the
for
case.
it,
Yeah,
yeah.
because we'll make Dave do that too.
Yeah. Well, we've been having Dave main tank this tier when possible anyway.
Well, that's what warriors should do. Yeah. So.
Well, the thing is, like he has tank.
I think James stepped
What
James
side are
away.
you-
said be right back.
Oh, did he? Okay.
what side are you gonna be on then, Red?
I'll just be right here.
Right here.
Okay, so then everybody has to be on left.
Yes.
Well,
I'll be on right
Yeah.
because
So-
right is for.
So everybody
We
else
should
can
make
just
our-
stay left, right? Or stay
should
left
make our,
the whole time.
Yeah.
For the first
Oh,
part.
we need to
Well,
make
we know
new
our
markers.
clock
We need
spot.
new markers.
But
Wait,
we
you
need our
have cheat
north and
markers?
south.
Cheat markers? You got any
You
markers?
have sheet markers?
Cheat-
Oh,
cheat
do I have markers?
You got any markers by any chance?
Got a cup of them there.
I have markers. Let's see. Is it this? Oh my God! These are the markers.
I'll save those for now, and then we'll.
Okay, these are for a specific mechanic.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So,
I know nothing.
There's two ways of solving that mechanic. I won't say anything. I
Is
don't
that the
like
tower
the...
mechanic?
This
No.
is a fire mechanic, I think. There's like
Okay.
fire stacks, maybe.
It might be dice.
Do we-
I know there's
do we-
dice.
No, dice is
Oh,
just
dice,
use
dice
your
is.
eyes.
Yeah,
Dice is just use your
Yeah.
eyes. Don't
Oh,
be-
okay.
don't be dumb.
Dice
Don't be
is
dumb,
your
use your
eyes,
eyes.
You gotta find your shape and then stand beside
Yeah,
it.
We
we'll,
need our-
we'll never figure that one out.
We need vertical and horizontal spread.
Okay. What do you mean by that, Cube?
So
Let's go
vertical,
with this thing.
it's gonna be by group 1, group 2. So
Like
left
side by side, like how we do P10.
Yeah, so we're gonna
platforms?
split.
Okay.
No, it's going to be roll based.
Oh, you're right. Is it roll based? Oh, you're right. It's
It
roll
is
based.
roll based, yes.
Wait,
If you're talking about the mechanic right after the chains in the small world,
yeah.
that's roll based. Because tanks support's going to be tethered to a DPS, and obviously it's just like any sort of Bramble mechanic.
Oh, sorry. I meant to dodge the spinning.
Yeah.
That's
So,
a good trait.
because in the movie, it just has people like. Well, yeah, you have to either dodge north or the video.
Athena the movie.
You dodge in a set direction, and that breaks the chains, and then you
Yep.
spread either circle, horizontal, or vertical.
Yeah, but you're already kind of like spread, like
Okay,
tank
okay.
seals are already kind of together.
I see.
and DPS are kind of get together. So you could just be like,
But that way.
yeah, tank here.
Oh, so it's like double tank, double melee, double healer, double range. Those are the.
Well, no. So
No,
for
it's
Small
bad.
World, everyone stacks in the center, right?
Oh, okay.
And then you're gonna get a bramble tether, which is normal brambles is just walk away from each other.
Right.
Right. And then after that, you have to spread either horizontal, or vertical, or be in the center.
Or circle.
Yeah. So
Super
instead of just like,
I see what you're saying. I see
Yeah.
what you're saying. I see.
since you already have like roles, like say support over here, DPS over here, you can just kind of.
Is the bramble always connected from one roll to another roll? Like, is
Yeah.
it a
So
support
it
to
supports the DPS. Always supports the
Oh.
DPS.
Okay.
So,
I see. And then you're saying like we line up horizontally for the spread, or we will line up
vertical.
vertically,
Yeah.
or we do a clock
Or
spot.
or clock. We can do our clock
Ah.
from P12 or from the previous one, can't we?
I mean, depends how far someone has to run. I don't know how much time there is. Right?
ideally, like say like the way I kind of like always envision it is, say it's horizontal, right? Like we spread out. It's horizontal. It's gonna be probably myself here, Yulia right behind me, and then Prinny behind him.
Healer.
Yeah, healer back here, right?
Yeah.
Right here. Where
Oh,
you're at.
behind you guys.
Yeah, because
Oh, sorry, this is vertically. Yes,
Yeah. So the other healer will be over here.
Right. So this is like the P10 spread.
Yeah.
On the one platform.
Yeah.
Right. If it was vertically, if it was horizontally, are we?
Well,
doing
if it's
like-
horizontal, you could just like. So I pretty much go to the side. Yulia comes up to the side of me, right, and then
We
both
make a
melees
box?
are. Yeah, both melees are now up there, and you just spread horizontal like this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
So this is just P10 spread then.
This is P10 like roll spreads. Yeah.
Yeah.
What determines which spread you do, or?
The way her tentacles happen.
You gotta watch here.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't.
Are we
let's-
doing
let's
that?
pull-
You should see stuff because you got an hour.
Yeah. Let's just make the most out of it.
Does she do double autos? Do any tank stance at all? or-
Yes, she does do double offense.
Okay. I'll turn it on.
We're party left for tank busters. I got my ass slapped.
And like every other fight, it always starts.
Yep. Red blood.
Very well.
Is it bleeding?
No bleed. God
No
bless.
bleed.
God bless. That last tier bleed everywhere.
Oh.
I'll move over. You just invuln.
Talon.
Oh, Calvin missed that part
I
somehow.
got it. Ah!
Oh, we have to swap. I think. Did
Surprise.
she hit 1-2 or did you? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
I'll poke it.
Interesting.
I was a healer, so all I had to do was.
Hilarious. Well, now you know.
How dare you
Yeah,
not
now I
know
know.
the mechanics, man?
So it forces 1-2, so you can't double invuln it, I guess.
You can. You just. I have to swap. Like after. Once it picks you, I have to give it back, or you give it to me, or you voke it. Right. We just do a quick swap.
Yeah, I see.
Eat food if you need to.
I can create well or unmake. I will not be denied.
So voke it.
Yep, poked.
Talon again.
Oh.
Hmm.
That didn't work as expected.
I thought the tank was gonna be left.
No.
No.
It takes on
No.
right.
Red decided right, so we are left. We are left.
Did I take it back from you last time? Is that why?
I have no idea.
Well, I don't know. Let's try it.
What did the video say,
Yeah.
Q, about that?
I don't pay attention to
He's
the
not a
tank.
tank.
so
What the
I'm-
heck? You didn't pay any
He's not
attention.
a
Oh my
tank.
god.
Well, just keep me on one. Just keep me on one. We'll see what happens.
Okay. Yeah.
I can create well.
Because before we were fighting for hate for a second.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just juggle so that I stay 2 and not.
I like the little tentacles coming off the tentacle. Look at that.
Heard you like tentacles on your tentacles, I put tentacles on your tentacles.
Alright, let's see what happens here. Yeah, okay.
Alright.
Alright.
That was just us fighting hate.
Yeah, yeah.
Tech center.
Oh, I'll reprisal this.
Everybody also stay center because we need for buffs to make
nice.
us get tethered.
How do you guys want to do?
Hey, it feels so slow.
Ports north, DPS south.
Yep.
Okay, it's northwest, south. The other way.
What? Uh-oh.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Was too early? Too early?
Tethered?
Too early,
Yes.
too early.
That was too early,
Now,
right?
now we spread?
Yeah, the chain tethers hadn't gone out yet.
Yeah. So watch how her tentacle is here. This is how you'll know like where things are. So like it's always gonna be like this, but then so this tentacle is a circle, so you'd be
This
in
is
center.
spinning. This is
Yeah.
circle, so this is clock spots.
Around this circle?
Yeah.
Oh! she twists them. I see.
She twists the world.
Yeah, she
She's
twists
spinning
the
world.
globe.
Yeah.
Oh, wacky.
So I don't think you need to do clock spots because you're already spreading. You just like
Just move in
go
and around the circle, yeah. Just
Yeah.
adjust yourself around the circle. Just
Yeah.
take like a true like cardinal, inner cardinal spot. So you know that's enough spacing.
Because running it like you feel really slow in that mechanic.
It feels so slow.
Yeah.
I wasn't in the center. Like I was like at the outer edge, and then I had to move in, and I was like, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I will not be denied.
Okay.
Then everyone, have to wait till the thing goes out.
You got the reprisal here. We do need
Yep.
other like forms of knit.
Yeah, I've been divine veiling that. Still spicy.
Yeah. I think that's good knit though. What you guys have. So center.
Put it middle and
Up.
And we wait here until the
Until
things
the
go out.
Tether.
To change to
Tether
spawn.
debuff. So where do you want things to go here?
So DPS northeast.
Wait,
Tethers haven't
wait.
spawned yet. Tethers have not spawned yet.
I don't know.
So DPS southwest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought we were doing DPS south, so I
Sorry,
started
yeah, you're right.
going.
Oh yeah, but
It was DPS, but the tethers.
Yeah, but we also went out too early. James and I did anyway.
Okay, tentacle stuff.
This is horizontal spread.
But where horizontal? Like here?
Just horizontal. Like it makes sense once you see it. Like there's
Yeah,
only
there are
it
lines
makes
on the floor.
the safe spot is a cross, so it's gonna be in that cross, right?
Ow! Oh, I was taking no.
Yeah, she also she does only seem to auto one, so.
Oh,
she-
good luck.
Later on,
I
she
figured
starts
out what you.
autoing
Okay,
one.
so
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Deep
Dice!
fog.
Wait, I got the,
So
the
red is
circle.
blue is the third column,
Gotta be close to.
and then you need alpha and beta. So
No, we
alpha's
need to-
gonna
we need to
alpha's
protect
gonna
this
do the
blue.
pyramid.
We gotta protect the blue.
Yeah, alpha in front of the pyramid, beta in
Wait, I
front
got
of the
tethered to that
stew.
thing.
Yeah, you gotta protect the blue.
Yeah.
God's will.
So do we want to talk about how that works?
No,
Is that
let's
easy?
let's figure out the book mechanic
I think
before.
you first need to figure out your spreads,
Yeah.
but like
Yeah.
how you're breaking tethers and
Yeah.
yeah. So if it's east-west, how are you gonna do it?
supports west,
Yeah.
because that's
Okay.
what we have been doing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure. So supports will always be north priority, and then west if it is an east-west.
Okay.
Good.
Is there infinite uptime there?
Yeah, there's no downtime in this one.
Oh, I just wasn't sure because it's Oh yeah, I guess the circle's in your head box.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So what happens if I just stand up here? I can't, right?
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, you can
that
technically
happens.
stand up there. I always stand up there.
I'm not
Unless
sure
I
like
start
the
coming
view.
closer.
I'm not sure I like the view from up here.
No, it's pretty hard to see. It also, like, the AoE, like, this new globe doesn't appear in the center of this globe.
But we all want to stack center, James.
Oh, I know that.
And wait until the actual.
Wait till you get your debuff.
Yeah, the actual debuff
Chain
shows up.
debuff.
I summon you!
So DPS southwest.
Wait. No.
Nope.
Now.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
we're going this way?
Yep. You don't want to get
No.
shot.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Nice.
Oh yeah, you don't want to center up. You could just like be already in your
Oh,
like, area.
you're,
Yeah.
she's a spot,
that's
she's a
what
spot.
I
I
mean.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Horizontal.
It's horizontal.
This is horizontal, yeah.
Whoa.
The AoE's not that big, so just
Oh
don't be-
yeah, that's not bad.
It's yeah.
It is north of the line. Note to say.
Alright, I got this.
It's a line of the safe AoE.
Ooh, spicy. Yeah, I can wings there if we meet back up.
Yeah, I think you're gonna need it.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no. All right.
This does damage. This does damage.
Blue,
Do you have
purple.
gear or anything?
Just do VPOG.
Pog.
What's
So blue,
triangle?
Purple, circle,
Around the blue.
triangle.
Beta.
Blue, purple,
Beta's cube. Okay, you want to be
Come over to
next?
me, Tom?
Yeah, left side. You're right.
Beta's
you're right.
cube? Ow.
Oh!
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm
You're
just
right.
scared.
Oh, I didn't see that. You're north. Sorry, you were supposed to be north. I couldn't see the blue one on the other side.
So just do VPOG, which is
Yeah.
blue, purple,
Purple.
circle, green.
Yeah.
Beta's
Blue,
cube out of the
purple,
circle.
circle, green.
What does that mean?
That means
The PlayStation.
blue takes the leftmost blue, purple takes the second blue, circle takes the third blue, and green takes the fourth blue.
It's blue relative. Gotcha.
So then
And then
you have to tether. So you want to tether to the correct shape.
How do you
And
decide
so
to tether?
alphas are tethering to pyramids, and betas are tethering to cubes.
Does it
So
match your
alpha-
color?
I hate
this.
Does it
No.
match your color? Oh.
No. So
These
alphas
are
tether
box.
to alphas tether to pyramids, and betas tether to cube. And you look at, or I guess the video explained it, that you look at around your blue, whatever it is, polyhedron, and you want to find the shape that is not close to another shape. So if in the corner right here, so say this is blue and I'm the square PlayStation symbol, and I have so it's gonna be like, can you put ABCD tethers here for or
What do you want?
markers? Will you
I
put
think it might
markers?
be- well, hold on. I think it might be good to like go in there real quick, like get to them apart, and then take a screenshot.
Yeah,
of
screenshot
what,
would
like,
be good. Yeah.
What like
Or-
what the
oh.
whole arena looks
So,
like. At
so
that
wait,
point.
do you have an alpha or beta and a shape?
No.
No.
So you always have a you yourself are always going to have a shape. That means your X is tethered to another X. That just means you guys are together. If you guys go too far from each other, you die.
It's like the P11 tethers, right? You
Yeah,
can't-
they are literally
yeah,
the
you can't-
P11 tethers. You just
Okay.
cannot be too far from. So like once you see you're an X, go far left, right? Because you're always going to be a far left side.
I put the picture of the shapes in
Oh, I want to see this.
in bold. So people are not standing by the right shapes, but this is an example of how the shapes will align. And so the left column is blue, then purple, then orange, or circle, then green. And then you want to be in between the blue shape and your shape that you need to tether to. And if there are two, so the leftmost blue person, if you're alpha, see there's a pyramid to the south and a pyramid to the east, right? So how do you know which pyramid you want to tether to? You want to tether to the one that is not adjacent to another blue shape. So that alpha will tether south.
Wait, sorry, time out. Are we always targeting the red triangles?
If you're an alpha.
You're
if you're a beta, then you're doing the square.
You're protecting you're protecting the blue D20s.
It's a
Yes.
it's a tower defense, and you are the tower.
You're the tower. Okay, yeah, I got you.
If the D20s get invaded by any shape, you die.
Yeah, I see. And there's 8 total non-blue shapes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so if you have the option of defending between two, you want to defend the one that isn't also touching another blue shape. Right.
Yeah,
So on the
that
on
makes
the
sense.
right on the rightmost
Um,
column, if you're alpha, you're defending the northern pyramid because the bottom pyramid's going to go to the third column.
I get what you're saying. So at the end of the day, there's always two people adjacent to a blue,
Yes.
and you're always covering one side that is dangerous according
Yes.
to your debuff.
Yes.
So and then alpha is red triangle and beta is yellow
Yeah.
square.
Box.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is
The
it?
first thing you should do of order of operations is like determine where you are in the column,
What lane?
Yeah.
what lane you are,
B-
and
B
then
pog.
literally start looking around. Like,
Gotcha.
okay, what do I actually have to block?
Okay. I think it definitely narrows it down once you get to your blue
Yeah.
spot because there's only so many sides to cover, right?
There can only
so-
be like 2, right?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And is
Just,
it? Well, I guess that might not be true. Never mind.
What's your
I was
question?
gonna say, is it another heuristic that you could say to prefer your column over another? But maybe that's not. Maybe that's not true.
I think you might just
No,
have to
you
flex.
can't go from green. You can't take your green column and bring it in the middle. Right, like if you're triangle, you should not go. Oh, well, I'm taking center because I feel like it.
Oh no. I was saying like prefer staying in your lane. Like if you're blue,
No, 'cause-
stay left. But no,
No.
that's not always the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as long as two people aren't blocking the same dangerous block, right?
Yeah.
I think that's it.
And you have to, but you have to move with your partner the whole time too, which I guess is
Yeah.
gonna be awkward.
it shouldn't be too
Little
bad because
bit.
you're just moving towards the first blue that you see, right?
Yeah.
B pog, what is that?
Pog, yeah.
B pog.
Blue, purple, orange, green.
I put another screenshot in the raid chat for
Left side,
that.
left side. X square circle.
Yeah, BPOG. That is BPOG.
Oh, I'm reading it. X square. X sot.
X sot.
That doesn't roll off the tongue quite as easily.
I want to be Pog.
Remember, once you hear the chains rattle, that's
Oh
the
yeah, good sound design. Or when you
Big
see,
spike.
when you actually see that you have a debuff.
It's an actual chain debuff, not the first
Yes.
debuff.
It looks
Yeah.
like a link.
So the
of
first
chain.
debuff is small world.
Yeah, this one's permanent, like until we're not small anymore.
East west.
Okay.
So DPS East.
Now,
Move.
No. East west, straight east west. Do not deviate from east west.
Oh.
Do not deviate from east west.
Then prepare to.
spread somewhere. I didn't get where. do something.
yeah, I mean we'll have to see.
It's circle.
Spin circle.
So
Just
around
don't go
the
crazy.
middle one,
Just, yeah, just make some room. Just make room.
Nice.
not too bad.
We need mitt for this.
Yep, I got wings. Everybody meet up back mid. So what? Those wings are huge!
Gigantic. That's hilarious.
I wonder if
Everything
they're
else is like everything else is the same size but us.
That's nuts.
I got this bit. I got this bit.
Okay, get ready to be
Wait, for my
Pog.
summons?
Be Pog.
Pog.
Yeah, they're behind us like really big.
6824.
Alpha
Yeah,
Pyramid.
James, I think
So
I'm
take
north.
this out. Take the square, Maggie. Take the square. You're not blocking the square.
I think you're a little too late, Tella.
I don't get
Yeah, I
the
definitely
block
was, and I have no idea
You
what
stand in front of
what
it.
I'm picking. How I'm picking.
Oh, okay.
So
You tank it, basically.
yeah, but Talon, so basically you had two options, right? Two triangles, one east, one
Yes.
west. The east triangle was also like it was between two blues. So basically, the greens were gonna get that one. That's why like you would prefer the west one because there was no other blue touching it. That was uniquely ours.
Wait, sorry, what? I sat down.
So there could be an issue where, say, one side and another side will have a shape that isn't between them, right? So like there'll be like a triangle between, say, the second and third lane, right? And if that happens, you need to see if if a lane is already has to claim that triangle instead, and then take a different triangle.
So yeah, if you have the option between two shapes and one of the shapes is adjacent to two blue shapes, then you take the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you take your unique one over the one that's shared between two blues.
Not sure. I'm just gonna take a lot of work for me to process it that quickly.
Here. So what happened was Talon chose the wrong one, right?
Until I see it.
Yeah, I'm not that quick with that kind of thing. So.
That's okay, but I screenshotted it, Talon, if you want to look, so you can understand. I had already blocked the one you were blocking because there was nothing else.
I kind of got it and tried to adjust.
Yeah, see, that red is between two blues, right? There's a blue north of that red, and there's our blue west of that red. But the other red you could have taken has no other blues. So you're the only one who can take that one.
I see what you're doing, like reverse the, like that one is only targeting that one, so clearly.
Yeah. So you have to take that because no one else can.
That one's like an easy block, yeah.
And then we flip it turnways later.
No.
I
don't understand it.
Zach. Don't worry about it yet.
I can't. I've never flipped anything turnways in my life.
That's the best thing I can say. Is it comes back and it's worse, and don't worry about it yet.
It'll be fine. I believe.
And it's a minute before the fight ends too.
Oh god.
Oh joy.
Everyone
should
just
keep
pot.
doing that shit.
Everyone just pot and kill it.
Yeah.
Is she just gonna imitate Zodiac and spin the whole arena? She better not. I don't want that.
This fight has a shorter kill, or it has a less CPS check than the previous.
Oh, nice.
Part 1. We killed it with damage downs and death on week 1, so
One death?
more than one death.
Center up.
And multiple damage downs.
I love this mechanic.
I love the
small.
Pokemon. North, west, southeast is where we're running.
Oh,
Wait.
Now, southeast.
Hug the edge. Okay.
Yeah,
I sprinted. I'm like full speed on sprint.
Yeah, sprinting feels really fast.
Yeah.
Look how big my phoenix is. Whoa.
I don't see it.
It's at the end.
It's horizontal.
It's horizontal.
Oh yeah, the thing stays. I forget about it. It lingers.
Wings, baby, giant.
Yeah, wait.
All right, I'll grab Mitt for this.
P-Pog.
Ready to be Pog.
I'm being Pog. Does not. Now I'm the alpha, so I go.
If this seems correct, hopefully people are blocking shapes.
Well, I've got this.
Alright, we're gonna get
And
hit
then
really
it
hard.
pancakes. It pancakes.
And now we're gonna get Proteans!
Oh, pancakes!
Yeah.
Forgot about the pancakes.
Oh, Proteans!
How do you know when does it
When does it
pancake? Is it like a
explode?
cast?
What is that? What is that?
When does it explode?
So for that, the timing on the first set is after you get tethers, the shapes will explode.
I see. Okay. Wait. Oh, okay.
Wait,
Yeah,
it's just
so-
one auto, right? So once you get auto, can't you just move?
Yeah, move to in between shapes. Yes.
Yeah,
so it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
once you have the tether, and it disappears from your partner, you are free to move.
Wait, but it's not a Protean?
No,
the Protean's after.
the
The
two giant
Protean is
swords
after.
were the Protean, and I
Yeah.
assume you just split them.
It's going
on
to
your
target
side.
the 4 closest people.
Yeah, just split them on your side or something.
Yeah.
Only I can guide this star to its rightful fate.
Song's good, but not as good as part 1.
Where am I going?
Center.
Yep.
Big ass Titans blocking it.
DPS
B,
southeast.
not B. Go
Now.
Oh.
Wait, can I sprint? Spread out a little bit.
It's
Spread out a
crazy
little
that
bit.
it's like old FFT reference, the final boss.
Circle!
Spin.
You
Right around the circle.
Cover the circle! Cover the circle!
Paladin!
Circle. I got him.
Ultima.
Unleash it.
That reprisal looks so big. I think I could do this.
Bepog.
I'm bepogging.
Easy one for me.
Oh, same.
Yeah, yeah, we're the partners.
Oh, frick, I'm wrong.
So now we get.
I was wrong.
Are you dead? Are we dead?
I think so. Yeah.
Now we can move. Now we can move. Yeah. Once the green tethers between us disappear, pretty, we are free.
okay.
We have free movement.
I literally did not see the pyramid. I just didn't see the shape. I don't know why. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first mechanic wall, and then there's another mechanic wall. Then there's another mechanic wall.
A lot of big hitting AoEs.
I will not be denied.
The only sad thing is like with the max zoom, you can't really see her model at all if you look at the stage.
True.
You can see it now.
North, south.
North and south. Go.
So fast.
Spread a bit, guys. Spread a bit. These autos hurt.
Yeah, I need to start giving him more stuff.
Horizontal. Line up.
Line up, gang. Yeah, right below the line.
You just have to like trust if you're in the safe part of the AoE, like in a line.
It's hard to see the line.
Oh really?
Well,
Line up with everyone.
Arena.
Line up with everyone.
I thought I was.
Yeah.
Bepog.
I saw it, guys. Come on.
Be forever.
I'm the beta. Easy game.
We're gonna go south.
Yeah. I was adjusting to see.
Maggie, you're an alpha, right? Okay.
Okay.
Now we move. Yep.
Watch the shapes go in between, like right here.
Oh, diagonal. Yeah.
Oh. Yep. All right, and then spread a little bit. Spread a little bit. Not on me. Go. Oh god, we got stuff on the other side.
We're just doing like a semicircle on true east and west, right? For
Yeah.
that? Yeah. So what?
Well, nothing.
No, nothing?
Okay.
So the AoE for the shapes is about the size of the shape. So just don't be
triangulate the X in between them.
Yeah, I mean just be between 4 of them.
Yeah, be between 4 or on all the way on the right or left side of the map. That will also be.
It's legit a protein. It keeps like the AoE there the whole time.
Yep. It is a consistent AoE. It is supposed to stop you from running to the center.
And I guess there's no rhyme or rhythm to who's going to be on a side. Is it going to be like 2 supports, 2 DPS?
No, I think the way it is, yeah.
Yeah, because of the way Bepog is.
Okay.
Or because of the way the mechanics set up. It's north-south.
North and south?
you'll be kind of like screwed over that way. So you have to like do
Go.
pre-shields and heals
Oh,
going
God.
into that.
Bye, pretty.
I was waiting for that to happen. Horizontal.
Horizontal.
The heavens bend to my will.
Ba, ba, ba.
Easy. It's like as if I never done.
Your MP says otherwise.
From base elements.
Outstanding.
Pog, pog, pog.
Outstanding.
P-Pog.
Alpha.
I think.
I would never be a beta.
Same.
Alright. Get ready for Protean. I'll move straight south with this part. For all of us bodies over here.
I lived.
Oh, yikes. No, you gotta, you get hit and then you gotta run out. Pretty.
Oh, you gotta
like,
run
it's-
out. Oh.
Yeah, you can't stand there.
I'll get it then.
Alright, sorry, already read.
I'll get
Alright, who's
Maggie.
who's with me? Who's with me on this?
I
hope you have the Suna on your bar. I hope you have the
I got
Suna
it.
on
I
your
got it.
bar.
I got you. I got you.
Ellie.
Wait, you just spam it?
Oh!
Whoa.
It is an AoE. Oh wait, you already had one too.
You got the double.
Good luck.
I'm
this
getting too many calories.
This is too hard to explain. Like,
Yeah.
That's the fire
Yeah,
stash.
this is what our markers are for. These are what actually our markers are actually for.
Sure, I'm
Yeah.
number 2, you know? Just...
do you want to stack with a nun? Well,
I need a
Yeah,
friend.
I don't think it's
We
an
can-
easy. That's like we'll talk about it.
We'll
next
talk about
week.
it later.
Next time?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. Watch the video.
Well, let's just brush up on these mechanics.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you wait until you take one tick from the Protean and then move, or when do you start
No, the
moving?
Protean's
What-
gonna shoot you and then just move. Just
Yeah, as
get
soon
out.
as you get hit.
But don't point it on the other side. So do like either true north, true south, and then like spread in between. Like do
Yeah.
the half room. Don't go to the other side.
Gotcha.
I can create worlds.
I mean, you could shoot the other side and tell them to.
Deal
Dodge
with
it.
Yeah.
Wow.
You just say, hey, there's a wild one coming.
There's a lot of
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shirk you after a few PCs.
I think that works. Yeah.
That's probably the easiest way.
Oh shit! You know what's also easy? Music.
Hey, it's there! You didn't die! You living.
Only I can guide.
The marker on your head is so misleading.
I think that was the big point.
See, look at this big thing that's gonna happen. Not around the guy though.
Call the ambulance, but not for me.
Blackest night, I summon you.
Northeast, southwest. Go.
Ow.
Sometimes sprint just doesn't go.
It doesn't go off. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
There's
Feel
You
like
gotta
I'm
reserve
mashing
it for
it.
its own. You gotta reserve it for its own GCD. Vertical.
Oh god.
Oh god.
I'm gonna have this.
Okay.
I mean, it's just traffic lanes.
Yeah. I feel like the vertical lanes are a little bit bigger too, because there's no like obvious arena marker for them.
Well, you're not using the arena marker that's actually tricking you.
No.
Yo, I already know I'm this lane right here.
P-Pog.
The P and Pog. Surely.
I've never been GOG before.
Where are they going?
Base pyramid.
Bum, 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 bum.
Very dramatic.
Okay, we can move. We can move.
A god's will cannot be disobeyed.
Spread a little bit.
Ow.
Oh,
We
guys.
acknowledge each other.
This is gonna be
Yo,
a
heal
little
me.
spicy.
Yeah.
I hope you're here to protect these tanks.
Yeah, you're gonna have to assume they're the tanks
Got lasers.
How often?
before they get to
On the
right?
fourth,
Right
on the
now,
fourth hit, right now,
Now,
right
now,
now.
now.
Alright,
Yeah, I'm living.
Bro, there's only one of
only
me.
one person.
There's only one.
I'm gonna live forever.
I gotta fire these
And
up.
then just simply do this mechanic.
Okay,
Easy.
stomp on your left foot. Don't forget it. Double take
So
3
the best
times.
thing- I don't know how you guys are gonna choose to do it, but if you go R route, you just stack in between all the 4 markers in the center, so you can easily move to each other marker.
Yeah.
That sounds far too reasonable.
I'll watch
We need
the
to
YouTube.
Start on one end of the thing.
We got what, 10 minutes left?
Yeah.
10 minutes left. Well, we could, yeah, whatever. Actually, like, I was gonna say we could write out the timer, but then if we're just gonna hit that and then not do it,
Yeah,
it's,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
no point, yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, just
As
make
long
sure
as
that-
people understand up to that point.
Up to that point, yeah, yeah. Surely that was like half the fight, right?
Oh, surely.
Girl.
How could it not be?
We just did high concept. What? Oh god!
What?
Wait, yeah.
What do you happen?
See that?
No?
Oh, I'm used to it now. I've accepted it as normal.
He dove into our side in between the two.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's on stream.
It's called
Like chicken.
strategy. Advanced tactics.
Tank Buster Chicken.
Go
Is he gonna stay?
south.
Or are you gonna have to move?
I don't know, man.
Who
The
knows?
whole party
No.
move.
Let server take this side.
Oh, I did it again!
Oh
No, no, do not sprint. Do not sprint. It's a bait.
I've been sprinting.
I've been sprinting.
You don't need to
It's
sprint.
a
Sprint.
bait.
I don't sprint. I'm fine.
The lip is like deceptive. I don't know.
I'll show you.
Spin it.
Circle.
It's
Spin it.
spinning. Twist it.
Guys, move, please. I beg.
Bop it.
Twist it.
Oh god.
I'm here. I'm here.
JK naughty.
Oh no.
Oh man.
That's
Oh
medium.
no, yeah,
Everybody
this is
be
not
pog.
dead.
We'll
This
find
is
out.
not
Maybe
dead.
this is enough mint for you guys. Nope.
Wow.
All right.
Nope.
That's it.
Alright, we'll just solve it
Oh,
ourselves.
baby.
Yeah, pop, sprint, and run to defend all of the shapes.
All at once.
Flicker strike between the shapes. Okay, yeah. If you pop sprint, stop a little short. That's the end.
Technically, you just have to make sure that it breaks, which doesn't really take the entire length of the...
Yeah, it shouldn't.
As long as you're center. It
Yeah.
should not take the entire length. We had a ninja that would just Shikuchi to the edge and then stand there.
Oh, that's pro. Shikuchi is my favorite movement skill now that they added like the Endwalker options for it. Like the max distance thing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like fix
Mine-
it.
Mine's
Shikuchi off the platform.
You can.
Oh, right, because it's, wow.
If you like tap it like right now, you would be.
Uh-oh.
So admit.
Yeah.
I don't think there was a reprisal.
Yeah, that was it.
There was no reprisal.
Reprisal option.
East west.
East west.
Alright.
It's gonna be, is it gonna be scuffed because,
Go.
Let's go.
You can see.
oh,
I don't have one.
Oh, don't juke to the side. It's straight east-west there.
Yeah, there's no reason to go sides.
Spread a bit.
Horizontal. Now, if these were the size of the normal Titan or
Yeah.
Ramu AoEs, oh man.
How could they be though? We're so small. They can't make them that big.
They didn't make the world big, they just made us tiny.
All our animations are fucking huge.
I know Titan takes up
Beepog.
like 3/4 of the freaking arena.
64 Beepog.
Easy for me.
Yeah, same easy for me too.
Talon, go right. Yeah, it's Q is taking that one. Dodge
That's interesting.
around the
No, go on.
sword. Oh, Talon!
You guys are carry up there.
Pokemon.
If you're let's just say if you're more south than dodge more south, and if you're more north, dodge more north.
There's a strat in the video for us to like. stack
Yeah, there's a way to
better.
like handle that.
Get ready for as soon as.
You ready for as soon as?
I need it on this GCD. This is the GCD.
That's the GCD.
I got you.
Stack center between all the markers. Like tight center because movement is very specific here.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
So the length of one long length is one stack. Just to give you guys that idea.
Wait, what's blue? Auto,
Well, things are gonna
Unmitigated
happen there. Like
explosion.
you have to have a pre-strat going into it. You
Yeah.
can't just like.
Yeah. I
But-
rezzed on a stack and died.
The length of so if you res into that mechanic, you instantly get 4 stacks,
Nice.
and the fifth stack
The
explodes.
pit stat kills you, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, I see.
Cool.
So it gives
So
everyone gets like a certain amount of moves. Is that like the
Yes.
lore?
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, and then like I said, the length of one of those rectangles, the new arena that's drawn, is 1 stack.
I can create world or unmake.
Move 1 tile, gain 1 stack.
Yep. Some people will start with 2 stacks. Others will start with 1 stack.
Interesting.
I will not be denied.
This time I'll remember the console.
This time I walked over into your square.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, I know. The tentacle animation's too big.
Q, you're covering my Asuna.
Huh? Who are you assuming?
I guess the perks of having a bard.
Yeah, who are you assuming? Who should I be in charge of?
I don't know. You choose.
East West?
East one.
Go.
Do a little spready. That's spready.
Spreading spaghetti.
Spready.
I like the spin the best.
It is
So
the
it's
spin.
Spinning.
Requested it will be here.
I'm a fan of the spin. It's a good trick.
We have a very good
I'll try
video.
spinning. That's a good trick.
That's what look. That's what God herself is saying right now. How could it not be a good trick?
We have a clip in one of our clears where we treated like a kumbaya. We scream every time it's a circle.
The God run.
It is. We wipe if we don't get that.
Eepog.
Oh, God bless. Look at that. Here.
Look at that.
Easy.
Oh wait, I don't. Okay, I'm on the right one. I didn't see the other
Corner
triangle.
spot.
I mean, the other.
Okay, move.
You have freedom of movement.
You can stay still for me if you want.
Okay.
Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Yeah. Oh.
No. Sorry. I
Like, if
realized
you're
I-
only straight
yeah, I
south,
could just get
just-
south. Yeah, that'd just be
Don't
south.
move.
Yeah.
I'm gonna vote the minute I get up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll heal Ivan.
Wait, what is this?
Crush
What
Hound.
is
This,
this?
is,
Asuna thing?
Yeah.
this would be a single.
Okay, I don't care then.
Wow.
Yay!
Yo, we got this as soon as.
You're welcome.
That was it with an auto
Wait.
on top. She hit me and then autoed me.
Middle.
Alright. Get nice got.
Q, you're not middle.
No, the circle, the buffs stand on a thing, or at least according to the video, the buffs stand on a circle.
Which
The
buff?
debuffs
The red
stand-
buff?
The wind.
Yeah, the eyes.
Yeah, I got.
The
Yeah,
eyes.
right.
Red
Yeah,
buffs
the
on
eyes stand in a
letters?
circle.
Blue buffs
No.
center?
So you could.
Well,
Yeah, you could do that. Again,
I don't
there's, like I was saying, there's like strats to this. Like,
Yeah, we'll just.
There's a
watch
strat.
the
There's a
video.
strat where someone has to call out each person to move,
Let's do that one.
and
yeah,
that's the one that was going around for 8 weeks.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
I don't think it's a good one.
Yeah.
that's not the video says. Yeah.
Okay,
it's
good.
Not bad.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it the hexagon strat that they're saying?
It's no, you have to. It's priority. Group 1 is left clockwise or counter, and then group 2 is.
Okay,
Right,
yeah, that's what we did.
Yeah.
That's what we did, and that's I feel like the more superior strat.
Yeah.
Instead of having a specific person go, okay, you go here.
Yeah, you go here. Yeah, like let me call everyone's spot for them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Thank you.
let's make Q do that, honestly.
Okay, yeah.
Why
that's
not? I don't want to
I
think.
saw that movie.
Q can think for me.
Oh,
fine. Well, we get to do a Q spread either way, so I'm happy.
wonder how long I can stand over there.
One
Third
Nagari.
eye.
Oh my god.
Oh.
That reprisal.
Jesus.
And there was a feint.
And there was a feint.
I did not nail fast enough.
Did
I did
y'all
not
stand
too.
on the other side?
North south.
No. Let's do one more pull. That.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Easy.
5k.
Why me? Wait, why by me?
I killed myself.
Do we have
I
add-ons
thought
for
we
that
were
one?
chained to each other, so we would have both died.
So I've been trying to troop
oh,
early so
really?
that my thing's up again for that,
Yeah.
and it works.
Sorry, what?
Vertical.
No, I don't think you need to do because
Vertical.
he's doing a great Adlo spread in the beginning.
Sorry, what did you say?
James is doing a crit, a shield,
crit,
so
crit
we don't need to
spread,
like, yeah, we don't need to giga invest in
On the first
on the
ultimate,
first one,
yeah.
yeah. So that's what I'm asking, like,
And I could save troop for that one.
okay.
Yeah.
Addle? Question mark?
For which one?
What are you addling? I don't know.
I've been doing the first one. I think one of the ultimas after.
So if he gets the first one, Adlo's 90 seconds, right?
Yeah.
You'll get the first ultimate, then the classic when the shapes come out.
Yeah.
If you do it, if you do it that way.
Right. Sorry, that is correct. It's been the classic that I've been doing.
Classic.
Yeah, stand on it. Dodge.
You're dead now. Oh wow!
Bro, I'm living, bro. Living life on the edge, bro. You can't
Gonna be on this
kill
fight
me.
for a while. Might as well get used to it.
Kill me.
Oh my goodness.
Vale,
enough.
Vale was up that time too.
Oh
Yeah,
yes,
that was barely just enough. Yeah, actually, that was 1 minute.
North south. Go.
What do we get? What we get?
Vertical.
Vertical. Vertical.
It's a rare one.
Yeah, it's a rare one.
Be
Every like world transition, I think hits really hard. Just as a heads up.
Pog, pog.
We paused it.
Where am I?
Poggers.
That means I'm in this one. Oh!
Ah! Nope.
You guys went a little too far.
Yeah,
yeah.
I just ran. Yeah.
Well, I actually that's my cube. I just ran. I see.
Yeah, you
I
just ran.
just
Okay, we can dodge south for that. That's pretty good. There's plenty back
Okay,
there.
well, let's call it a night. That's fine.
Yeah.
But we saw it. Good prog.
Good night. Say everybody say good night, mommy. Good night, mommy.
Bye, Mom.
Oh. TY for
Alright,
subbing.
TY Red.
Thanks,
Good.
Red.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
cool.
Appreciate it.
E.
I will actually watch the video so I
Yeah,
know
we'll
what's
go
going
watch.
on for caloric.
Same.
I didn't think we would get it so fast.
Really? I
Wow.
did.
I mean, we were
right there.
basically there. Yeah.
Yeah, two was easier to get a handle on than I thought, I guess.
Once you figure out, look north.
Look north.
It's literally just mechanic panic. The first few times you see it, you're like, why are there so many things happening? And then you see it 3 or 4 times, and you're like, oh, this is a
too
lot.
slow. It should be
Holding
faster.
burst for later also helps.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, true. I say
Not having to do the wrong.
I
the wrong
say
rotation.
I say yeah, but I don't actually do anything different because it just hits at my minute window anyway.
Yeah, if you're a minute job, like you actually don't. That's a
I
minute job.
I don't
you
do
delay.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't delay. 2-minute jobs have to be the ones that like do this weird delay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like exactly a minute that we actually want to use it too. Might be like 55 seconds or something.
Alrighty, TY.
Yeah.
Yeah, GG. Thanks everyone.
See you.
Don't know if raid is happening on Tuesday, but I'll ping.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Bye.
Okay, good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
BPOG.
Well, yeah. Remind me tomorrow to do dailies.
That mechanic's easy. The BPOG. The first BPOG. If it rotates the arena, I swear I'm gonna die.
It does. It flips it.
Well, I mean, is it
180 degrees?
So, but it's like Zodiac style, where it like, rotates.
Yeah, the arena rotates
stage?
180 degrees, and then you have to line up on where it's going to end up being.
Thematically appropriate. It's thematically appropriate that she does a Zodiac mechanic, but I wish she didn't. I wish she did not.
That's not too bad.
Please.
Well,
please
I'm
do
good
not.
at I'm good at rotating cubes in my mind, so you just find where you are, then you do the mirror.
Oh, you find where you are, and then you find where you aren't, and then.
So if you're in the
that's where
southeast
you
corner,
are.
then you're in the northwest corner. Very easy.
Yeah,
and
but
if you
it's
row
not.
2 or
It's
3,
not
it's like
mirrored.
super easy.
That's the problem.
Yeah, it's 180 degrees rotated.
Yeah. Whenever it's like that, I just think it's mirrored, but it's not actually mirrored.
Right. It's swapped the mood. Good mechanic. And then, damn, caloric 1. Good luck to everybody.
Yeah, that's red light. That must be red light, green light.
Yeah.
You said there wasn't a red light, green light.
You red light, green light. What time is it? 10?
10 to D's, no?
Talmar Thunder Duck. Talon. That's what his name is.
I'm curious.
What?
14 channel, I've posted a name.
Oh, I haven't been doing my daily
No, it's
word
Fun Dr. Jike. The stupid band-aid just tore itself open when I tried to take it off. Ow! Alright, there we go. Yeah, freaking first few pulls, my finger just started bleeding again, and then I was like trying to do mechanics while like twisting my finger so I didn't get out my controller. But it seems to have stopped now. And it's just a tiny little cut.
Anime body pillow.
That's my all.
Ooh.
Excuse me?
Makes sense as a potato.
Is that real?
Anime body pillows? They are real.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, they all come with that. Okay.
He
They're
wants to know more.
re-releasing the classic, or they're releasing
Cringe.
classic TCG decks that are, of course,
Cringe.
tournament illegal.
Tournament illegal.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they
But-
not be any good anyway?
I mean,
guess,
could you
yeah.
use individual cards though? Like if the cards were
no.
legal?
Nor.
They're doing the magic thing. I don't like when they do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. So it's a set that you can just play with, like.
I'll just
Your
steal.
friend.
I would rather just steal it.
Yeah. Well, I said because it comes with 4 oaks and 4 bills.
I
Which
bet
set
I
is-
have 4 oaks and 4 bills if my parents found my Pokemon card box.
Oh, I for sure do. Oh,
I mean, they're probably not worth anything though, right? Like Pokemon cards, like
base
mechanical
set
cards,
probably
right?
is. Base set probably is. Especially if you like first edition.
Well,
If
no,
you
I
had
mean,
first edition,
yeah,
it
yeah.
might
I'm
be.
just saying, like a base set
they have
bill.
nice hollow energies. So I guess if you want to spend $300 to have hollow energies, with
A
everything,
base
then
set
you can.
bill is worth 19 cents.
Oh, sorry, base set bill. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't use it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
It's like the
Yeah.
only things that are worth anything are the first editions and then the like rear hollow stuff.
That's weird that. So it's Venusaur and Lugia, Charizard and Ho-Oh, and Blastoise and Suicune decks. It's weird.
You're weird.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Wait, what's weird about that?
Like the Gen 2 representation are just weird. Like, why does Venusaur get Lugia?
Oh,
It
I
makes
see.
sense when it's Charizard and Ho-Oh. And then, I mean, it's because there are no legendaries that fall under the grass
Oh,
TCG type. for
Yes,
Gen
but
2.
also it was Lugia, Ho-Oh, and then Suicune for the games. So,
I didn't even think that was GSC. Okay, that makes sense actually.
like you said, Suicune last, so I was a little confused about what was weird
Yeah.
because I didn't catch Ho-Oh and Lugia.
Well, yeah. Okay, so it's not as weird, but it's still a little weird. It's like, suck it, we're getting Lugia.
I mean, they paired they paired the 2 type combos they could together, and then just said screw it for the third.
Yeah.
Amen.
All right.
What the hell? Okay, so
What you gibbling about?
So Blastoise, base set Blastoise in this deck has 100 HP, and then Suicune EX has, guess how much HP?
250.
220.
Oh, you know, balance. It's called balance skew. Have you
So
ever heard of it?
I mean, whatever. Articuno gets 70.
Yeah, I mean it's a power creep game. Like there's
Old
two
Mewtwo.
types of card games. There's power creep card games,
Oh.
and then there's Magic the Gathering. Except Magic the Gathering is also a power creep card game now.
They're reprinting Lieutenant Surge's Rattata and Raticate. It's weird.
Eradicate. Q.
Let's see. Does Charizard
Eradicate.
get anything?
Q.
Oh, Charizard gets Clefairy Clefable. That's cool. Too bad they don't get Cleffa. They don't want even more cancer in the decks. And then what does Venusaur get? Venusaur gets Dodrio and Chansey. Oh, and Snorlax. Damn. Venusaur Pure Tank. Instead of flipping coins, there's like a circle ramp in the middle of your thing, and if the ball rolls in one of the 4 holes, that's how you know if it's heads or tails.
That's weird.
It's weird.
Trying to take a screenshot for printing. It's pretty difficult.
I didn't even realize that Charizard originally had a misprint.
I mean, didn't that like every card have a misprint at some point?
No. By misprint, I mean mistranslation.
Base Charizard?
Yeah, because in base Charizard, it's discard 2 fire energy from this Pokemon to do Fire Spin, but
What's it supposed to be?
discard 2 energy. Because of Energy Burn makes everything fire energy. So, yeah.
So wait, what did you say it was supposed to be? Discard 2 what?
Energy. Instead of 2 fire energy.
That's what it says. That's what the card I googled says.
Oh, am I crazy?
Fire Spin. Discard 2 energy cards attached to Charizard in order to use this attack.
Oh. Am I crazy?
I think so. Let me see if I can find a... No, there's a... I don't think so. The only thing I find when I search for Charizard error is that there's no shadowing on the right side of the card. You're crazy. You're an angry elf. I'll call now.
Oh, so what it is that it ends with for the rest of your turn. That Energy Burn makes all energy fire energy.
Well, that doesn't even make a difference, does it?
It does, because if there are other cards... Hold on, I'm trying to like parse what this person is saying. So, like, if you were to attach, like, say, a water energy to Charizard, he treats it as a fire energy, right? But if you were then to use Charmander, has a Pokemon power that's transfer a fire energy from one Pokemon to another, you can't move that. You shouldn't move that water energy because it's not a fire energy. But the phrasing of the text for Charizard makes it seem that it should be.
Well, the phrasing of the text... Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand.
I'm sorry.
Because it seems like the English text should just be right.
Oh no, even more. It doesn't. Wait, huh? Maybe I'm too tired to read this. Never mind, just ignore me.
Oh, believe you me. Considered yourself ignored, sir. I'm just putting my hands into these sneak jars. Don't tell Talon. He doesn't like it when I do this. Because he can't handle the sneaks. Why did it have to be sneaks? Talon said. What if Pi was playing Mafia right now?
I would watch. He's probably playing Kaizo Ironman.
Frick, he is. It's cringe.
Yep.
That guy has a Pharaoh scepter. I'm jealous. I want a Pharaoh scepter. Oh, I've not been watching the timer at all. I'm bad.
Yep. Alright, I think I'm gonna go to bed. See
What
ya!
the heck? Good night. Some big oofs, man. We're not gonna get much these.
The Men Who Killed Kennedy is an awful, awful show. It was so bad, and its conclusions so libelous and false, that the British government, through its independent broadcasting authority, required the company that produced it to tape another show debunking it less than a month after its original airing. And the producer of the show, Nigel Turner, was publicly censured by the British Parliament. Now, that is pretty extreme. A show so completely false that the government requires you to make another show debunking it. And lest you think that that's just censorship, there's a good reason why this was done, which I'll explain. The central claim of The Men Who Killed Kennedy is that the US Mafia, wanting to whack Kennedy, hired 3 French hitmen to start blasting away at him in Dealey Plaza. The man who the show claims fired the fatal shot, from the grassy knoll naturally, was named Lucien Sarti, who conveniently died in 1972 and wasn't around to refute the show. As for the other 2, the French government, outraged at the show, within 2 days of its airing in October 1988, produced records to prove that one of the alleged French hitmen was in prison and the other was serving in the military at the time. And Sarti, the grassy knoll gunman, supposedly, was also in prison on November 22nd, 1963. This incredible fish story was cooked up by a Hollywood screenwriter, Stephen J. Revell, who later turned up in the 90s after his reputation had been shredded by the disastrous Men Who Killed Kennedy. Anyway, he later turned up in the 90s as a screenwriter for Oliver Stone's film Nixon, which also traffics in conspiracy theories, although not as overtly as his JFK movie. Revell disavowed most of his own theory once the refutations came out. He said, quote, "I believe Sarti was involved, but apparently I was wrong on the other 2, end quote. Of course, Sarti was not involved. French records proved that he was in a hospital in a French prison at the time of the assassination. So in other words, the entire main thesis of The Men Who Killed Kennedy has been conclusively disproven. As if this was not enough, The Men Who Killed Kennedy, before connecting the dots with the French hitmen thing, gives the audience the ludicrous badge man theory. A Polaroid photo was taken of Dealey Plaza and JFK's limousine by Mary Moorman just as the shooting occurred. Her picture corresponds with frame 315 of the Zapruder film. This photo has been subjected to hyper-intensive analysis. Just as true believers search for the image of the Virgin Mary in a piece of toast, conspiracy theorists search for nefarious images in the Moorman photo, which, being a Polaroid from 1963, is not very precise. But conspiracy researcher Gary Mack, who later ran the very good 6th Floor Museum in Dallas, which I visited, claimed that he made out the image of a man with a gun dressed as a policeman behind a fence on the grassy knoll. Of course, it is not an image of a man with a gun and a badge behind a fence on the grassy knoll. Most likely, it's a picture of a Coke bottle. Yes, you heard that right, a Coke bottle. So this show, The Men Who Killed Kennedy, not only had its central argument about the French hitmen completely disproven within days of its initial airing in 1988, but it was so unhinged that it turned a Coke bottle into a sinister assassin on the grassy knoll. I mean, it would be funny if it wasn't so sad. And the man who killed Kennedy suffers from the same defect as all conspiracy theories about the grassy knoll. We know for a fact that no shots hit Kennedy or any occupant of the limousine from the front. The shots that hit Kennedy were fired from behind, and they were fired by Lee Harvey Oswald. This show is absolute garbage, and its conclusions are laughable. I'm ashamed that I was taken in by it years ago, but fortunately, I know better now. Another widely believed myth about the assassination, which is completely unfounded, right up there with the mysterious death of material witnesses mythology, is the notion that the Warren Commission supposedly sealed its records and documents for 75 years, and that the American people won't know the truth about the Kennedy assassination until 2039, 75 years after 1964. This myth is also dramatized in Oliver Stone's JFK movie, but it is simply not true. This whole issue, the hidden documents issue, is a red herring, but the answer as to why it's false is complex, and it has to do with a lot of legal issues. Far and away, the best explanation of this entire issue is found in the end notes to Bugliosi's book, not the body of the book itself, but one of the adjunct PDF files, which I believe is available online. I'll put the site here in the video, and it's the citation for everything in this chapter of this video. If you want more detail, you're just going to have to go there because Bugliosi laid it out quite well. Basically, this is the gist of it. The Warren Commission did not ask or order that any of its records be sealed for 75 years. In 1964, at the time of the Commission's report, there was, past tense was, a general rule in place at the National Archives and Records Administration, or NARA, that unpublished records in the files of executive branch agencies would be withheld from the public for 75 years after their creation, 75 years being their estimate of a normal human lifespan. Now, there's two things about this rule. First, it applied to unpublished materials. The vast majority of the Warren Commission's documents were published explicitly and deliberately by the Commission itself, so that rule didn't apply. Second, this rule doesn't exist anymore. It's been superseded by various other federal laws and regulations, including one specifically related to the Kennedy assassination and its documents. But before we get there, I want you to think of this analogy. The documents about the assassination generated by the Warren Commission are like water pouring through a cheesecloth. The NARA 75-year rule is like the cheesecloth, catching only a tiny bit of particulates in the water, the unpublished stuff, and the cheesecloth filters all documents emanating from the executive branch, not just the Warren Commission. There was absolutely no special treatment applied to Warren Commission materials that wasn't applicable to anything else that the executive branch produced. In any event, not only did the Lyndon Johnson administration, troubled by the misperception that the NARA rule was being used to shield Kennedy assassination documents from the public, not only did the administration authorize broad exceptions to the rules that encouraged the release of all documents possible, but the Freedom of Information Act, passed in 1967, altered the whole situation and made it far easier to obtain documents from the federal government. Add to that a special law passed in 1992, largely in response to Oliver Stone's JFK movie, that even more of the tiny sliver of JFK assassination-related documents that were still withheld, the tiny residue of particles left in the bottom of the cheesecloth, should be released. That process, which continued through most of the 90s, resulted in over 99.9% of all assassination-related documents reaching the public. Basically, the only material left in federal files that has not already been subject to disclosure are pinpoint redactions in individual documents, so little phrases blacked out. Mostly these are the names of undercover agents or, on rare occasion, information related to intelligence gathering methods that aren't known to the general public. This falls under general regulations about disclosure of national security related material, which are again applicable to anything, not just assassination-related material. When he wrote his book in the 2000s, Bugliosi interrogated the head of NARA about this issue, and that person, Stephen Tilley, reported that he and his staff could not think of any assassination-related document that had been withheld in full from the public. As a matter of logic, though, why would anyone expect there to be some sort of bombshell, smoking gun type of document in the government's files that disprove the basic conclusions of the Warren Commission? Every single time an assassination researcher has actually gotten a document that was previously withheld for whatever reason, it's turned out to be a nothing burger. And again, I stress this has not happened since the end of the 90s when virtually all of the documents were disclosed. Furthermore, in the vast majority of cases, it's not hard to get federal documents at all, at least historical ones, which assassination documents fall into the category of. So what I'm holding in my hand here, this is an FBI file on a World War II era German spy. This is for another historical project that I'm working on. It's not at all related to Kennedy. But this document, held by NARA, was classified at the time I requested it, and it was less than 75 years old. NARA received my request, reviewed it, and then coughed this document right up. I had to pay for copying, but that was minimal. This document contains the names of intelligence agents and even has letters signed by J. Edgar Hoover, the head of the FBI at the time. They gave it right up. I didn't even have to file a Freedom of Information Act request. So the idea that there are secret documents in government files related to the assassination that will blow the cover off and tell a totally new story is just nonsense. If you like what I'm doing here, don't just subscribe. I mean, well, of course subscribe, it'd be great if you did that, but it'd be very helpful if you'd click on one of my other stories. I've gone in a lot of different directions in these videos, and I've had to, because the public discourse on the assassination of President Kennedy is so gigantic and has been polluted by so many off-base innuendos that there's a lot to be addressed. But in this chapter, we're moving toward the close of this series. Let's get back to the central truth. Lee Harvey Oswald assassinated President Kennedy, and he did it alone. Once more, for those in the back, these are the facts you can't just get around. Lee Harvey Oswald fired 3 shots. Eyewitnesses actually saw him doing the shooting. 3 shell casings were found on the floor of the depository next to the rifle in the building where he worked. His fingerprints were on the rifle and all over the boxes at the sniper's nest. The vast majority of witnesses heard 3 shots. The vast majority heard them coming from the direction of the Texas School Book Depository. Both of the shots that hit President Kennedy, the one that went through his neck and went on to wound John Connally, and the headshot that killed him, came from behind. His body showed no evidence of a shot from the front. The bullets and bullet fragments found in the limousine were found in front of where Kennedy was sitting, thus indicating they came from the rear. The bullets that were found were matched by ballistics to Oswald's rifle, to the exclusion of all other weapons in the world. He bought the rifle. Not only did it have his fingerprints on it, but he gave a photograph of himself holding the rifle, a photo signed by him, and which his wife admitted she took in the backyard. He gave that to a friend. Previous to the Kennedy assassination, Oswald used that self-same rifle to try to kill General Edwin Walker, which he admitted to his wife. After he escaped from the school book depository, Oswald went on to murder Officer J.D. Tippit with a gun that he owned and whose bullets were matched by ballistics to have come from Oswald's handgun, to the exclusion, again, of all other weapons in the world. This murder and the flight away from it were witnessed in broad daylight by a dozen people. Oswald was a politically motivated extremist who was incompetent at almost everything in his life, except this one act of political violence. He was unreliable, such that no one would ever have trusted him to carry out a sensitive mission, and he was broke, indicating that he wasn't on anyone's payroll. There is no evidence that he was an agent working with or for anyone. There's no evidence that the man who killed him, Jack Ruby, worked for the mafia or for anyone. And the murder of Oswald was clearly opportunistic. evidenced by the fact that just a few minutes before, Ruby was at a Western Union counter sending a telegram and could easily have missed his opportunity to kill Oswald. These facts are absolutely conclusive. Lee Harvey Oswald did it. There is no way around this conclusion. No evidence has ever come to light refuting them. Plenty of innuendo. We've had 60 years of books, movies, and TV specials full of innuendo, but no actual evidence. Therefore, you can consider these facts as completely uncontroverted. So once you conclude, as you have to, I think, that Oswald did it, the only remaining question is whether he was working with or for anyone else. And as there was no evidence that he was, and in fact the evidence is pretty overwhelming that no one who could have been motivated to kill Kennedy would or could have been dumb enough to enlist Oswald as part of their plan, it's therefore clear that he was not working with anyone. Indeed, all the evidence indicates that Oswald's plan was not hatched more than a few days before the assassination, and his whole opportunity depended on dumb luck. The presidential motorcade just happened to be planned to pass in front of the building where he worked, and he had a rifle that could do the job. So think back to the bank robbery analogy in the first part of this series. We have all the evidence we need to conclude that Jake robbed the bank. He did it, absolutely for sure. Therefore, something that appears at first glance to be incongruous with this conclusion has to be explainable in a way that's consistent with what we know happened. Jake can't have been in two places at once, so if we know he was robbing the bank at noon, a report that he was having a drink at a tavern somewhere else at the time must be incorrect. For whatever reason, it's incorrect. The evidence against Oswald has to be where you begin to evaluate the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And it's also the place where we end, because there's nothing out there to refute this evidence. Oswald did it, and he acted alone. I anticipate that I'm going to get a lot of pushback on this series that proceeds from what you might call whataboutism. But what about the theory of so-and-so that says the assassination was done by X and it happened like this? Oh, you didn't mention that. True, in many cases, I will never have heard of so-and-so and not be familiar with the particular theory you're talking about. There are so many of them. But sorry, conspiracy theorists, this is not the checkmate that you think it is. I do not have to have read every assassination book or seen every dumb YouTube conspiracy video to conclude that Oswald did it and did it alone. There's a very simple test that you can apply to any proposed theory that will tell you whether or not it's worth considering on its merits. Now, note what I said there, whether it's worth considering on its merits, not whether it is true. There's a difference. The test is this. If someone says, but what about X theory? Ask yourself, 1. Does this theory ignore or dismiss without explanation the overwhelming evidence of Oswald's guilt? If, and only if, you answer no to that question, you move on to the second one. Question number 2. Does the theory engage with physical or documentary evidence that can actually be produced? If, and only if, you answer yes to the second question, should you go on to consider the merits of that theory. Otherwise,
how's runes?
The vast majority of JFK's...
Get your hand out of me pot.
Assassination
Stop it.
theories, and I mean the vast
Hand out.
majority,
No.
will fail to get past gate
Hand
number
in.
1. Almost all of them, from Jim Garrison's to
No.
Will Cooper's, simply ignore the overwhelming evidence that indicates Lee Harvey Oswald did it, or else it dismisses it by assuming, without providing evidence of fakery, that it is somehow faked or fabricated. A tiny, tiny trickle of JFK assassination theories can get to the threshold of gate number 2, whether they actually engage with or rely on real evidence that can be produced, rather than just innuendo or supposition or conjecture. If, and only if, a proposed explanation can get past both gates, should you spend your time evaluating it on its merits, in my opinion. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. Let me give you an example of how this test might work in practice. first, using a completely silly theory that no one in the real world believes, and second, using a theory that has actually been proposed. So I heard a joke years ago about the JFK assassination that it was secretly the Beatles. Paul McCartney was in the school book depository, Ringo was on the grassy knoll, and John Lennon and George Harrison were, I don't know, driving getaway cars or something. Obviously, this is a joke. It's not a real theory. No one would seriously try to propose this. But let's test it using the test that I just set out. Number one, does this theory that the Beatles did it ignore or dismiss without explanation the overwhelming evidence of Oswald's guilt? Yes, clearly it does. If it was Paul McCartney firing from the school book depository, why is there so much evidence that Lee Harvey Oswald was the person doing it? The theory can't explain that without a generalized dismissal to the effect of, oh yeah, well that must all have been faked. Bam, we're done with this theory. You don't even need to delve any deeper into the Beatles theory, even if it was real, to know that it's crap, because it cannot reckon with the evidence of Oswald's guilt. Second example. Let's take the theory of assassination author David Lifton, who wrote that terrible book, Best Evidence, in 1981. I dealt with that theory in Chapter 22. As you recall, Lifton believes President Kennedy's body was stolen sometime between the time it left Parkland Hospital and the time it arrived at Bethesda Naval Hospital. And during that time, the bullet wounds were surgically altered so that the autopsy would conclude that shots came from behind. Now, this is a ridiculous theory and totally impossible, and I refuted it in Chapter 22. But let's put it through the test. Does Lifton's theory ignore or dismiss without explanation the overwhelming evidence of Oswald's guilt? Actually, no, it doesn't, at least not entirely. Although Lifton does eventually resort to the deus ex machina of Oswald was framed somehow, his theory does make some attempt to explain why the autopsy proved that the shots that killed President Kennedy came from the direction of the school book depository. So what about gate number 2? Does Lifton's theory engage with physical or documentary evidence that can actually be produced? Well, yes it does. It does so badly, but at least it does. As you recall, Lifton seized upon one sentence in an FBI agent's report about what the president's body looked like when it was unwrapped at the Naval Hospital. In fact, his entire theory is based on that one sentence. Lifton is completely wrong and his theory is absurd, but at least you can't dismiss it out of hand. You realize it's absurd when you drill into the merits of it. But I used this example to demonstrate that the test that I've devised here is not result-driven. So let this chapter in particular be a guide for commenters or those who want to challenge my conclusions here with any phrase that includes the words "what about?" 1. Does the theory ignore or dismiss the overwhelming evidence of Oswald's guilt? And 2. Does it actually engage with physical or documentary evidence that can actually be produced, as opposed to just innuendo or supposition? As we move into the home stretch here, it's worth asking the question in a broad sense. Why is there so much resistance on the part of so many people to accept the truth about the Kennedy assassination? The truth being that Oswald did it and acted alone. Why do so many people want so hard for there to have been a conspiracy? This is a difficult question to answer, and it gets us into a lot of psychological and sociological territory. As I said toward the beginning of the first video, 2 of the other 3 assassinations of American presidents were by lone wolf killers who were either mentally ill or political extremists, and almost all of the other unsuccessful attempts to assassinate presidents also fit this pattern. The only outlier is the assassination of Lincoln, which was a conspiracy, but a small one that was immediately and obviously exposed. As I think I've proven in this video series, we can also put the Kennedy assassination in the category of a lone wolf killer who was a political extremist. But why such popular resistance to believing that? And why is the Kennedy assassination special?
All right, now will this be good?
Meaning, why don't vast segments
Mad
of the
because
American
small
public
5.02
also reject
Shadowbringers Part
the
3.
historical facts of the Garfield, McKinley, or Lincoln assassination?
I don't know. I will watch it though.
Small. Small, 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 small. Angry. Very, very angry. Mad because small. Jealous of tall. Sad because small. I'll show them all. Do babies dream of tiny sheep? Babies dream of world domination. Okay, bye. You're finally here. You did not wake me up, but you did in fact. Go. Jitterbug. Hey, how did you know the password to my password journal? That was a Girl Tech Password Journal 2 commercial 2001 reference. This script is terrible. Corella DeVille wants to join our world-saving adventure. No way. Okay, bye. Mad because Lahi, jealous of tall tree. Guess who's back? Long time no see. Unexpected, angry. Smile for the gram. Hashtag quest, hashtag saving the world, hashtag fabulous. Doth myself must needs asphyxiate a wench? No, that's my job. Prithee stay these hands, prithee stay these hands. Halt, stay thine hands. Oh great, what now? You have the right to remain small. Angry. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of small.
You have the right to remain small.
Muggle Mog. I have an appointment with a box of wine. Okay, bye. Why don't we teleport too? It's not like any of us are losers with bad fashion who can't use magic. Local cult leader arrives to prevent imminent murder. Sistola am have become. Mama Toya. I thought there was a sin eater. No, just a shin eater. Welcome to our cult hideout in contested territory that's in danger from all sides. And here's the Aetherite so you can conveniently teleport directly in. We need help reading this tablet, so we came to you, our only blind friend. Okay, sure. This better not be another Grashtola fic. Meanwhile, Resident Dummy decides to rebel against man who's not her real dad by joining a cult. Unsupervised children receive cult initiation from Cat Daddy, but still angst. Wait, how did I get dragged into this? Falling asleep during the worst church service ever. Cat Daddy flushes the Soul Skittle down the toilet of dreams. I was gonna eat that.
Soul Skittle.
Moderately perturbed. I demand lunch. Okay, first have one of these apples. And next we're going to sneak into enemy territory by throwing bees at them. I call that lunch. Applebee's. LeMayo. You can't Applebee serious. You better take me to Wendy's after this or I'm gonna Wendy-stroy your kneecaps. We're in. This picture shows the warrior of tallness being praised for his awesome height. But you wouldn't understand. I'm gonna ghost bust your ankles. And this one is a line of people who are tall enough to go down the water slide. How much sage do I have to burn to get rid of this idiot? Has someone been in my spice cabinet? Lol, no. Meanwhile, Candyman goes to visit Candy Fan. You were not content with the stories, so I was obliged to come. Did you take my sunrise and sprinkle it with dew? Lol, yeah. I want the sky to be lemon flavored. Stop turning it blue raspberry. Lol, no. Then I'll kill you and all your friends. If you try, you'll more than likely fail. Okay, bye. For 3XL suffers critical damage. Meanwhile, the worst Inquisition ever arrives, as expected. Guess we better hide so we don't have to beat up an old man. As you can see, this man is in desperate need of Pepto-Bismol.
No.
But you backward forest hippies have no such luxuries. Therefore, you will join us or die. Aria. The choice is yours, Kate. Bye. Oh no. This situation is dire. Rhea. Kind of like this script. Mad because small. Jealous of tall. Following a cat girl that can't see at all. Kind of like an average dungeon run. When suddenly arrows begin to fall. Angry lagomorphs want to poke that cat girl wife. Not entirely unusual. She not like the banani. Angry. Cat no banani. Guess I better stand at a safe distance and not get involved. I shall sendeth mine thoughts and prayers. Lol. Wait. We plundered this cultural artifact to pretend we're related to your ancestors. Good enough for us, come on in. Remember, all of your problems can be solved by lying. I'm 5'11".
All your problems
Time
can
to
be solved
go
by lying.
tomb raiding. If you pet me, I will bite your... Hey, I'm over here. Not sure if angry. This bird statue will open the door. Hoot will press the switch. I'll do it, because 5'11". It worked. Very Mad Baby is 5'11" and can reach the light switch. I am unstoppable. Meanwhile, Old Man is hunting wabbits and cougars. I'll bet you didn't see that one coming. Killed 2 light gods, but still afraid of some random old man. Because, yeah. Prepare to die. Hi-ya! Not so fast. You'll never break through my plot armor. But then that other stupid dummy shows up in time to come a-running when all of a sudden he steps on a button activating the traps that cause the collapse of the very place they're trying to stop us from coming. Unfortunately, he lives. He won't step on any more traps if I break his entire legs. Wait, I'll give you the Pepto-Bismol if you let me go. We don't negotiate with Tatarists. No man threatens a messenger. This is blasphemy. This is madness. Madness. This is Ronka! Mama Toya dives in to save the Pepto and probably die again. How could curiosity do this? Now I'm stuck here with the worst grandpa ever. And that's when Uri Angry and Thick Thangry cast a spell to pull Shang Tsung into the well and smack him down to the exact same ground through which our cat girl had just fell. Wow, what a useful spell that 2 trained conjurers both know and could have used about 30 seconds ago to prevent this whole conundrum. Too bad I was busy watching the cutscene and not helping with this contrived situation that I easily could have solved single-handedly. Oh well. Very sad Sistola is dead again. Hey, seriously, where are my herbs and spices? I'll show you spice if you've got some herb. Thine parlance amidst this gentlemanly confabulation doth prove most flummoxing. What? Ahem. Speak plainly, Asian. Naked cat girls. Naked cat girls? No one could possibly want to see that for a second time. So we all go to watch the laser lights as Emmett Smith 3D prints a cat girl wife. Respectfully. Cat Daddy craves that cat mommy. It's nice having such a reliable friend. Catly tears. Everyone am happy that Yevtola are back. Respectfully. Mad because baby smalls, jealous of double talls, triple like god doggy falls, day is safe so night recalls. Another one bites the dusk. Want to know the history of the world? Oh no, not again. Once upon a time, Space Dad ruled the world and everyone was really tall. Actually, most people still are, but some aren't. Angry. Space Daddy wanted to keep everyone tall. Gasp. But Space Mom took the kids in the divorce. LeMay, okay, bye. Scree. Sorry I lied, but before I go, the truth is I'm only 5'10". Are you sure you didn't take anything out of the spice cabinet? Orega, no way. Chive never even considered it. And now it's time for me to be on my rosemary way. But how am I supposed to season the food? Dillweed it. Lol. I can't believe she thought Sage would get rid of me. Finally back at Candy Mountain. Crystallized grandfather is tired because it's past 5 p.m. Therefore government-mandated nap time. But still haunted. Sup, long time no ethereal sea. Swiftcast banish L3. Can't sleep because too much sugar. Meanwhile in Garlemald. Tell me, for whom do you fight? That's the 5th time today you've asked me this question. That isn't very glib at all. And do you believe in Eorzea? Also, katana-wielding soldier wields a katana and is a soldier. Who actually, literally, even remotely cares? Hanging out with Alicis. Our base is under attack. We must construct additional pylons. What? There will be a lot more orphans if we don't use protection. huh? We have to turn on the shields. Okay. Shields are turned on. Mad
There'll be a
because
lot
small
more
doll,
orphans if we
jealous
don't
of
use
tall
protection.
wall. But now that it's sunset, is it time for lunch yet? Stupid idiots out in the dark, cold rain. I thought we were going to Wendy's, not Waffle House. Chief Bunny Girl is hurt. Oh no, why didn't you wear a helmet? Don't you want to protect your noggin? Meanwhile, Intangible Virgin can't even respectfully appreciate that booty. Ugly, stupid losers get killed by sexy demon waifu. God, I wish that were me. We have killed them all. Still mad because still small. Bunny stupid guard captain didn't help at all. The Mad No Hatter's guilty feet have got no rhythm. She's never gonna dance again. Stupid guy from Dumbtown comes to brag about losing the battle. Mad because thigh high, jealous of sky high, and every last tall guy. But at last the time's nigh. To be continued, probably.
Oh no, probably.
Probably.
Still have to finish 2 P12S. That's Cyber Spider. Funny video.
I think a lot of it has to do with the time in which it happened, and especially the time in which most conspiracy theories about the assassination have been swirling around, which is the last 60 years. Kennedy was assassinated in 1963, during a moment of vast political and social upheaval in American society. It was during the Civil Rights Movement. The most intensive phase of American involvement in the Vietnam War was just about to start in earnest. Social movements around African Americans and other ethnic minorities, women, the LGBT community, these were seriously challenging previous orthodoxy about where these people fit into American society. These challenges ramped up tremendously in the later 1960s and completely altered the course of American history. The 1960s began an age of paranoia. I talked about this a bit in my audio course on the history of conspiracy theories in America, which is available on my website. Great societal forces were colliding in the 1960s, and paranoia and conspiracy theories are always a byproduct of social change. People come to distrust institutions. That's not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, questioning institutions is good. Conspiracy theorizing is generally not a productive way to do that, though, but that's a separate issue. The gestation period of most John F. Kennedy conspiracy theories was the later 1960s. During that time period, there were 2 more high-profile political assassinations, those of Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy in 1968. Then in the 70s came the Watergate scandal, which had a profound effect on Americans' view of government and politics. This was all happening against the background of a shifting role of America in the world and shifting roles of people within America. The post-war economic boom was ending. America began transitioning to a service and information economy. Factories were shuttered, livelihoods became harder and more precarious, and then especially since 1980, the social and economic safety nets that many Americans took for granted were increasingly frayed or outright dismantled. Is it any wonder that conspiracy theories flourish in this sort of environment? The assassination was also extremely traumatic for many people. Just ask any baby boomer where they were when they heard that John F. Kennedy had been shot, and you'll get a story. This was a sudden, shocking event with world-shaking consequences. It's difficult and uncomfortable to believe that history can be changed by a lone wolf killer with a $21 rifle and a chip on his shoulder. People often look for broader explanations, even if those explanations are more complicated or supremely complicated, as most conspiracy theories are. Furthermore, conspiracy theories are sort of a cult that separate good people from bad people. Conspiracy theories always involve some sort of secret or maligned knowledge that is believed by its adherents to be empowering. You know the quote-unquote truth about what really happened, whereas I am a brainwashed sheeple. It probably won't matter to you that what I believe is historical fact and what you believe is fantasy. It's the belief that's important to more people, not the facts, as my own experience with the college student of mine demonstrated. Remember, I mentioned in the first video where he wrote on his paper, "I know this is the answer you want, but this is not what I believe." I choose to believe in historical fact and what the historical evidence proves. The historical evidence proves that Oswald did it and that he acted alone. One last quick point, which is related to the subject of the last chapter. Part of why I think there's such resistance to accepting the historical facts of the Kennedy assassination is that to many people it feels like a moral surrender. If you accept that the Warren Commission got it right, it feels like you're somehow giving unearned trust to an untrustworthy institution, the federal government, which has done and continues to do all manner of horrible and unjust things from Watergate to Guantanamo Bay. Believing the historical facts of the Kennedy assassination seems like letting your guard down, like you'll be less resistant the next time the government tries to lie to you. I understand why people feel this way. But the thing is, it's not a zero-sum game. No institution is all bad or all good, just as no person is all bad or all good. If the government got it right in the Kennedy case, it doesn't mean that every spokesperson or every statement the government ever makes is always right. Nor does it mean that you, by accepting a conclusion that's factually supported, have abandoned your ability to tell the truth from lies. There are shades of gray here, and I know that many people are not good at perceiving shades of gray. Would you be surprised to learn that Lee Harvey Oswald, the murderer of President John F. Kennedy, doesn't seem to have hated the person that he murdered? Indeed, Oswald seems to have expressed admiration for him, telling his friend, George de Mohrenschildt, that he thought Kennedy was an excellent president. Yet, as we've seen, it's abundantly clear that Oswald did kill him despite having...
You laughing at now?
The motive was political,
Just
not
funny
personal.
things.
Oswald, misfit though he was, apparently could, on occasion, separate personal from political feelings.
This guy's watching his VTubers.
This shows us that it's more complicated
No,
than just a
wrong.
zero-sum game. Government bad, therefore anything government says false by definition. That's highly reductionist thinking. It's entirely possible to be highly skeptical of the institution of government as a whole and also recognize that the Warren Commission, an arm of the federal government, came up with a conclusion in 1964 that matches the facts of what happened to John F. Kennedy and the logical inferences that we can draw from those facts. So, in short, accepting the Warren Commission's conclusion doesn't mean that you trust the government. It just doesn't. It means that they happen to get it right in this particular case. The purpose of this video series is to explain and arrive at the truth of a historical event. I'm a historian, that's what I do. I try to explain and arrive at the truth of historical events. In this case, the historical events have been obscured by nearly 60 years of innuendo, obfuscation, and conspiracy theorizing. I think we should get back to the history. What happened on November 22nd, 1963? Here's what happened. Lee Harvey Oswald, a disgruntled loner and political extremist, used his own $21 mail-order rifle and bullets that he purchased to assassinate President John F. Kennedy. He fired 3 shots, 2 of which wounded the president, one of those fatally. Oswald acted alone in committing this crime. He was not working for or with anyone. There was no conspiracy. I believe I've set out and substantiated more than enough historical facts and documentary evidence to enable us to reach this conclusion about what happened on that terrible day nearly 60 years ago. I've gone through the evidence piece by piece. I've given you citations, I've shown my work, I've walked you through the logical conclusions and the reasoning that I used to get there. I've shown why much of the chatter about this historical event which pushes a different conclusion is uninformed, inaccurate, or simply wrong. This is despite the fact that, equally undisputed, that most Americans disagree with the conclusion that I'm reaching here. Sure, I wish more people believed in history, but I can't change that. What I can do is stand up for the historical facts and to try to get them heard above the noise and obfuscation that have obscured them. I believe I've done this, and if you've been with me on the journey through this vast and treacherous subject, thank you. It'd be great if you watched some of my other videos, almost all of them considerably shorter than this one. But thank you very much, and I'll see you again soon with more historical thoughts. Legend has arisen that Greeley was so distraught by the magnitude of his electoral defeat that he went crazy. On January 6, 1853, a bitterly cold day in New England, a steam train pulling a single passenger car left the Andover, Massachusetts station bound for Concord, New Hampshire. There were several passengers in the car, among them the President-elect of the United States, Franklin Pierce, his wife Jane, and their 11-year-old son, Benny. The Pierces were returning from seeing friends in Amherst over the holidays. We're not sure exactly what happened to the train, but some kind of accident caused it to derail. The passenger car tumbled down an embankment and landed on its roof. It happened pretty much right here, on this stretch of track, though the terrain has undoubtedly changed since 1853. The President-elect and his wife weren't badly hurt, but as the train crashed, a piece of metal struck Benny in the forehead. It literally sheared off the back of his skull. There was nothing Pierce or his wife could do. They watched their son die right in front of them. The only saving grace was that he was killed instantly and didn't suffer. Benny was their last surviving child. The Pierces had a baby boy who died shortly after birth. Their second son died of typhus at the age of 4 in 1843. Almost all parents in the 19th century suffered the deaths of children. The Pierces had suffered more than their share, and this one was particularly horrible. It was 2 days short of 2 months before Pierce was set to be inaugurated as the 14th President of the United States. Jane was overcome with grief at Benny's death and did not accompany her husband to Washington at first. In fact, the inaugural ball and other festivities traditional upon the installation of a new president were canceled out of respect for Pierce's personal grief. Pierce even made a brief reference to his family tragedy in the first sentence of his inaugural address. Pierce was escorted to the White House by the outgoing president, Millard Fillmore, and then he, Pierce, spent the day greeting visitors and well-wishers. The crowd trashed the place, tracking mud onto the carpets and leaving dirty dishes everywhere. The White House servants were gone and the house had not yet been made ready for the new first family. When the reception ended, Pierce and his private secretary, Sidney Webster, made their way upstairs by candlelight. They crashed in whatever beds they found were made up. This was the inauspicious beginning of Franklin Pierce's administration. I chose to begin this video, an in-depth look at the very sad life and disastrous presidency of Franklin Pierce, with these stories, because I think they really bring home the tragedy, failure, and bad luck that has shadowed Pierce all throughout American history. I'm going to go back and talk about Pierce, his background, how he came to be president, and of course what happened during his single term. But to get a real sense of how this story goes, you need to know these tragic and unusual circumstances under which his presidency began. Hi, I'm Sean Munger, and welcome to another deep dive history video. You may wonder, given my track record, I've done videos on historical analyses of popular movies, lots of nautical and ship-related topics, a recent one on the Iran-Contra scandal. You may wonder why I'm doing this, an in-depth biography of one of the worst and most forgettable presidents of the United States, Franklin Pierce. Whenever historians rank U.S. presidents, a game I have no interest in playing, quite frankly, Pierce usually winds up within about 2 rungs of the bottom. He served one term from 1853 to 1857, was not re-elected or even renominated by his own party, and quickly sank into obscurity. He is usually blamed, not unfairly, for exacerbating a lot of the problems that brought on the Civil War, only 4 years after he left office. Pierce is less a personality in history than he is a trivial pursuit question. I am incredibly fascinated by Franklin Pierce, why he was such a failure, and what his failure as president can tell us about the times he lived in. I think we can learn a lot more about the presidency from the stories of the men who've done it badly than we can from the guys who were really good at it, your Lincolns, Washingtons, FDRs, etc. And I think you might find it an interesting story, because unless you happen to know a lot about Franklin Pierce already, which is pretty unlikely, you're not going to know what happens next in this story. There's also a human angle, a personal angle to the story that's absolutely devastating. I think it's hard to find any U.S. president who had a sadder life than Franklin Pierce. In addition to being the saddest president, while it's hard to quantify these things, I think he also qualifies as one of our drunkest, even surpassing champion drinkers like Ulysses Grant and Pierce's own successor, James Buchanan. Now, this is not to make light of alcoholism, which is a serious disease and generally not the fault of the person who suffers from it. Indeed, when we're done, you may have quite a lot of sympathy for why Pierce turned to the bottle. The subject of alcohol in 19th century America is itself pretty interesting, and you have to admit that Pierce has a lot to contribute to that history. There is very little material on Franklin Pierce available on YouTube. If you do a search for his name, you'll bring up considerably more videos of sporting events at schools named after Franklin Pierce than you will videos about the man himself. So clearly there is a need for this. Mine is, I believe, the longest and most in-depth examination of Pierce on YouTube, at least the longest that's not just a recording of a lecture or a PBS documentary or something. The one exception might be Peter Ray's series on it from a couple of years ago. Almost all the material about Franklin Pierce on YouTube is short capsule summary type of stuff, and almost all of that exists for the sake of completeness, meaning videos specifically about Pierce are done because the content creator does a lot of stuff on US presidents generally, and Pierce is simply on the list. Mr. Beat, I'm looking at you. So if you're looking for a reason to spend a considerable amount of time watching this video, this is it. You're not going to get it anywhere else. I am not looking to rehabilitate Pierce's historical reputation, as some historians who've studied him have attempted to. Yes, I see you there, Peter Wallner. I think Pierce was an awful, awful president who probably never should have been elected. But he was, and despite his failings, I think his story is pretty poignant. I also confess I have a personal interest in Franklin Pierce. Years ago, I wrote a short story that involved him as a character. That story is publicly available, and if you're still interested, at the end of this video, I'll tell you where you can get it for free. This is a very long video, and I don't expect people to watch it all the way through in one chunk, though if you do, more power to you. What I suggest you do is bookmark it, and then work your way through it, chapter by chapter. Do pay attention to the chapters. I've organized them by subject, and they're clearly marked in the description. So if you're ready to delve into the tragic, frustrating, alcohol-sodden life of Franklin Pierce, let's get to it. First, we have to understand the country and the world that he was born into, because it explains a lot about who he eventually became. We're going to be visiting many places in the course of this journey, and I think we have to start many years before the birth of Franklin Pierce in this place. This is Boston, specifically the monument on the site of the Battle of Bunker Hill, which took place on June 17, 1775. This was one of the opening battles of the American Revolutionary War. The shooting between colonials and the British had begun 2 months earlier, on April 19th in Lexington. On that day, or shortly after it, someone came out into a field in Chelmsford, Massachusetts, to tell a young farmer, Benjamin Pierce, only 17 at the time, that the war had begun. Legend has it that Pierce immediately dropped what he was doing and walked off the farm to join it. Whether this specific story is true or not, Pierce did serve and he did fight here at Bunker Hill. Benjamin Pierce also fought here at Saratoga, one of the pivotal battles of the war in the fall of 1777, and he endured the terrible conditions at Valley Forge, where Washington's army was camped and desperately short on supplies the following winter. Basically, if you wanted an unimpeachable origin story for a dyed-in-the-wool American patriot, these are exactly the kind of credentials that you would want. What this sort of origin story did for Benjamin Pierce and the family that he began soon after the war was to position them as the political elite in the new United States. He was unimpeachably part of the revolutionary generation. Generations are very important to Franklin Pierce's story. After American independence was won from Britain, Pierce settled in Hillsborough, New Hampshire, that's where we are now, by the way, and eventually built this house in 1804, the year of Franklin's birth. By that time, Benjamin had several political positions in New Hampshire, and in fact was on the governor's council at that time. Franklin was his sixth child. Because this house hadn't quite been built yet at the time he was born, he was actually born in a log cabin that stood out back of where this house was located. He was born in November 1804, the same month that Thomas Jefferson was re-elected as President of the United States. I'm going to talk about the politics of this era in a minute, that's important too. Franklin's revered older brother was Benjamin Kendrick Pierce. He was 14 at the time Franklin was born. Not bad looking, eh? You might make a comparison to a young Robert Downey Jr. Yes, Franklin Pierce was the younger brother of Iron Man. Good looks run in the Pierce family, by the way. As you can plainly see, Brother Ben was a military officer. He joined the army just before the War of 1812 and was in several major battles. Franklin grew up hearing stories of his brother's heroism in the War of 1812. Yes, he had another older brother, John Sullivan Pierce, who also served in that war. Probably a name mentioned in these stories was Winfield Scott, a young military officer who rose high in the ranks during the war and who commanded American forces at the Battle of Lundy's Lane in July 1814, a battle in which Benjamin Pierce participated. Scott would eventually be the presidential candidate whom Franklin Pierce would defeat in 1852. I just can't resist mentioning that the Battle of Lundy's Lane is talked about obliquely in one of my all-time favorite movies, Martin Scorsese's criminally underrated 19th century gangster drama, Gangs of New York, from 2002. Anyway, that's an aside. Back to Franklin Pierce. In 1820, when he had not yet turned 16, Franklin Pierce went off to Bowdoin College in Brunswick, Maine. This was a tiny, tiny school in 1820, but very prestigious. This is Bowdoin College, by the way. Very quintessentially New England, ivy-covered wall type of place. Pierce met a number of important people at Bowdoin College, and people with whom Pierce's life would intersect, directly or indirectly. For example, poet Henry Wadsworth Longfellow was in the class behind Pierce. In that same class was Calvin Ellis Stowe, who would go on to teach at Bowdoin College. Stowe would eventually marry Harriet Beecher, who in 1852 would write the novel Uncle Tom's Cabin about slavery, and which would cause President Pierce some grief. Pierce reportedly copied test answers from Stowe. Pierce also befriended Jonathan Cilley, that's C-I-L-L-E-Y, who would eventually get elected to Congress from the state of Maine. The most important friend that Pierce met at Bowdoin, though, was Nathaniel Hawthorne. The eventual author of The Scarlet Letter and The House of Seven Gables was a year behind Pierce, but the two basically became best friends. You'll see Hawthorne pop up again later in our story. For all the academic star power assembled at Bowdoin College, Pierce was an utterly abysmal student, at least at first. He vastly preferred fishing and hiking to studying, and was literally last in his class by the end of his sophomore year. He and his friends also had a habit of sneaking out of their dorm and going to a nearby tavern, where they got utterly bombed on numerous occasions. This is the first appearance of alcohol in Franklin Pierce's life story, and it's worth a few words. Some historians, like Michael Holt, author of an important source for this video, stop short of labeling Pierce an alcoholic, arguing that, quote, it is impossible to render a definitive diagnosis.
Look at your stream when your hand
while
is in the pot.
admitting that there is considerable evidence for it.
Don't do
I'm
it.
not so
No.
gun-shy. Pierce was
Get out of
an
that
alcoholic.
butt.
His heavy drinking is well documented throughout his life, especially toward the end.
Under arrest.
I think it's safe to label Pierce an alcoholic in
It's a mini
part
game,
because
just a
in
game,
general,
just a
Americans
pot
drank
game.
vastly greater amounts of alcohol in the early 19th century than they do today. Historians estimate that the average American consumed about 7.1 gallons of alcohol yearly in 1830, less than a third of Americans' average intake in the early 21st century. 7.1 gallons, that is a staggering amount of booze. So anyone who gained a reputation as an alcoholic in the early 19th century means they were imbibing amounts that would be absolutely off the charts by modern standards. So yes, Franklin Pierce was an alcoholic. I don't think there's any question of it. Those marks at the end of sophomore year evidently scared him straight. By that I mean he certainly didn't quit drinking, but Pierce did double down to improve his academic performance. Instead of copying test answers from Harriet Beecher Stowe's future husband, Pierce started getting up at 4 a.m. every morning to study. It worked. In 1824, Franklin Pierce graduated 5th in his class of 14. After living at home for a little while after graduation, Pierce went to live in Portsmouth, New Hampshire in 1825, where he read law with a man named Levi Woodbury, future Supreme Court Justice. I just used a phrase there, reading law, that might be unfamiliar to you. The way somebody became a lawyer in early 19th century America is considerably different than the way it works today. You didn't go to law school, graduate, and then take the bar exam, which is what I did in the 1990s. There were no law schools in America in 1825. Law was a profession that was learned by apprenticeship, kind of like learning to become a shoemaker or a blacksmith. A promising young student would work in the office of a hometown lawyer, who would teach him the law and how to read cases and things like that, and then also use that apprentice as cheap labor in their own practice. Almost all the early US presidents were lawyers who were trained more or less in this manner. If you weren't a merchant or a business owner, being a lawyer, especially in a small New England town, was one of the surest ways to prosperity in this time. It was also a pipeline into politics, especially in a family like Pierce's. Levi Woodbury was elected to the U.S. Senate in 1825, shortly after Pierce got there, so he had to find a new mentor. He went to Amherst and read law with another attorney. While he was reading law in Amherst, Franklin made the acquaintance of a young lady, Jane Means Appleton, 2 years younger. They don't appear to have started dating at this time. They called it courting in the 19th century. That would come later. Franklin Pierce was admitted to the bar in Hillsborough County, New Hampshire in 1827. That was the same year that his father, Benjamin Sr., was elected governor of New Hampshire. He was a strong Democratic Republican, yes, that's the name of the party, and his son Franklin was too. So here's what's going on with the parties. Between the time of the rise of political parties in America in the 1790s and the time Andrew Jackson began shaking up the political scene some 30 years later, there were two major political parties, the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans. Federalists were generally the party of merchants, banks, and moneyed interests. Democratic Republicans claimed to champion small farmers and the common man, though most of its prominent politicians, like Thomas Jefferson himself, were aristocratic Southern planters. The Federalist Party faded in the later 18-teens and 1820s, especially at the national level, though some Federalists could still be found in New England. The real competition was now within the Democratic Republican Party, and that competition broke into the open in the 1824 election season. Though they were both nominally Democratic Republicans, John Quincy Adams faced off against war hero and wannabe genocidal maniac Andrew Jackson. Adams, whose father was Federalist President John Adams, was thought to favor Northern commercial interests and especially federal spending on internal improvements, turnpikes, canals, and stuff like that. Jackson was a Tennessee slave owner, representing the West, which in the 1820s could still be defined as including Tennessee. Banks and money issues were very important in this period, as well as the procedure of allowing the state to license limited liability business organizations, corporations. Jackson was very opposed to that kind of thing. The 1824 election yielded no candidate with a majority, so it went to the House of Representatives, which chose Adams, who had lost the popular vote and was even behind Jackson in electoral votes. The selection of Adams as president, enraged supporters of Jackson, who crystallized even more firmly in favor of his principles and in opposition to Adams. The Pierce family fell into the Jackson camp. Benjamin Pierce had a smooth and untroubled sailing to election as New Hampshire governor in 1827. But in 1828, when he had to run for re-election, New Hampshire had one-year terms for the governorship at this time. A bunch of pro-Adams men organized to block him. They did, but New Hampshire had become a battleground between these rival factions of Democratic Republicans. In 1828, the much-awaited rematch between Adams and Jackson got going. Andrew Jackson won handily. J.Q. Adams didn't have much of a chance. Benjamin Pierce was returned to office as New Hampshire governor in 1828. And Franklin, who organized campaign meetings for his father, was now firmly entrenched among the pro-Jackson forces. In 1829, Jackson's first year as president, Franklin Pierce was elected to the New Hampshire state legislature. Andrew Jackson changed American politics, and Pierce, already a privileged son of New Hampshire, was certainly there for it. I'm going to put Franklin Pierce aside for a moment and talk about some broader trends in American history around this time. I told you in the last chapter that generations are important to this story. Now, this chapter may seem like a digression, but there's a method to my madness, I assure you. To get the point that I'm going to be making about the transition of generations, we have to crunch some data. This graph indicates the birth dates and lifespans of various presidents, plotted against important events and eras in American history. Here, in the middle decades of the 18th century, are the birth dates of most of the major American revolutionaries: Washington, Adams, Jefferson, etc. The American Revolution was somewhat unique among world revolutions, in that most of its major leaders were fairly young when it occurred. This is in contrast, marked contrast to other world revolutions, China's, Russia's, and Iran's, for example, which were led by revolutionary elites who often worked for decades to bring about revolution in their countries, and who usually succeeded only toward the end of their lives. A good example would be Mao Zedong, who was 56 when he finally completed the Communist Revolution in mainland China in 1949, or Ayatollah Khomeini, who was 77 when his Islamic Revolution overthrew the Shah of Iran in 1978. By contrast, Jefferson was only 33 when he wrote the Declaration of Independence. Uh-oh, look what I did just there. I tend to get hate mail from angry viewers whenever I compare the American Revolution to other world revolutions. Well, suck it up, Buttercup. They are comparable. America is not exceptional in this regard, so just deal with it. Anyway, back to the timeline. What ages revolutionary leaders were at the time of their revolution affects how long they and their generation can remain in charge of a new society afterwards. You can see this plainly here. Jefferson, 33 at the time of the American Revolution, was 57 when he became president in 1801. Madison was younger, born in 1751, and he was 58 when he became president in 1809. Each succeeding leader, a little younger than the previous one, could push out the edge of the envelope, where the revolutionary generation was still in power. James Monroe, the fifth president, joined the Continental Army as a teenager. He was born in 1758, and he was 59 when he became president in 1817. But as time marches farther on into the 19th century, the revolution generation is starting to get long in the tooth. By 1825, when Monroe is leaving office, Washington is long dead. Jefferson and the first Adams are literally on their deathbeds, and now it's been 50 years since the revolution began. So military or political veterans of that era are getting hard to find. That brings us to John Quincy Adams, yes, spelled Q-U-I-N-C-Y, but pronounced Quincy, and his successor, Andrew Jackson. Both were born in 1767, and both had very strained and somewhat tenuous claims to be part of the American Revolution generation. In Quincy's case, he was the son of one of the most important revolutionaries, John Adams, and although he didn't personally fight in the revolution, he was too young, he was at his father's side throughout that era, and thus had at least witnessed many revolutionary events. For example, he was an eyewitness to the Battle of Bunker Hill, at which Franklin Pierce's father fought. You could, with a stretch, call him part of the revolutionary generation, just barely. Then came Andrew Jackson. He was a veteran of the Revolutionary War, but he was only 13 when he joined the Continental Army in 1780, toward the very end of the conflict. A year later, Jackson and his brother were taken prisoner by a British unit. Andrew had his hand slashed by a sword when he refused to clean a British officer's boots. The revolution ended when he was 16, but again, he could claim to be revolutionary generation, just under the wire. Jackson wound up serving 2 terms as president. Far from his public image as a tough backwoods Indian fighter, he was actually a tiny, old, frail man during his time in the White House. Skeletally thin, he had white hair, much of the time he couldn't walk. He was unquestionably going to be the last of the revolution generation to serve as president. America was now forced, by demographics and the march of time, to transition political power to a succeeding generation, whether they liked it or not. This sort of transition is always chaotic in revolutionary societies. The Soviet Union, for example, did not survive its transition to the first generation of leaders born after the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. The first Soviet-born leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, born in 1931, was its last leader. China didn't effect its revolutionary transition until 2002, when Hu Jintao became leader of the Chinese Communist Party. Iran still hasn't gone through its revolutionary transition. Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran today, is still part of the generation that fomented Iran's Islamic Revolution 45 years ago. But they're going to have to do it soon. Khamenei is in his 80s. So where am I going with all of this? Well, because of Andrew Jackson's age and declining health, and the tradition set by Washington that presidents did not serve more than 2 terms, the year 1836 was destined to be a sea change in American politics and society. To whom was leadership of the American Republic going to devolve? Who would be the first post-revolution generation leader, and what tone was that going to set going forward? The answer, I'm sorry to say, is Martin Van Buren. He was Jackson's second vice president, elected in his own right in 1836, and the first American president born after the Declaration of Independence. He was born in 1782. Van Buren was arguably the first party politician to be elected president. Not that previous presidents were not politicians, clearly they were, but Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe were all deeply involved in the project of building the new American nation for most of their adult lives. Quincy Adams was tangentially connected to that project. Jackson was a military leader, but Van Buren was the first career politician. And look at the presidents who came after him up until the Civil War. Of the ones who were not military leaders, William Henry Harrison and Zachary Taylor, all of them, including Franklin Pierce, were also career politicians. Tyler, Polk, Fillmore, Pierce, Buchanan. Essentially, once the revolutionary generation died off, power and leadership in America fell into the hands not of statesmen or nation builders, but a generation of professional politicians, party hacks. And however many glowing stories there were in their backgrounds of Revolutionary War battles or great moments in early American history, the formative years of these men, like Franklin Pierce, were markedly different than the generation that had come before them. This transition of power from one generation to the next occurred just as Franklin Pierce was starting to enter national politics. Pierce, who served in the New Hampshire State House, was elected to the federal House of Representatives in 1832, the same election in which Andrew Jackson was overwhelmingly re-elected to the presidency, with Van Buren as his vice president, replacing John C. Calhoun of South Carolina, who resigned to seek election to the Senate, and who looked uncannily like Dr. Emmett Brown, played by Christopher Lloyd in the Back to the Future films. In 1836, when Martin Van Buren easily won election against the new opposition party called the Whigs, Pierce was elected senator from New Hampshire. Senators at this time were elected by state legislatures, not directly by voters. Pierce was 32, the youngest man elected to the U.S. Senate in history up until that time. After 1836, when the transition out of the revolutionary generation was complete, Pierce was well positioned to be in the new up-and-coming leadership class. But amidst all this generational change, there was a time bomb, a poison pill, lurking at the heart of the American Republic, and that was slavery. This was the issue that the revolutionary generation ducked, first by refusing to consider seriously the notion of abolishing slavery in America at the outset in 1776, and then they ducked it again, even worse this time, by agreeing to the toxic compromises in the Constitution of 1787. Indeed, the Constitution directly protected slavery, with the 3/5 Compromise and the prohibition on Congress interfering with the Atlantic slave trade until 1808. I am in a minority of American historians who believe that slavery could have been abolished during the Revolution, either at the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution level, without tearing the country apart. I'll go to my grave probably believing that the framers could have done it, if only they actually had the qualities that generations of American exceptionalist mythology has imbued them with: wisdom and foresight. Now, you can argue about that in the comments to this video if you want. I've got more important things to do than to pay attention to that argument, but I do believe that, and I think the historical evidence supports it. Now, before you denounce me as a heretic, you might want to read this book, Race and Revolution, by the late Gary Nash, which I believe proves this thesis, or at least supports it. Now, that's an argument for another time, but it's unquestionable that the issue of slavery and its immorality cast a deadly shadow over the new American Republic, and the revolutionary generation refused to solve it. however compelling they might have found their reasons for refusing. If the statesmen and nation builders of the Revolution generation, the people born at this end of the timeline, if they fell down on the task of resolving the monstrous problem of slavery, can you really expect that the next generation, the career politicians and party hacks, do you really think they're going to do any better at it? I'm framing the question that way, even though it's provocative, because I think it makes Franklin Pierce's ineptitude at dealing with slavery much easier to understand. Now, let's get back specifically to the story of Franklin Pierce, but I do think that this discussion of the generational dynamics of the early American Republic is absolutely critical to understanding him and his legacy. Back to the wormhole. This nice-looking Georgian-style house is called the Colonel Robert Means House, and it faces the village green of Amherst, New Hampshire. See, there's the green. And the street it's on is today called Pierce Lane. Let's go back to the house. We're here because in this house, on November 19th, 1834, a wedding ceremony took place. Franklin Pierce, our erstwhile hero, married Jane Means Appleton. He was then a congressman, she was 28, 2 years younger than him. The Colonel Robert Means house, built originally in 1785, was the home of Jane's grandmother. There was a brief reception, by brief I mean like an hour, and then the carriages rattled away from the front of this house, carrying the newlywed Mr. and Mrs. Franklin Pierce on the first leg of their journey to Washington, D.C. The marriage of Franklin and Jane is proof positive that opposites attract. He was outgoing and gregarious, she was an extreme introvert. Pierce wasn't that interested in God and religion, Jane was very devout. He loved shaking hands and meeting people, he was a career politician for God's sake. Jane kept to herself. Franklin guzzled gallons of booze, Jane was a teetotaler. In fact, him quitting the bottle may have been a condition of their marriage. For the first few months they were married, he didn't touch alcohol, one of the many attempts at drying out in Pierce's life that ultimately didn't work. On New Year's Day, 1835, Jane Pierce was at the White House at a reception organized by President Andrew Jackson. She met her husband's political hero. From the get-go, Jane detested politics and chafed at the social responsibilities of a congressman's wife. In fact, after a couple of months, she left Washington entirely and went back to Amherst to live with her mother. Oh, one more thing. Jane's family, which was very prominent in Amherst society, leaned strongly Whig. The parties had reconstituted themselves by now. The old Democratic-Republican Party could not survive the split between Jackson's guys and Quincy Adams's guys, so Jackson ran with Democrats, and the opposition, well, they ultimately became Whigs. Jane Appleton's staunch Whig family did not approve of her marrying a Jacksonian Democrat, and apparently they tried to talk her out of it. An important thing to keep in mind here is that both parties, Whigs and Democrats, had pro-slavery and anti-slavery wings. It wasn't that one party tended to sympathize with slaveholders and the other party didn't. That came later. But a new, very polarizing factor was starting to rise in the early 1830s. It was exemplified by this man, Boston newspaper publisher William Lloyd Garrison, who founded the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society on New Year's Day, 1831. Now, there had been plenty of opposition to slavery before in America, but the abolitionist movement that took the country by storm in the early 1830s was something new. They didn't use economic arguments against slavery or the old chestnut that slavery was wrong because it degraded white people. No, Garrison and his crowd attacked slavery as a moral abomination, an evil that must be swept away by the hand of God. Abolitionist organizations tended to include African Americans and especially women, and their goals were not limited to merely to abolition of slavery. Many prominent abolitionists championed gender equality, especially women's suffrage. The anti-slavery movement and the women's rights movement of this period could not be disentangled from each other. One of the things that abolitionist groups like Garrison's did was to absolutely flood legislatures, both at the state and national level, with petitions demanding the outlawing of slavery, or at least limitations on it, such as abolishing it in the District of Columbia, or modifying rules on the return of fugitive slaves, that sort of thing. Eventually, over 100,000 of these petitions reached Congress. The idea was to make so much noise politically as possible. It worked. Franklin Pierce utterly hated abolitionists. He was very much like other American politicians of this era who thought that abolitionists were dangerous radicals who were ruining everything for their radical position of believing that slavery was wrong. The reason was that the Constitution and the Union were built on compromises over slavery, and abolitionists basically dropped trowel and crapped on the very idea of compromise, at least where slavery was concerned. If abolitionist sentiment increased, it would be harder and harder to make political compromises, and that would threaten the stability of the Union. That was how Pierce and many politicians of the 1830s saw it. This was why they were hostile to abolitionism, regardless of what their personal feelings were on slavery. Let's go to another location. Wormhole, please. Wormhole, please. Thank you. This is Statuary Hall in the Capitol in Washington, D.C., a ceremonial chamber where statues of famous people, 2 sent by each state, are put on display on a rotating basis. That's what it is now. But before 1857, when the Capitol was remodeled, this was where the U.S. House of Representatives met in session. Some big things in Pierce's career happened here, which is why we're here. In December 1835, just after the start of the term to which Franklin was re-elected in the fall of 1834, a South Carolina congressman, James Hammond, spoke on the problem of those pesky mountains of petitions that were beginning to choke the channels of legitimate legislative business in the House. He suggested that Congress refuse even to receive any petitions from abolitionists at all. Pierce gave a speech in rebuttal. He said, no, that was going too far. The people did have the constitutional right to petition Congress. But instead of refusing to receive the petitions, Pierce suggested a rule that would automatically table them, which meant they would never come up for debate and no action would ever be taken on them, which is functionally the same thing as Hammond demanded, but dressed up a little differently. A House committee pondered the question. Pierce was appointed to this committee, and what emerged was, and what was passed in 1836, was called Rule 21, or the Gag Rule. It did exactly what Pierce suggested, automatically tabled any and all anti-slavery business in the House of Representatives. The Gag Rule proved extremely controversial in Congress. A faction of congressmen, including former President John Quincy Adams, who was serving in the House, worked for 8 years to abolish it. In 1844, thanks to Quincy Adams' deft work, they finally succeeded. But in the late 1830s and early 1840s, Congress was forbidden by its internal rules to even talk about slavery, thanks in part to Franklin Pierce. While the Gag Rule drama was going on, in February 1836, Pierce received 2 letters from Jane in New Hampshire. One announced the birth of his son, whom they named Franklin Jr. The other, dated 3 days later, reported that the baby had died. This was the first of the searing tragedies that would mark the Pierce family. As we've seen, Martin Van Buren won election in 1836 as Jackson's successor. Shortly after that, in December, the New Hampshire state legislature voted to promote Congressman Franklin Pierce to the U.S. Senate. He was only 32, one of the youngest senators ever to serve up until that time. Things did not go well for President Martin Van Buren. Almost as soon as he took the oath of office, the economy collapsed in the Panic of 1837, which was caused mostly by previous President Andrew Jackson's short-sighted monetary policies. Then there was the whole Trail of Tears thing, which we don't need to get into. On February 24th, 1838, Pierce's college friend Jonathan Silly, who was now a congressman from Maine, fought a duel with another congressman, William Graves. The insult that set it off was indirectly tied to political passions over Congress's response to the Panic of 1847. Pierce tried to stop the duel, but he couldn't. Graves and Silly faced off with rifles at 80 yards. Graves blew a hole in Silly's thigh and he bled to death in a few minutes. Pierce was crushed with guilt. The incident made Jane even more hostile to her husband's profession of politics. This was not a good time. In the spring of 1839, Jane was pregnant again. Pierce's father, Benjamin, died on April 1st of that year. On August 27th, Jane gave birth to another boy whom they called Frank Robert. She was supposed to return with her husband to Washington at the start of the next congressional term, but caring for the baby gave her a convenient excuse to stay home in Concord, where they had moved from Hillsborough in the summer of 1838. She never again joined her husband in Washington while he was in Congress. The Jackson Democrats' political reverses during hapless Martin Van Buren's term yielded a political earthquake in 1840. The Whigs, the opposition party, were now well organized. They re-ran their 1836 candidate, William Henry Harrison, veteran Indian fighter and one-time protege of Thomas Jefferson. The Whigs ran a disingenuous campaign, which painted Harrison as a common man of the people who had been born supposedly in a log cabin. Completely false. He was actually born in a slave-built mansion in Virginia. They pilloried Martin Van Buren as Martin Van Ruin, playing up his economic failures. Harrison wiped the floor with Van Buren in the election. Now in the political minority, being in the Senate wasn't much fun for Franklin Pierce anymore, even after Harrison conveniently died after 1 month on the job. Pierce's wife was back in New Hampshire, one of his best friends was dead, his youngest son was pushing up daisies, and he was battling drinking again. In April 1841, the clouds lifted a bit when Jane gave birth to their third child, Benjamin, Benny. But Pierce decided that he was going to quit the Senate and the bottle. In the fall of 1841, Pierce announced his intention to resign his Senate seat in a few months' time, and he also pledged to stop drinking. The Temperance Pledge, it was called at that time. If he was back home with Jane, he thought it was more likely that he'd actually be able to stick to it. In February 1842, Pierce returned to Concord, New Hampshire. He was now out of office, but not entirely out of politics. He was basically the Democratic Party boss of the state of New Hampshire. He returned to his law practice, which proved lucrative, and he enjoyed being a kingmaker in New Hampshire politics. Then, conveniently, something happened that would prove an opportunity to become something that many mid-19th century politicians found helpful, if not indispensable: a war hero. This rather nondescript highway in San Benito, Texas is built on top of a battlefield. They do mark it, see, there's a cannon there, and some marker stones, and holy crap, get out of the way! Anyway, on April 25th, 1846, American and Mexican army forces clashed here after playing cat and mouse all over the border between Texas and Mexico. This was called the Thornton Affair. All you need to know about it is that Congress and President James K. Polk used it as a reason for the United States to declare war on Mexico on May 13, 1846. If I can get the wormhole back, I'll take you up to Concord, New Hampshire, specifically Pierce Manse, the rather comfortable estate where the Pierce family moved in 1842. This is where Pierce heard the news that the war had begun. He was then serving as U.S. Attorney for New Hampshire. He didn't go off to war right away, hoping for an officer's commission in the regular army. As a result, Pierce declined President Polk's offer to serve as his second Attorney General. There was another reason why he didn't take that job. In November 1843, he and Jane lost their second son, Frank Robert, in an outbreak of typhus. Even years later, Jane, who suffered from depression, was still mourning his loss. This was the second death of a child that the Pierces had had to endure. He didn't want to make her condition worse by returning to politics, at least not for a while. In early 1847, Congress expanded the U.S. Army to fight the war. A lot of officer positions opened up, and President Polk commissioned Franklin Pierce as a colonel. He was shortly promoted to brigadier general, and at last he had the chance to follow his father, Benjamin, and his older brother, the guy who looked like Iron Man, into heroic service for his country. Pierce's adventure in Mexico lasted 6 months to the day. To understand this, we have to backtrack a little. The Mexican-American War, which was mostly about territory, came about largely as the result of the election of Polk as president in 1844, something of a surprise to many people. Polk was an unabashed imperialist. He wanted territory, he wanted gold, and he wanted new states into which he hoped slavery could expand. The annexation of Texas in 1845 was part of this process, but Polk coveted California too. Much of Polk's foreign policy centered around provoking Mexico to strike at Americans so that the U.S. could declare war and plunder it. On June 27, 1847, Brigadier General Franklin Pierce arrived in Veracruz, Mexico, with 2,500 troops and supplies from New England. His mission was to deliver these forces and supplies to General Winfield Scott, the right-hand man of the overall commander, General Zachary Taylor. When Pierce arrived on the coast, Scott was already 150 miles inland with his own army. Pierce took command on this march, and his force fell under attack by Mexicans no less than 6 times. This was all well and good, but Pierce didn't have much luck for the rest of his time in Mexico. Now having joined up with Scott, he participated in the Battle of Contreras, just outside Mexico City on August 19, 1847. When the cannons went off, Pierce's horse bolted unexpectedly. Of course, riding a horse, Pierce was on a saddle, and a saddle has one of these. Ouch. Pain from the injury to his balls caused Pierce to pass out. When he fell off his horse, the horse tripped over him and fell on top of him, right on top of his knee, which was badly injured. The battle continued the next day. Pierce hoped to go into action this time. He wisely decided not to ride a horse for this second go-around. But he twisted his knee, the same one he had injured the day before. He hobbled the best as he could across the battlefield, but the pain was too intense, and he collapsed again. Word got around that Brigadier General Pierce had fainted twice in battle. Someone said, "General Pierce is a damned coward." It didn't get better. The climactic battle of the war was storming the ramparts of Chapultepec in Mexico City. This time, Pierce didn't even make it to the battlefield. He'd caught a stomach bug and was suffering from severe diarrhea. Generals Taylor and Scott stormed the ramparts, captured Mexico City, and basically won the war while Pierce was sitting on the toilet. It could have gone worse for him. I mean, he might have been killed or died of dysentery, But between passing out twice, effing up his knee twice, getting knocked in the nuts, and then laid low by Montezuma's revenge, Pierce did not have a good time in Mexico. After hostilities ended and he was able to get off to John, he spent a lot of time drinking. So much for that temperance pledge. Then he requested a leave of absence to return home to New Hampshire. Winfield Scott granted it. Pierce arrived by ship in New Orleans on December 27, 1847, exactly 6 months after he entered the country. Although things had gone badly in Mexico, at least the Americans won, and more importantly, Pierce could say that he served. Just enough had gone right for him, for his political supporters to claim that he was a war hero, which of course every politician needs. Back in Concord, Pierce resumed his law practice. He was, as before, officially out of public office, but there was always the possibility and the hope that he could return to politics, even if that wouldn't sit well with Jane. All he had to do was wait for the opportunity. Though his own exploits in Mexico were far from pivotal, the war itself altered the course of American politics, and ultimately provided Pierce with his opening. That was the good news for him. The bad news was that the issues stirred up by the war almost always involved slavery. This did not bode well in a republic now greatly expanded in size that was teetering on the brink of violent sectionalism. This is a big bowl of fresh cherries, which are in season along the Potomac in the summer months. It might not be entirely fair to say that a bowl of cherries changed the course of American history, but cherries were involved at a critical moment, and you can make an argument that they helped make Franklin Pierce President of the United States. The Mexican-American War ended officially in early 1848, just in time for election season. Polk had pledged not to run again, so the field was wide open. The major issue in 1848 was what to do with all of those vast territories, like California, New Mexico, and so forth, that had been turned over to the United States by Mexico as a result of the treaty that ended the war. Specifically, could they be turned into slave states, or into states where slavery was banned? Polk, who was from Tennessee, and other pro-slavery Southerners hoped that, hell yeah, slavery would spread through these new territories all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Northerners opposed to slavery were a little miffed about this possibility. Into this powder keg, a Pennsylvania congressman named David Wilmot chucked a live grenade, rhetorically speaking, a proposal that came to be called the Wilmot Proviso, which would have prohibited slavery in any territory gained from Mexico. The proviso did not pass Congress despite numerous attempts, but it certainly shook up the political scene. Going into the 1848 elections, the Whigs were salivating at the prospect of nominating Zachary Taylor, commander of U.S. forces in Mexico, as their candidate. I mean, who wouldn't vote for him? Besides abolitionists, Taylor owned slaves. Taylor was at first apolitical, considering himself an independent, but with some reluctance he eventually admitted that he was more of a Whig than a Democrat, and he allowed himself to be nominated by the Whig Party. The party chose as his running mate Millard Fillmore, a career politician from New York State. Taylor officially took no stance on the Wilmot Proviso. He wasn't in favor of it, which pleased pro-slavery Southerners, but he seemed to hint that if it crossed his desk attached to a piece of legislation, that he wouldn't veto it either. The Democrats nominated Lewis Cass, who was also a slave owner. That caused anti-slavery Northerners to bolt the party and form a new party, the Free Soil Party, which nominated former President Martin Van Buren. Yeah, right, let's give Van Ruin another shot at it. That didn't work out too well. Taylor won the election fairly decisively. He was somewhat aloof from the political scene, having a military background, and he distrusted most politicians. As he was taking office, another political bombshell was about to go off. California, where gold had been found in 1848, was swelling in population as a result of the gold rush, and it was about to apply for statehood. Slavery wasn't really a thing in California. Since 1820, the time of the Missouri Compromise, slave states and free states had typically been admitted to the Union in pairs to keep slave states and free states evenly balanced in the Senate. California's admission would end this fragile balance. The politicians in Washington, yes, we're back in this room again, swung into action and devised the Compromise of 1850. This was not one measure, but a package of 5 measures that sought to give slave states and free states something that each of them wanted without necessarily favoring one side over the other. The 2 most important parts of this compromise were, first, that California would be admitted as a free state. The anti-slavery people liked that. But there would also be a much tougher fugitive slave law, which would have required ordinary citizens, even in states where slavery was banned, to help the authorities track down and catch any runaway slaves that crossed their paths. This particularly enraged people in the North. They wanted nothing to do with slavery, but now the federal government was going to force them to participate in re-enslaving people who had been lucky enough to get away in the first place. As president, Zachary Taylor was opposed to the Compromise of 1850. His opposition doomed its chances of passing. This is where the bowl of cherries comes in. On July 4th, 1850, during an Independence Day celebration on the White House lawn, President Zachary Taylor consumed a large bowl of cherries and a lot of cold milk. Later that day, he came down with indigestion. The doctors called it cholera morbus, which may or may not have been literal cholera, which was a major problem in the swampy environs of Washington, D.C. On July 9th, Zachary Taylor croaked. The new president, Millard Fillmore, indicated that he would support the Compromise of 1850. It passed, and he signed the 5 bills into law. Democrats, and particularly Franklin Pierce, thought that the Compromise of 1850 was manna from heaven. At last, they thought this was finally the end of the pesky slavery issue. Look, we've got a compromise. That's it. It's over. No more talk about slavery. No more. No more. We're done. In December 1850, at a rally in Concord, New Hampshire, Pierce passionately talked up the compromise. The Union, he screamed, eternal Union. Fortunately for the Democrats, the compromise proved problematic for the Whig Party. Now you have to understand that the major political parties had both northern and southern wings and contained both pro and anti-slavery people. I mentioned this earlier. Southern Whigs, who were generally pro-slavery, loved the compromise, but northern Whigs hated it. Disarray in the Whig Party meant big gains for Democrats in congressional and state elections in 1850 and 1851. As the next presidential election approached, Southern Whigs enthusiastically supported President Millard Fillmore. You don't hear the words enthusiastic and Millard Fillmore together in the same sentence very often. Meanwhile, Northern Whigs were casting about for a military hero of their own and were gravitating toward Winfield Scott. Voters in 1852 were also increasingly distracted by xenophobic, racist, and anti-immigrant sentiment. Anti-Masons, and particular anti-Catholics, were gaining steam as candidates, especially in northern cities, where lots of Catholic immigrants, most of them from Ireland, had been settling in large numbers since the mid-1840s. The Whig Party at the same time was weakening as a national force. But still, Democrats had problems. They too were split between northern and southern wings. Party leaders thought that the best way to unite their own various factions and to appeal to as many voters as possible would be to nominate someone from the North, but with political views sympathetic to slave states, as their candidate for president. Now, there were a couple of politicians who could fit this bill, so let's go through them one by one. First up, Lewis Cass. The guy who had lost the 1848 election to Zachary Taylor, he was now sitting in the Senate, and he had the requisite tolerance for slavery and intolerance for Native Americans. He was involved in the whole Trail of Tears thing. But the bad news about him was that, well, he did lose the previous election pretty handily, so it was already proven that he was not attractive to voters. I mean, come on, would you vote for this guy? Next, Levi Woodbury. Remember him? Franklin Pierce read law in his office in Portsmouth before Woodbury got elected to the Senate. In 1851, Woodbury was a Supreme Court justice. Rare for a Supreme Court guy to be a contender for president, but here we are. Number 3, James Buchanan of Pennsylvania. A career politician, if ever there was one. Very experienced in elective and appointed office, and very shrewd. This was one to watch out for. Probably gay, although that wasn't talked about at the time. He and Pierce, incidentally, detested each other. 4. Stephen Douglas of Illinois. Aged 38, he positioned himself as the younger generation's candidate. His fingerprints were all over the Compromise of 1850. But Douglas's real pet project was an idea called popular sovereignty, which would let the people of a territory decide for themselves on a case-by-case basis whether they wanted slavery when it came time to become a state. Now, this idea becomes important later. On September 4th, 1851, Levi Woodbury died of a stomach tumor. That suddenly put Pierce into the mix. He was the next most important senior politician in New Hampshire, but he didn't yet have national stature. The real contest would be a three-way race between Cass, Buchanan, and Douglas. On June 1st, 1852, at the Maryland Institute for the Promotion of the Mechanic Arts, old Center Market, which is no longer there, the Democratic National Convention got underway. This was one of those old-time political conventions where they took multiple ballots, completely unknown today. Candidates did not attend conventions personally at this time, so Pierce wasn't there. In fact, he was visiting in Boston with Jane. Party operatives did the wheeling and dealing on the floor of the Center Market and the hotels and bar rooms of Baltimore. At different times, each of the three frontrunners, Cass, Buchanan, and Douglas, held the lead, but the rules of the convention stated that you needed a 2/3 majority to win. William Marcy of New York was also in the mix. Buchanan, the most shrewd and ruthless of the three, and the one who wanted it the most, was in the strongest position. Two days in, on Friday, Buchanan's delegates, hoping to break the impasse, decided that a couple of their states would switch votes to another candidate on the next ballot, presumably to further dilute the field of candidates opposing Buchanan, which they hoped would show the convention that he was, after all, the strongest candidate. However brilliant an idea they thought this might have been, it backfired. At the next ballot in the morning, Virginia cast 15 votes for Franklin Pierce, the first time his name had appeared on any of the 35 ballots taken up until that time. On the next few ballots, New England states began defecting from Buchanan and Marcy to Pierce. When North Carolina switched to Pierce, the momentum became unstoppable. Buchanan faded, but Marcy, who was still in number one place until the very last vote, could not spin it to his benefit. On the 49th vote, the Democratic delegates cast 282 votes for Franklin Pierce, the dark horse from New Hampshire. When the news reached Boston, it was reported that Jane Pierce actually fainted. She was legitimately shocked. She didn't know he was running for president, or at least didn't know that it was that far along. He deceived her about his plans and ambitions. She hated politics and wished he was out of it, so he couldn't tell her he was running. Most presidents in American history have had the enthusiastic support of their wives. Pierce didn't. This must have made for some awkward evenings at home in Concord. You would think that with as contentious as the issues were, that the 1852 presidential campaign would be a grueling all-out slog. Actually, it was a total snooze. About 2 weeks later, the Whigs had their own disastrous convention, which took 52 ballots to nominate Winfield Scott, Pierce's old army commander. Hoping not to frighten away any voters, Scott made no public statement on the Compromise of 1850, but party leaders fostered the impression that he was in favor of it. Southern Whigs, though, refused to support him. As you recall, they liked Fillmore. With Scott's own party divided over him, he had no chance of winning. Officially, there were no policy differences between the candidates. Pierce enthusiastically supported the Compromise of 1850. Scott said nothing about it and was assumed to support it. That was really the only issue. Whig supporters tried to make hay of Pierce's embarrassing record in Mexico, contrasting with Scott's war heroism, and they charged that Pierce was a drunk. But Scott was no stranger to bars himself, so that one didn't stick. Pierce did not campaign at all. The results of 1852 look much more decisive than they were. Pierce blew Scott away in the Electoral College, 254 to 42, but he only won the popular vote by less than 250,000 votes out of 3.1 million cast. Voter turnout was record low. Pierce was elected not out of any sense of hope by the American people, and without a lot of enthusiasm. For the second to last presidential election before the one that triggered the Civil War, the general apathy about who was going to be president was pretty remarkable and did not bode well for Franklin Pierce. So that brings us back to where we started, January 6, 1853 in Andover, Massachusetts, and the train crash that left 11-year-old Benny Pierce partially decapitated right in front of his parents' eyes. Jane interpreted the tragedy as a divine judgment, that God had intervened to remove all obstacles from Franklin Pierce's life so that he could concentrate on the burdens of his office. The death of their third and last child, and in such a grisly and shocking way, couldn't help but cast a dark shadow over Pierce's presidency before it even began. Franklin Pierce's inauguration was held on the east portico of the United States Capitol building on Friday, March 4, 1853. Jane was not there. She was so devastated by Benny's death that she couldn't even go to his funeral in Concord. She stayed in Andover, where the tragedy had occurred, and she didn't make it to Washington for 18 days after the inauguration. She even refused to take part in the traditional duties of First Lady. She sat in her room at the White House, writing letters addressed to Benny and endlessly rehashing the tragedies of her life. To my untrained eye, these definitely appear to be symptoms of severe depression. To understand what Franklin Pierce did once he was president, you have to understand how the presidency functioned in the mid-19th century. Today, we think of presidents as actually doing something. They want this policy or that one, they have this foreign policy objective or another one, or a program like FDR's New Deal, a specific proposal like Obamacare, or a specific task they're expected to perform like Nixon winding up the Vietnam War or Biden getting the coronavirus under control. Now, it wasn't like this in the mid-19th century, far from it. A president's job in the 1850s was mostly to dole out other jobs, offices, and political appointments. And not just the big stuff like who's going to be Secretary of State. Incidentally, Pierce gave that to William Marcy. But also stuff like who's going to be the collector for the Port of New York, meaning who collects taxes, import duties, which at that time were most of the federal government's revenue. Who will the federal district attorneys be? Whose job will it be to award military or public works contracts and administer payrolls and collect tolls and taxes and fees? A 19th century president was basically a glorified HR director, more or less. Now that was about to change, but Pierce didn't know it yet. As a result of this, a president's major decisions during this period and a majority of the work they did was front-loaded. It tended to happen just before and especially just after they entered office, filling a bunch of jobs that had just come open from the last election cycle. In the 1830s, Andrew Jackson instituted the spoils system, where he blitzed federal bureaucracies and restocked them with cronies, toadies, and lackeys. It would take another 50 years before a president, Chester Arthur, started to undo this system. Franklin Pierce was an acolyte of Andrew Jackson, so it was the major work of his administration doling out jobs and political appointments. Pierce, having been a party boss for a long time, was keenly aware that the Democratic Party he headed was an uneasy alliance of factions, many of whom hated each other, the way that he, for example, hated James Buchanan, The fact that his election was relatively easy didn't change this dynamic. He didn't really have a mandate. His overarching goal was to keep the Democratic Party as unified as possible. Not only am I going to repeat that, I'm going to make a graphic out of it.
You ever tried putting your hand in snake pods? It's
You ever
really
tried
fun.
getting your filthy mitts out of my pot?
No, why is it your pot? You're not a snake, dude.
His goal was to keep
You don't
the
suck egg.
Democratic Party as unified.
Suck an egg right now.
Gross.
So, in passing out these jobs, Pierce sought to placate all the factions within the party, not just the ones that supported him, and not just the ones who, like him, held the compromise of 1850 absolutely sacrosanct, supposedly, and could not be tampered with in any way. Would tamper with it, as we'll see. Democratic leaders in the Senate went ape when it looked like Pierce was going to appoint a free soil guy to his cabinet. That got blocked, but this sort of thing spoiled the relationship between Pierce and congressional Democrats. There was a dizzying array of factions within the party. I won't go into them all, or really any of them, beyond the major ones that we've already talked about. But just to give you an example, there was within New York State alone a group called the Hard Shell Democrats and another one called the Soft Shell Democrats, each with their own constituencies and power bases. Pierce's main objective when he got into office was to placate all of these groups. Not only did it not work, it backfired badly. Pierce's attempts to unify the party had the effect of alienating most of the central faction that he could otherwise have counted on to support him, the centrist Northern Democrats who strongly supported the Compromise of 1850. For the first couple of months of his term, Congress wasn't in session. It typically didn't meet until December of the year after it was elected. So, what this meant is that congressmen and senators elected at the same time as Pierce was elected in November 1852 wouldn't convene for another 13 months until December 1853. Pierce had a free hand to deal with foreign affairs during that interval. The two biggest foreign policy problems in the early 1850s were the traditional ones, Great Britain and Spain. Pierce appointed James Buchanan, his rival at the 1852 convention, as ambassador to Great Britain. But Buchanan insisted on being a prima donna about it, first dithering on whether to take the job at all, then insisting on certain conditions about certain issues that he was going to work on. He did eventually go to London, but the professional relationship between him and Pierce was strained. Not surprising. As for Spain, the real issue there was that the United States wanted Cuba, then a Spanish colony. Southerners wanted it as an additional slave state, and they were afraid that if a slave revolt broke out on the island of Cuba, it would spread to the southern U.S. Exactly what Pierce was going to do about Cuba went back and forth. Eventually, several U.S. diplomats in Europe, including Buchanan, drafted a document called the Ostend Manifesto that said that the United States should buy Cuba, or try to buy Cuba, for $100 million, and if Spain wouldn't sell, then they were going to take it by force. Leaks about the contents of this document stirred up controversy, and the embarrassing press coverage forced Pierce to publish its contents in the fall of 1854. When that happened, northern states were outraged. Spain was outraged. Britain was outraged. The Ostend Manifesto severely damaged the Pierce administration's credibility on foreign policy. Nice work, James Buchanan. But by far, the biggest bomb to explode in Pierce's face was the Kansas-Nebraska Act. Pierce's desire to unite the Democratic Party as much as possible and the naked ambition of Stephen Douglas caused Pierce to walk right into this trap. In December 1853, as Congress was finally assembling, Douglas received a letter from a Missouri politician who warned him that the party was on the brink of fracturing unless the Pierce administration did something, took some action that would have the effect of uniting the party in favor of some bold policy, and especially uniting the Whigs in opposition against it. Douglas agreed with this warning, but he also saw an angle in it for him, personally and politically. Remember I said that his pet idea was popular sovereignty. The notion that a territory, when it was about to apply for statehood, could decide for itself whether or not to allow slavery. The next territory that was starting to coalesce at this time and would be ready for statehood soon was Nebraska Territory, to the west of slave-owning Missouri. Douglas thought that he could get popular sovereignty enshrined into a law that would recognize this territory, most likely splitting it into two potential states. Kansas, where most people thought slavery would probably be allowed, and Nebraska, the northern part where it probably wouldn't. However, to pull this off, Douglas would need to repeal the Missouri Compromise of 1820, which had prohibited slavery north of a line extending from the southern border of Missouri, except for Missouri itself. Now, this would be hugely controversial, and it would tamper with the untamperable Compromise of 1850. And Douglas thought in his crafty game of nine-dimensional chess that it would royally piss off the Whigs. This was the key point, that it would enrage Democrats' opponents. This could be the bold action that the Pierce administration could get behind in order to unite Democrats, and it would buff up Douglas's national credentials for another run at the presidency. In January 1854, the Kansas-Nebraska Act took shape. Not surprisingly, because this was the whole point, Douglas decided that in order to get over the top in Congress, the bill needed the public support of the president, Franklin Pierce. On Sunday, January 22, 1854, a meeting took place at the White House at the suggestion of Jefferson Davis, Secretary of War and a close friend of Franklin Pierce. Stephen Douglas was there, and so were several Democratic lawmakers, mostly from southern states. Now, we don't know what was said at this meeting. There are no notes from it that have survived. However, historians have inferred that the congressmen and senators, particularly Stephen Douglas, sold President Pierce on supporting the Kansas-Nebraska Act as a means to unite the Democratic Party against the inevitable outrage by Whigs. Both the northern ones, who tended to sympathize with abolitionists, and the southern ones, who would be pissed that Pierce had tampered with the sacrosanct Compromise of 1850. Given the bad blood that Pierce had created by the mess he made of doling out those patronage jobs, Pierce had an incentive to try to make up for that blunder. Douglas essentially led him into a trap. If this is what happened at that meeting, remember, we can't be sure, but it seems plausible, then Franklin Pierce's natural tendency to try to please everybody caused him to make the single worst decision of his presidency. He said he would support the act.
Bad call, Ripley.
After a bunch of political wrangling, Congress passed the Kansas-Nebraska Act in May of 1854. Franklin Pierce signed it on May 30th. It did not have the effect anybody intended. In fact, it blew both parties and the country to smithereens. I'll talk about that in Chapter 9, so hold that thought. At this point, though, it's worth asking, what actually went right for Franklin Pierce as president? That's in the next chapter. This desolate landscape, located near Yuma, Arizona, is what passes for a success of the Franklin Pierce administration. Indeed, you have to dig so deep to find something positive from his 4 years in office that this is basically where you end up. And even this quote-unquote success is tainted with the dark shadow of slavery. This location is on a patch of territory that came to be known as the Gadsden Purchase. James Gadsden, he has nothing whatsoever to do with the fake flag beloved by QAnon cultists. Anyway, Gadsden was ambassador to Mexico, appointed by Pierce in May 1853. The United States had taken a large swathe of territory from Mexico in the war, but this one little piece, kind of like a missing Lego brick, was astride the route that various people thought would be the most advantageous for where a transcontinental railroad might one day be constructed. The terrain just to the north of here was judged too mountainous. One of the people who pressed for American acquisition of this particular piece of territory was Pierce's Secretary of War and friend Jefferson Davis, future president of the Confederacy. His idea was to build a railroad across the U.S. in the south, not the north, to benefit slaveholding interests. Had it been built, it probably would have been built with slave labor. Gadsden, on Pierce's orders, succeeded in buying the last Lego brick from the Mexican government. Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, the military dictator of Mexico, really didn't want to sell it, but he figured that if he didn't, the U.S. would probably just take the territory by force, and Mexico needed the money anyway. Pierce was not happy with the final treaty, which he thought went too far in the government protecting and essentially subsidizing private and corporate interests, but the Senate ratified the treaty anyway. The Southern Route Transcontinental Railroad was never built, so the essential purpose of the Gadsden Purchase was ultimately frustrated. The purchase also dispossessed a number of Native American nations of their ancestral lands, so if this counts as a success of Pierce's administration, it's tainted both by slavery and injustice to Native Americans. But 130 years later, part of Return of the Jedi was eventually filmed near here, so there's that, I guess. Even setting Cuba aside, Pierce's record on foreign policy was pretty dismal. In 1853, a war broke out between several powers of Europe. Though a minor conflict by European standards, the Crimean War, principally between Britain, France, and the Ottoman Empire on one side and Russia on the other, did have repercussions for the United States. Various British agents sought to recruit their Crimean-bound armies from among Americans. Pierce complained and even expelled 3 British consuls from the U.S. for having done this. This matter complicated the negotiations going on with Britain over the Central America stuff. Then there were the filibusters. Now, most of us think a filibuster is when a legislator, often a senator, blocks a bill on the floor of the legislature, usually by talking for hours on end, like Jimmy Stewart in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. But in the 19th century, the word filibuster meant something different. It referred to a person, usually some unscrupulous businessman or mercenary, who took it upon himself to invade foreign territory and set himself up as the ruler of it, in the hopes that the American government would back him in order to acquire that territory. Take one William Walker, a former doctor and newspaper publisher, but also a notorious dueler, mercenary, and wannabe dictator. In 1855, Walker went to Nicaragua with a force of 60 men, most of them Southerners. He had already unsuccessfully tried to filibuster Baja California a few years earlier. Nicaragua was attractive because it was thought at that time to be the most likely route of a canal that would make it easier to sail from the Atlantic to Pacific Oceans, and second, because Nicaragua could potentially be a new slave state. Walker eventually took over the government of Nicaragua. Stupidly, Pierce recognized his regime as the legitimate government of the country. Costa Rica, Nicaragua's neighbor, would have none of it and invaded. Walker fought ferociously and even engaged in biological warfare by poisoning water wells in enemy territory with the bodies of cholera victims. Real nice guy. Walker was run out of the country and eventually wound up getting captured by the government of Honduras, where he faced a firing squad in 1860. Pierce suffered withering criticism for having backed him. Pierce's personal life was not going much better than his administration. After a long period of mourning for Benny, Jane finally began to come online as First Lady, having delegated in the interim most of the duties of White House hostess to her aunt, Abby Kent Means. Jane began attending a few spotty receptions and dinners beginning in 1855. She never gave up her obsession with Benny and even once tried to contact his spirit through a seance. Relations between Jane and her husband were strained. Pierce acted pious and religious in his wife's presence, but often turned to drinking when she was away. He hated abolitionists. Jane was increasingly attracted by the movement, and she never stopped hoping that his political career would be derailed somehow. As it turned out, she would not have long to wait. The fracturing of America over slavery was greatly increasing during Pierce's term. In the summer of 1852, as he was running for president, a novel written by the wife of Pierce's Bowdoin College classmate Calvin Ellis Stowe had become a national sensation. That novel was Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe, the best-selling book of the 19th century in America after the Bible. Uncle Tom's Cabin, which grew even more popular as the 1850s wore on, depicted slavery in harsh and uncompromising terms. Despite the book's problems, such as perpetuating harmful stereotypes of African Americans, it did greatly aid the abolitionist cause and enraged pro-slavery Southerners. Attitudes over slavery were sharpening everywhere. Previously, in American society, people could disagree about slavery more or less respectfully, however strongly they held their private views. But by the 1850s, the difference of opinion had begun to color everything, almost every facet of national politics and public life. People like Pierce, who generally blamed abolitionists for this discord, were weary and exasperated by the increasing visibility and ubiquity of disagreements over the slavery issue. He and others like him simply couldn't understand why people just couldn't shut up about slavery and treat it as a non-issue. The Compromise of 1850 had permanently solved the slavery issue, he thought. Clearly, it hadn't. And trying to hurry up and forget about slavery as a national issue proved ultimately completely unworkable, unrealistic, and in fact, dangerous. The Kansas-Nebraska Act was a bomb that blew up in everybody's face, especially Franklin Pierce's. It had none of the effects that its architects intended, and its unintended consequences were disastrous. Indeed, this law, which President Pierce signed on May 30th, 1854, was possibly the single worst piece of national legislation in America of the 19th century. It didn't cause the Civil War, but it certainly hastened it. If you recall, the Kansas-Nebraska Act was supposedly a masterstroke of nine-dimensional chess being played by Stephen Douglas of Illinois, who hoped to save the badly fractured Democratic
We live
Party
beyond the dawn.
by using the act
We'll
to
search beneath
unite
the snake pots for the will to
ferocious
carry
Green
on.
Party resistance against it and against the Pierce administration. The act didn't do that.
Time,
To explain
one more
just
snake,
how it went
but
so wrong, let me show you
time.
another animation. To the right
world
is the
is
Democratic Party,
snaky.
split into two groups. Northern Democrats, who were generally not pro-slavery.
The world
and
is
Southern
snaking.
Democrats, who generally were. To the left is Whigs, also split into Northern and Southern factions. The key to Douglas's nine-dimensional chess game was this group, the Southern Whigs. They were the ones who were most happy with the idea of the Compromise of 1850 having settled the issue of slavery for all time, and Douglas thought that these people would oppose anything that tended to disturb that fragile equilibrium. Northern Whigs were going to oppose the Kansas-Nebraska Act no matter what, because they thought it advanced slaveholding interests. But if Southern Whigs opposed it because they were pissed that the compromise had been disturbed, this would unite Whig opposition, which would cause Democrats to unite behind President Pierce's policy of supporting the bill. That's not what happened, however. The perception that the Kansas-Nebraska Act was a frontal assault on anti-slavery Northerners and a box of luscious treats for Southerners who wanted to expand slavery inflamed those Northern Whigs who opposed slavery. In the late winter and spring of 1854, even before the act passed, newspaper editorials were full of denunciations of the act on the grounds that it would advance slavery and slaveholding power. This group, the Southern Whigs, were pissed, but they were pissed at what they saw as unfair propaganda by radical abolitionists, talking crap about the Kansas-Nebraska Act and advancing the interests of abolitionists, whom the Southern Whigs hated. Therefore, because they hated abolitionists and wanted to stick it to them, Southern Whigs thought it would be better to support the Kansas-Nebraska Act on the theory that it would piss off those people who they didn't like, and you thought negative partisanship was a modern phenomenon. So what this meant is that this group, Southern Whigs, joined pro-slavery Democrats in supporting the Kansas-Nebraska Act. It also meant that this group, Northern anti-slavery Democrats, broke ranks with their own party and their own president to oppose the act, which Northern Whigs also did. We know all of this because of the voting records in Congress when the act finally passed. Douglas had put up the act to provoke a partisan fight that would unite both parties, but especially his. What it actually did was splinter both parties, which now began to reorganize not on a political basis, but a regional one. Good job, Stephen Douglas. Proof positive that this thing went sideways, the congressional elections of 1854 were an utter bloodbath for Democrats. They lost seats in state after state, especially the North, even in New Hampshire, Pierce's home state. But unlike our own time, when partisan contests are generally a zero-sum game, in which one side's misfortune is always inures to the benefit of the other, the Whigs also came unglued in 1854. Most of the gains that were to be had were among the small, temporary, or single-issue parties, like the Know-Nothings, which had rebranded themselves as the American Party, or the Free Soil Party. The consequences on the ground were much worse than what was happening in Congress or at the ballot box. Pretty much before the ink had dried on the Kansas-Nebraska Act, people on both sides of the slavery question started loading up their wagons and heading for the territory. Pro-slavery people who lived just across the line in Missouri got there first. They wanted to be sure that when Kansas was organized as a state, there would be a majority of pro-slavery voters, and thus Kansas would come into the Union as a slave state. Anti-slavery Northerners, who generally had farther to travel, wanted to get there to avoid this. Therefore, we have the unique spectacle in American history of people actually wanting to go to Kansas. Boomtowns like Atchison and Leavenworth sprang up overnight. Knowing there would be a political contest, these people tended to bring guns with them, and they weren't at all afraid to use them. As for who the legitimate residents of Kansas were who should be able to vote for the territorial legislature and eventually a state constitution, forget it. Nobody could tell. Between settlers, both temporary and permanent, who came, and fraudulent ballots in territorial elections, determining whether Kansas really wanted to be a free state or a slave state was pretty much impossible.
Well, open the Dingser cup.
Stephen Douglas didn't seem to think of this. Pierce, as usual, had made things worse.
What the actual frick is happening?
Open
Open the box!
A guy named Andrew Reeder.
I've never taken that long to open a goddamn box.
Of Pennsylvania, who was less interested in organizing the new
Maybe your
state
character
of
doesn't want to
Kansas
open the
than
box.
he was in getting rich on land speculation. Reeder refused to rubber stamp the results of the elections for the territorial
You considered
legislature,
yes.
which took place on March 30th, 1855, and were heavily spoiled by pro-slavery Missouri carpetbaggers, and also by outright fake votes. Pierce, who had hoped that the election would result in a comfortably pro-slavery legislature in Kansas, was enraged and fired Reeder, but the damage was done. Eventually, there were two rival governments in Kansas, one pro-slavery, the other anti, each claiming to be the legitimate government of Kansas. Pierce stubbornly continued to recognize the pro-slavery government, despite plenty of evidence that the elections that had brought it to power were fixed. Violence broke out in Kansas in November 1855. First, in a feud between settlers, which apparently didn't involve politics, but the reaction to it by the authorities and the locals flared it into a low-level guerrilla war that started to smolder all throughout the countryside. People got shot, settlements were sacked and burned. Ironically, the political fracas over slavery had the effect of impeding the actual spread of slavery into Kansas. Historians estimate that there were only about 200 enslaved people in all of Kansas Territory in the late 1850s. The political opposition to the Kansas-Nebraska Act coalesced quickly. In March 1854, in northern states, particularly Wisconsin and states of New England, Northern Whigs and Free Soil men started to meet in front parlors and taverns to talk up a new political party which would oppose the spread of slavery, especially in Kansas Territory. By the summer, this new party had a name, the Republican Party. While explicitly not pledged to abolitionism, that would have been a political non-starter, the Republicans wanted to keep slavery out of all new territories, both the ones that the U.S. already had and any that they might acquire thereafter. This was in direct opposition to the plans of many pro-slavery Southerners, who, as you recall, wanted Cuba and possibly Nicaragua as future slave states. The Republicans organized too late in the election cycle to have much impact on the congressional elections of 1854 and 1855. However, leaders such as Salmon Chase and Preston Blair were keen on getting the party organized in time for the next presidential election, approaching as inexorably as another mediocre season of The Simpsons. In the meantime, Franklin Pierce grew increasingly out of touch with political reality. He largely ignored the chicanery in Kansas and steadfastly supported the pro-slavery elements there. He insisted that the Kansas-Nebraska Act was administration policy and that all Democrats should unite behind it, despite the fact that it had splintered his party. He even looked forward confidently to the 1856 election, despite all signs pointing to the conclusion that voters were running away from Franklin Pierce faster than if he'd been dipped in poo. You can imagine that Pierce drank a lot during this period. Then, in May 1856, came the coup de grace to Franklin Pierce's political career. That's in the next chapter. By 1856, no president had been elected to a second term in 24 years. One had been defeated, one died, one was literally drummed out of his party, one pledged to serve only one term, and in any event died 3 months into what would have been his second term if he had served one. Another one died. The one after that didn't get the nomination. Yet, by some accounts, in the fall of 1855, Franklin Pierce really thought he'd get the Democratic nomination, and he seemed to think there was a good chance that he would win the election that next fall. In reality, by the spring of 1856, the universe of beings who did like Franklin Pierce had shrunk down to his dog. He had a Japanese chin, a gift of Commodore Perry, and some newspaper editors and Democratic leaders in the Deep South who got tingles in their pants from Pierce's friendliness to slavery. So he did have some supporters, to be fair. But it seems strange, as shrewd as he was at politics for most of his career, that he didn't appreciate just how uphill a second-term battle was going to be. All of that ended after one disastrous week in May. Franklin Pierce's week from hell began on Monday, May 19th, 1856, in this room, the old Senate chamber in the U.S. Capitol. Massachusetts Senator Charles Sumner, an abolitionist, former Whig and Free Soil Democrat who had converted to the Republican Party almost as soon as it was formed, stood up and gave a speech which was to last for 2 days. That speech, called The Crime Against Kansas, was a howl of rage against slavery, the slave power, and particularly the state of South Carolina, the the slaviest of all slave states. Sumner attacked one of South Carolina's senators, Andrew Butler by name, accusing him of cavorting with a harlot, which was the institution of slavery. Sumner also slammed Stephen Douglas, calling him the squire of slavery and insulting his Kansas-Nebraska Act as a swindle. The speech was pretty shocking compared to the gentleman's club atmosphere that was usually maintained in the Senate. A congressman from South Carolina, Preston Brooks, a distant cousin of Andrew Butler, was so hot and bothered by the speech, and especially the sexualized language used against his cousin, that he determined to challenge Sumner to a duel. However, according to the arcane code of honor among South Carolina gentlemen, a duel was only permissible between men of roughly equal social standing, which Brooks did not consider Sumner to be. So instead, he just decided to beat the crap out of him. On Thursday, May 22nd, Brooks walked into the Senate chamber, which was nearly deserted except for Sumner and a couple of others. He walked right up to Sumner's desk, took out his walking stick, and beat him within an inch of his life. Brooks broke his cane over Sumner's head, and even the Senate desk got ripped out of the floor. Sumner suffered what we would today diagnose as a traumatic brain injury. Brooks walked out of the chamber and was promptly feted across the South as a hero. Admirers sent him new canes to replace the one that he broke over Sumner's head. The day of the beating, newspapers across the country, at least the Republican ones, were full of hyperbole of something that had happened in Kansas the day before, Wednesday, May 21st. The sheriff of Douglas County, Kansas, gathered a posse of 800 people, mostly pro-slavery settlers from the South, to march on the settlement of Lawrence, which had been founded by anti-slavery people. The objective was to shut down some abolitionist newspapers operating from that settlement, and also to sack a hotel in Lawrence, which the pro-slavery people thought could be used as some sort of military fort. One person was killed in the sack of Lawrence, as it was called, but the newspapers played it up as a massacre with multiple casualties. It was the latest example of violence in Kansas over the issue of slavery.
77
One
thieving, that'll be
anti-slavery
it for
man in
tonight. Bye,
Kansas
stream.
was especially disturbed by the
No.